welcome to another episode of Confidence According to. I'm so excited for today's episode because I have the gorgeous and inspiring Andrea Wessels with me. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm so grateful that you're having me.
Thank you. I'm so excited to get stuck into it. We were already talking and I'm like, oh no, wait, we need to save this for the video. So Andrea is a life and wellness coach. She is Canadian, you will hear, and she's been living here in Cape Town for the last year. And so how is it that you landed up being here in Cape Town of all places?
Well, so my husband and I both met in Vegas.
Ah.
Yeah, we were both competing in 2013 and we started talking, started dating in 2014, and then we went to Canada for a couple months, and then we moved to Durban in end of 2015, lived there for a year and a bit. Then Durban wasn't for me, so we decided to move to Cape Town instead of going to Canada or do another overseas move, which is really, really difficult. So
yeah, it's a big thing.
So we chose Cape Town because we came here on holiday just for a weekend, and I was like, this place is amazing.
It's awesome.
I love it here.
So glad to have you here in our beautiful city.
I love it.
And so you said that you met competing. What are you talking about there?
We did both fitness competing. So there are different organizations in bodybuilding, I guess you could say. There's bikini, and in my organization, there's bikini, fitness, and figure. So there's WBFF, there's IFBB. This is Lacey, by the way.
Oh yeah, we didn't introduce Lacey. This is Lacey. She's our guest appearance.
Yeah.
You might see a cameo now and then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's WBFF, IFBB. There's a bunch of different organizations around the world. So a lot of people do compete. We met, and we both were pros at the time. So in order to become a pro, you have to win an amateur show.
Okay.
And it's different for different organizations. So I think in South Africa, for example, you have to there's levels. You win an amateur, then you go to provincials, and then you go to nationals, and then you have to win first overall, and then you get your pro card. So it's a process.
Yeah.
With the WBFF, you just have to win your pro card, and you can win it at any amateur show, and you can be first or second. It depends if they deem you pro worthy.
Okay.
So Dan and I both did WBFF, and we were both pros. And then 2013, I think Dan got top 10 in the world. The years before that, I got top 10 in the world. And then 2014, we both competed again. We weren't dating at this period. We were just friends. And he got 4th in the world. Wow. And I didn't place that year.
Okay.
But that was my last show and his last show.
Yeah.
And yeah, so Dan and I both did pretty well. Dan did incredibly well. He is actually still the highest ranked in the country.
Okay.
So he got 4th, and the 3 people below him eventually all got world championship status. Wow. And no one in South Africa has gotten 4th in the world.
Oh my goodness.
Yet. So
wow.
Still, yeah.
Sure. And how long were you doing that? I mean, it sounds like quite an intense career. Is it a career? Like people do this for a living, or is it a hobby thing?
That's a loaded question.
Okay.
Because yes, I think a lot of people want it to be their career, but it's very difficult to actually make an income from it. So a lot of people don't know this, but you don't get paid to compete. Okay. You pay money, lots.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people get sponsorships, they get endorsements, they get free bikinis, free supplements, but they don't get an income.
Okay,
Only the top athletes get income.
Sure.
I would say maybe the top 2%.
Yeah.
And those are the big names, that have 1 million followers, or I'm not exact, 1 million followers, or over 100,000 followers, but also lots of interaction, lots of pull. You can tell when someone has lots of interaction on their page, lots of comments, lots of likes. So companies look at those things. And so you were saying that it takes a long time to get a career. Yes. It depends what you want to get from the industry. Okay. So I realized that it was more of, for me and Daniel, it was our career because we're personal trainers.
Okay.
But if you're an accountant or you're a doctor or you're whatever, this has to be a hobby.
Yeah.
Because it's a kind of a 24-hour thing.
Yeah.
You're doing your meals every 2 hours, your everything like that. It's not impossible to make a career of it, but I would say you kind of have to be in this industry or you dedicate full time to being an influencer or a model or a competitor.
Yeah.
And this is just my opinion. In South Africa, I don't think so.
Okay.
So I really don't see it being a career here.
Yeah.
I don't see you being paid enough.
Yeah.
Like, let's say the minimum to get by is like a salary of 20K or something.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
That would never happen.
Yeah.
Unless your sponsors actually pay you that.
Yeah.
And
That's not
unless
gonna
you have 1
happen.
million followers,
Yeah.
I can only think of one South African who is at that place.
Yeah.
So,
Sure.
and he's amazing.
Yeah. And so how long were you doing this for?
I started competing when I was 19.
Wow.
So I started training when I was 19, I did my first show when I was 20. I'm 30 now.
Okay.
And then I was
Sure.
26 when I did my last show.
Okay.
So I did it for a solid 7-8 years.
Sure. And what made you decide to call it quits? I mean, because that's a drastic change in your reality,
Huge.
your experience of life.
Yeah.
To going from that level of commitment, it sounds, to like normal, like the rest of us.
Yes.
So what made that happen?
Well, I'll tell you that it was kind of forced on us because we kind of had to choose relationship, getting married, moving, and moving around the world, number one, not easy.
Yeah.
Number two, we had to focus on us and the move, and I was in South Africa, and it's expensive to eat like that, and it's expensive to compete. So we couldn't justify the amount that it is to do a Worlds show. So the Worlds is in Vegas.
Yeah.
And that was the show.
Okay.
They're in Vegas or Toronto or London. It depends where the Worlds will be. But it's a huge amount, and it's either, and those, the first, so we've been together, I think it's 4 years now, almost. Crazy. 4 years.
Yeah, it flies by.
We, the first year was, okay, do we move or do we go to Worlds? Well, life took over. And we actually never really decide, and this is what's interesting, a lot of people will decide to not compete anymore and kind of make this big thing of it. And they'll announce, I'm not competing anymore. We didn't. We didn't see it coming until like a year ago.
Okay.
So what happened is we, like I said, the first year was like, do we move and put that into moving? Or do we stay doing long distance, which we did for the whole first year of our relationship, which sucks.
It was hard.
We do long distance, or we compete, or we move, and that was like kind of a no-brainer. And then the year after that was, do we get married?
Yeah.
And start our life together and move out together, or compete? And again, it was kind of a no-brainer. And then last year it was moving to Cape Town. So we, moving, we've moved every year, more than that. It was move to Cape Town or compete, and again, no-brainer. And then when I moved here, we were actually involved in a show that was supposed to be planned here and stuff. It fell through, it didn't happen. But that was actually the turning point for me, was I was involved in the back end of it.
Okay.
And I decided, while I was planning it, I was like, you know what, this is actually it for me. Because I hadn't been in it for 2-3 years. And then I was involved with all these athletes and all these people and planning it, and all these people asking me these questions like, oh, if I get a boob job, will I do better?
Wow.
And I was like, are you really basing this big of a decision on my opinion?
Sure.
So
it changed themselves.
It changed. It kind of brought back when I was 20 and I got my boob job for that reason. And I was like, I can't believe that.
Yeah.
Because when you're older, and you see these 21-year-olds, and you're like, I want to save you for making the same mistakes I made.
Yes.
That was me.
Okay.
So I was this 29-year-old being like, oh my gosh, I can't believe these people.
Yeah.
And it just kind of, I think I was just reintroduced and reminded of the kind of sad side of it, the not so nice side of it,
Yeah.
So that's when I was like, ooh, I don't think I want to do this anymore. I don't think I'm going to, because I never made the decision to not compete anymore. And another thing that I should mention is those 3 years that it took for me to get to that point were brutal. My body hadn't had a break in 7 years.
Wow.
So I gained, I honestly don't even know. I didn't weigh myself. I didn't want to put myself through that kind of torture.
Yeah.
But I actually
changed.
I don't like weighing myself either.
Yeah.
And I'm a naturally curvy girl. For me to diet like that for those 7 years was really difficult. I ate fish and broccoli 6 times a day for months, and I'm not exaggerating, for months. And I don't miss it, I'm not gonna lie. But I know that there are healthy ways to do it. But I just think that it's one of those things that you have to have the genetics for it. And I really don't. My husband does. He eats anything and everything all the time. Looks amazing. Good for him. Not me. So I actually would love for him to do it again one day. I think he has the potential. I think he should. For me, it just wasn't. And it's not feasible for me. And like now I'm thinking maybe family and those things. And I just don't want to have that in the back of my mind to put myself back into that. I'd probably have to lose like at least 15 kgs.
It's insane.
Minimum to compete again. And I just don't want to.
No, absolutely.
Another thing I actually wanted to mention too, when you stop competing and it's been a part of your life for so long, you go through a major identity crisis.
I was going to say.
I was a shape cover model, top 10 in the world, personal trainer, fitness model, bikini model. And then the hardest thing for me and my self-esteem, my self-worth, everything when we moved to Durban, I had spent, those years in Canada building up my reputation. I was well known. I would go out to bars or go out and people would be like, oh my gosh, I know you, blah, blah, blah. And in Durban, it's like, oh, that's Dan's girlfriend. So you go from this, and you try not to let it affect you, but it did a lot. Because I'd go out and I'd be like, oh, that's all I am. I'm his girlfriend. So I was like, and I also had a company in Canada that I actually only closed down last year. It lasted the whole
duration.
It was called Get Ready Girls, and it was about women's empowerment and confidence through fitness. I had employees working for me and everything, and it was a huge decision for me when I moved. I let it run still for another year, but businesses, when you're not there, I mean, it's a matter of time before they implode. And that actually, so my 2 biggest identities, and I guess my 2 biggest accomplishments by then, before I was married or anything like that, was my business and the body and who I was. And then I lost both of those. So that was a huge knock for me.
I can imagine.
So that was, I would say, the hardest part. And to go from one extreme to the other and not compete anymore, it takes work like every single day. And because I was new here, you can't work. Right? You can't work. You're working on visas. You're working on all these things. You can't work, and you're just Dan's girlfriend, then Dan's fiance, then Dan's wife. And he's such a great person. That's great. But like, I'm such an ambitious person that it killed me. It killed me. So that was very, very tough. Getting out of that industry was the hardest and the best thing ever for me. And the funny thing is when that show dissolved and it didn't end up happening here and all these things. And by here I mean Cape Town. The show is happening in Johannesburg. Then is when I was like, okay, I think I'm not going to be involved in this industry anymore. And it took 3 years of me just back and forth. Oh, do I? No, I don't. Yes, I do. Yes, I'm a trainer. I did everything on one day. I remember I was like, okay, I can't do this anymore. And I called all my clients that are competitive athletes and I said, no more. I'm not doing this anymore. And I referred a coach that I love to them. And I said, I'm not doing this anymore. And I said, I had a few clients who are halfway through their show prep. And I said, I'll train you to the end, but after the show you have to look for a new coach. Because I found that, and the turning point for me was I was sitting down to do this diet plan, and it was for a girl that I have trained for a long time, and we had just spent so long kind of fixing her from the competitive industry. And I was going to make a diet plan now for her to compete again.
Oh gosh.
And
so you're sending her back into the back to the wolves.
Yes, that's what I felt like. And although I'm sure she'll do amazing, and the coach she has now is incredible, an amazing coach, it didn't sit well with my soul. I couldn't do it. And I sat there and I was crying and I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this. So my husband was like, you've been checked out mentally for a long time, just admit it, make these 2 match.
Exactly.
My heart was wanting so badly to still be involved in that industry, but then my
because
brain
your
was
identity was tied up in it for so long, and it's all that you knew.
Exactly.
And your ego is like, no, but that's us. That's who we are. That's
exactly
what we do.
And it was like, you spend so much money and so much time, and you've
invested a decade of your life.
Exactly. But even with my Instagram and stuff, I lost followers and everything.
Really?
because you're switching from
one focus.
Well, they're used to seeing you in a bikini and half naked all the time and talking about superficial stuff. Yeah. And then all of a sudden you're making these deep posts. You're like, show me your bum. I don't want to see this. And I get it. You can go followers. Yeah. Like, you guys are obviously not my target market anymore.
Exactly.
But
growth. There we go. That's what that's called.
Yes. So, it was a hectic period. But
so, I mean, that as a woman and as a young, beautiful woman, that you kind of, your journey has been the extreme of what everyday women go through in terms of, you know, they've tried things, yo-yo dieting, and all, you hear about it all the time, and obviously that, and that obviously impacts their confidence, their self-esteem, their self-worth, their identity. Now, how did you, when you're going through, like, coming out of such a strict regime, is that the right word? Regime? And then
regimen? I'm Canadian, I say
okay, there we go. And then coming into a normal way of life, and then starting to see your body go back to balance, because obviously our bodies always are
want to be in
homeostasis. Like that is just
that's all they want.
That's all it wants. You mentioned as well about body shapes, and that if you are a certain shape, you can't wish you were a different shape. No. You are that shape.
If you're like, for me, for example, I know my genetics since young. My body gets chunky easy. I get curvy easy. I get chubby easy. Soon as I hit puberty, it was like. Plus, I like to eat.
Yeah. Well, who doesn't?
Right. So, you know. My downfall.
Yeah.
But you can't, like, I have girls who will come up to me and be like, I want to look like this Victoria's Secret model, and I'm like, well, you're gonna have to grow 2 feet, which is a lot, and you're gonna have to completely change your genetics from the inside out. And if you find that pill, please give it to me. But otherwise, we can only make you the best version of you.
Yes.
And that's the only thing anyone can ever hope for. And one of the weird things for me over this last year that I've been in Cape Town and deciding not to train athletes anymore, and kind of stepping out of that industry and just being more wellness focused and life coaching focused, was I realized that the last 4 years that I was hiding in my little bit of excess weight. So I've started losing, but it was weird. It was a weird realization for me. It was only a few weeks ago actually.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that I was never taken seriously when I was a model at all.
Oh,
and
interesting.
I know that the women respected me because of the way I carry myself and the confidence that I have. But even just friends, long-term people and stuff, if I would show up somewhere, people would say things like, oh, sorry, we didn't recognize you with clothes on. Or if I would give my opinion and stuff, people would just be like, yeah, okay, you're here to just be pretty.
You just go and,
So I think when I got out of that industry, and you know, it's a thing that you don't think, like, you don't know you're breathing poison air until you breathe clean air.
Yes.
And I didn't know how people saw me or anything until I was out. So once I was in Durban, it was a weird thing, because not a lot of people get to start their lives over with people who don't know them, don't know the mistakes they've made, clean slate, which for me sucked because I worked so hard before. I kind of wish that I had messed up the whole first part of my life, and I could have just started fresh here, you know, ran away from killing someone, you'd never know. But I started with a clean slate, but I didn't really know who this person was. So I wasn't unhealthy. I still always train. But I was drinking more, because I didn't drink like my whole, you know, I was drinking more. I was not, like, I went from being extreme to being like, side. Let's say this is healthy. Whatever your definition of healthy is, I was a little bit here. So I realized a few weeks ago that, like, I was sitting in this because I was so comfortable with the fact that people saw me for me and not for just my body. And I didn't realize that, so I kind of have had to go back now this way to be like, no, actually, like, I do deserve to look the way I want to. I felt like I didn't deserve it anymore because that's not who I am anymore. And I didn't realize until someone kind of, you know when someone says something that is about themselves, but you obviously make it about yourself, and you're like, ooh, me too. I do that too. So that everything comes around and came around recently.
Wow.
And so now back to being healthy and back to being motivated again. But
it took that process of, and maybe it's like redefining who you are.
100%.
Actually, who am I?
And I find
until you know.
And I find that if you're constantly progressing, you're gonna have to do this all the time.
Constantly. I know it's there's never an absolute point of, okay, now I get it. Now I know who I am.
Never.
Constantly evolving, constantly growing. And earlier you mentioned about then those different body shapes, and that, you know, so then women are setting themselves up for failure because they have expectations that are beyond what is physically possible for them. So can you explain what the different shapes are that women would be able to then identify, and then for them to be able to accept and then do what's best for them?
So you have ectomorphs, mesomorphs, and endomorphs. And generally, you can be one or a mixture of two. And it goes ecto, meso, endo. And ectos are the naturally thin supermodels. I mean, you know, I can't describe it other than they're tall, they're thin, long limbs,
narrow.
Very narrow, they're usually straight like this.
Yeah, like boy shapes.
Yeah. And then you have the mesos, who are usually bodybuilders. They put on muscle easily. They're more average height, average size, average limbs. They're not usually taller or longer. Yeah. Because you can be short and be an ectomorph, but you will have long looking limbs for your height, if that makes sense.
Like be petite looking.
Yeah. Ectos usually are those people who forget to eat.
Okay.
You know? Not me. And then endos are people who are just, they hold a lot of weight. They have usually wider hips. Yeah. Hips and waist is usually bigger.
Yeah.
And
like bigger bone structure.
Yeah. So for me, I'm a mixture of meso endo, kind of a mixture. I put muscle on easily and I can lose it. It's just, it is difficult for me. I do tend to lean a bit towards the endo side. So it really depends on who you are, and also on your genetics and what you eat every day, your physical activity, everything. You can combat your genetics 100%. Okay. You can. Okay. It's just for some people it's going to be more difficult than others. Okay. Basically.
Yeah. And so their commitment to both nutrition and exercise is going to vary depending on where they are.
And for me, it was worth it. Then it was worth it, and I was willing to do anything and everything to fight my genetics and to become what I wanted, which was a pro and cover model and all these things. But who I was then is like a stranger compared to who I am now. Yeah. So I, right now, knowing everything I know, wouldn't do that again. Okay. But then it was so worth it. You know?
You felt at the time it was worth it.
At the time it was worth it, and I actually obviously wouldn't know my husband. I would
All the
no regrets whatsoever. Yeah, clearly. Yeah, but the havoc that I'm more like the fact that I gained weight. I'm at peace with that, and I think I could have gotten over that quick. Yeah, it's the identity crisis and the losing my self-confidence and my self-worth and everything and starting from scratch is what really that I could have done without.
and so how did you start to heal that? How did you start to get to that point of rebuilding now your self-identity, your confidence and your worth?
Work every day. So a lot of people, my close friends know this, and I would talk to them about this a lot. But the funny thing is honestly, because I had the last 2 years kind of off, and the last year and a half without my business, I listened to podcasts all day, every day. And I would get up and just do some form of exercise, even if it was just walking, or literally 50 squat jumps or sit-ups in my house, just to feel productive. Okay. And I would listen to podcasts. I've read a lot. Self-help books and girl squad books, and all of that.
Yeah.
I did online courses that were free. I got free booklets for stuff like what you do.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I don't think anyone, even those closest to me or even my husband, can fully comprehend how much work I had to do.
Yeah.
Because it looks like me sitting on my phone.
Yeah.
And I am very much it's taken me a lot of work to be a vulnerable person. I'm really not. My dad is like old school, comes from an Irish background. Like no.
Don't show anything.
Yeah, do not show weakness, I would say, is like kind of his motto. Yeah. So and because of my job, I can't ever, like, as a life coach and as a health coach, you can't really have a breakdown, because then it's like she don't know what she's doing.
Yeah.
So
she needs to get her shit together before she gets mine done.
Yeah. So I really, really played down a lot what I was actually going through and dealt with it myself.
Okay.
But reading YouTube videos, actually I can't believe I forgot that one.
Yeah.
You know those like ridiculously cheesy motivational ones?
Yeah.
Those.
Yeah. No, I get that.
I get that. But I actually remember being in a place, and I'm sure some women can relate to this, where you listen to it and you can't even listen to it because you're so far away from that. You listen to it and you're like, this is so dumb.
Yeah.
Who feels this way?
Yeah.
Like, who actually is this motivated?
Yeah.
Like, I remember listening to that. It's kind of like the same feeling that you get when you're in like a really toxic relationship with your partner.
Yeah.
Like when you're with the really wrong person, and then you watch, you listen to love songs or you watch a movie, and you're like, this is so not real.
Yeah.
Love like this doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same thing, but with anything happy. Someone has something happy going on in their life, and you're like,
it's fake.
This is fake. It's not real.
Yeah.
How
can it possibly?
Yeah. So I went through that first.
Wow.
And again, because I do so many exercises with my clients and I write programs for a living, I had to do more work on myself than anything. And I don't know how women do it who never even just sit down and have to do these things. I don't know how they progress, because you have to sit and look at yourself every once in a while and be like, whoops.
Yeah.
Let's fix this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I think the reason why I am a good coach and why I am a good life coach is because I do that every day.
Yeah.
Every day I'm like,
yeah.
Oh, you suck at that.
You're doing this introspective work.
But not in like a like
derogatory.
Like it's like I would say that to like a girlfriend. Like, you screwed that up, hey?
Yeah.
Like, better tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, that's the awareness, having that self-awareness and recognizing opportunities.
Exactly.
In yourself
and that's why it's so important to, like, you have to be strict with yourself, but also really easy on yourself. Yeah. You have to be disciplined in some ways. And then when you, and finding that balance, changes all the time. Yeah. So when I was in that very vulnerable place that I just told you about, where I was like, I can't even watch these YouTube videos, and listening to these podcasts of all these amazing women that I listen to, it was torture. Yeah. I was like, I can't even listen to this. Yeah. But I persisted. Yeah. Because of my background in fitness, I know that you might diet for 30 days straight, but it's that 31st day where you actually see change. You're looking for. So I would listen to these podcasts that were grading me, because I was like, I can't even listen to this, but I would just listen. Yeah. While I walk, or while I do the dishes or clean or do laundry, I would listen to these podcasts, and my husband would come home and be like, because it sounds almost like, like those like rah podcasts.
Yes,
like,
absolutely.
What do you do? So that phase was the hardest, because pushing through when you don't even, and I had no direction either. I was like, who the heck am I now? Yeah. And you're listening to these podcasts like, you're amazing, and you're like, yeah. Totally, yeah.
And all you're really identifying is the gap between where they are, where you are, and like it's just there. So where is the connection?
One thing I tell, and so the funny thing is what I used to tell my clients, and then what I ended up having to tell myself, was you bridge the gap by saying, I'm working on it. Yes. All the time. Yeah. So if someone's like, because affirmations is a big part of the courses that I do, and I am beautiful and I am wonderful was so hard for me to say. So I would say, I'm working on being. I'm working on.
It's that belief. Like affirmations are great.
Yes.
If you believe them.
Yeah. If you don't believe them,
you're just repeating
you're
nonsensically to yourself.
You're saying like, this lamp is nice.
Yeah.
It's the same
exactly.
thing.
The sky is blue.
Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So that phase I think was the hardest, and the work.
Yeah.
The work you have to do. I don't think people understand. It's like, I always compare it to dieting because that's just what I was good at.
Yeah.
And it's the same. It's due diligence every day, even when you don't want to, even when you're crying as you eat your fish that you don't want to eat, even as you're doing the cardio you don't want to do. You have to do it.
Yeah.
And so, like I said, I would listen to the podcast, cry, watch the YouTube videos, cry, and then talk to a client and tell them how to be happy, what I've just learned.
Yeah.
And they would be like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And then I'd be like, I feel like a hypocrite.
Yes.
Because
imposter syndrome.
Yes, big time.
Yeah.
Big time. And that was a whole year.
Sure.
And I actually took on less clients the whole last year up until recently. I just took in a bunch around the new year.
Yeah.
But because of that.
Yeah.
Because they'd be like, I want you to help me with this. And I'd be like,
well, I'm still sorting
me
it out
first.
for myself. Yeah.
So work, and it's different for each person. I think every person has a different aspect of confidence, but I think because of my history, it is a bit easier for me to do it daily because of the discipline that I had to have.
Yeah.
A lot of people just don't have that. They wake up to go to work because they're getting paid.
Yeah.
That's the only discipline they have, but it's monetary motivation.
Yeah.
They don't have things they need to do. Yeah. Sometimes, some women who are mothers, they'll do things they don't want to do, obviously, all day, all the time, but it's got to keep the kid alive, and you love it. It's your heart outside your body. So a lot of people don't have to do that thing they hate all the time.
Yeah.
And we're in a culture that's just like, do what you love all the time.
Yeah.
And, if you don't love your job, then quit.
Yeah.
That's not life. That's not life. If you don't love doing your affirmations, nobody does when you start. So it's hard to find that balance, because you should love your job.
Yeah.
But you might have to go through growing pains like the rest of us.
Yeah, it might be a stepping stone to the next thing.
Yeah.
That's it.
100%.
And I just love the message that you've really drummed home here now, because within the context of your physical history of that commitment, now this mental, and it does it starts out as a mental process, and without realizing it becomes a spiritual process in the same time, because of this opening and this awareness and awakening. But I love how you emphasize that, because I agree completely that I think most people think, well, that you just somehow magically, or osmosis, you'll, you have to actually do the
People
work.
think you're born with good bodies.
Yeah.
People think you're born with confidence.
Yeah.
And it's neither are true.
Yeah.
Yes, some women are born with more confidence than others.
Yeah.
And some women are born with better bodies than others by society standards.
Exactly.
But
it can be changed.
Yeah.
It can be. It's just how much you put into it, and it comes down to what you put in, you get out.
100%. At the end of the day, we're all people.
Yeah.
And some of us are going to be scientists, and some of us, like myself, can't do math.
Yeah.
Same
here.
at the end of the day, we all serve a purpose, but intertwined with each other, and we're here to help each other. And I think that my life was like, I've been through so much just at 30.
Yeah.
And that's why I realized, because I had this thing that I wasn't going to be a life coach until I was 40.
Okay.
Because for me, that was the age of a woman who has experienced life.
Who has something to share.
Who has something to share, because I just pictured myself as a coach at 30 dealing with women who are in their 50s. And I made up the conversation in my head that was like, you're 30, what do you know? And I literally made up this whole scenario, and I was like, oh, okay, well, 10 years, I'll work on it till then and everything. And then one day, I don't know what it was or what I was listening to, but someone said these words that was, your experience is enough.
Yeah.
And I was like, I have been through a lot. Long distance relationships, marriage, moving around the world, living everywhere, all these things that a lot of people, they go through one of them.
Yeah. And they think they've done something huge.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you've got a whole list of them.
So what I mean is I can relate to so many people. And that's actually always been my skill. It's what I'm good at. So I realized, you know what? I can do this now. And I know I'm good at it. Because one of the reasons why I was such a good coach when I was just a wellness coach is because I knew that your weight had absolutely nothing to do with actually your food. It was your mind. I would say, they say like it's 80% nutrition, 20% diet. I think it's 100% mind. I don't think it has anything to do with the other things, because if your mind is in order, you'll sort everything out. Everything. Completely. Your confidence, everything will come from the strength in your mind. And it doesn't come from confidence. Confidence is a piece of it, a very big piece, but it's your, like I said, it's your discipline, it's your mental strength, your physical strength, like to go through, to deal with some of the haters that you're going to get when you're in a position of authority, or you put yourself out there to be judged. Guess what? You're going to be judged. And it sucks. So I think that was a huge, again, another thing for me was realizing, like, actually,
why wait 10 years? You've got enough of a story, and I think there's so much power in just sharing your story. I mean, it's phenomenal to think that you've actually lived through what you've just described, you know, in these few minutes.
And I think some women go through years to kind of realize what I realized in a year.
Absolutely. And so now on a scale of 1 to 10, you know, 1 being completely, you have zero confidence, 10 being take over the world, where are you?
Okay, so 1 was last year.
Okay.
And then I would say I'm at a 9 now.
Awesome.
Yeah, I again, for me, this is just my personality type. I'm impulsive. I make decisions like this. When I made the decision, okay, I'm doing this. It was it. Game over. It was in March.
Okay.
When I was like, I'm not in the fitness industry anymore, and I'm not going to compete again, and da-da-da-da-da. And then it was like, I cried, and then it felt like someone had taken a boulder and just lifted it off of me. And I was like, and from then, so I didn't close the door. Like, a lot of people in the fitness industry will karate chop that door shut. They'll like kick it shut and then bolt it closed because they have such pain attached to it. I just closed it. But as soon as I closed it, it was like other doors just flew open, and I knew exactly where I was going, and I have such clarity with where I want to be in my life. Even if I have a bad day in any respect with side jobs I do or anything, it's like, if I'm having a bad day and someone's like, or any criticism or anything like that, it doesn't affect me now because I have direction. And I think that's what a lot of people are missing, is that direction. Because what happens is, and what happened to me, when you don't have your identity kind of solidified, or you don't have your direction solidified, things like the job that I described to you, where I was planning this show or whatever, they come, and because you're in a vulnerable state, you veer off course. And you're not meant to do those things, and that's why they'll shut in your face. They'll be karate chopped closed in your face. And you'll think, oh, what's wrong with me? It's something to do with me. But it's because it's not on your path. It's not aligned. If you keep if your path is here and you keep going like this, that's fine. You're always going to come back. And it's going to 99% of the time be painful.
Exactly. Because until you've learned that, and then you stay on course. Your dharma, it's there. It's guiding you. So you can't I feel now that I have this direction, it's so different. But again, like I said, when you're breathing toxic air, you don't know until. So I feel that's why you go this way, because you're like, well, I could use this and I need it, and maybe it's a stepping stone, and then nope, nope. So that's life. It's not going to be like this. But once you kind of know where your direction is, like for me, when I made that decision, nope, none of this anymore. My attention was gone from that. It was like life coaching, and now I have a podcast coming. I have all these things coming that I've always wanted to do, but I was like, oh, when I'm 40. Oh, and 10 years from now, when I'm a real woman, when I'm like real mature and have, some validity behind me. Guess what? I have validity behind me, and I can do it if I want to. Absolutely. And so you mentioned, all the podcasts and the books and the the YouTube, all these things that you consumed in order to help you with your own personal development. So do you still do all of that in your day-to-day life? Do you have a daily routine that you implement to make sure that you're staying on that track? What does that look like?
You have to, or you fall off. It's so I listen to a few podcasts still, and they always give me good ideas and help propel me forward.
Which ones in particular?
I really love the Champagne Diet.
Okay.
Cara Alwaleba, I love her. I love Angie Lee.
Yes, rich
I love
bitch,
her.
Yeah.
We used to talk when I used to do fitness and stuff.
Oh,
and I reached out to her the other day, and then I saw like all this conversation, and I was like, oh my gosh, I forgot that I had.
Yeah.
So I fangirled a little bit.
Oh, awesome.
I love the Precision Nutrition podcast, just for my nutrition stuff.
Yeah.
I love Lori Harder's podcast. She also was in the fitness industry when I was. So it's weird because these are all people I kind of knew or like have known as a creeper for years.
Yeah.
So it's inspiring because they all have similar stories to me.
And they've all left the industry same as you?
Yeah.
Okay.
They all have very similar stories to me, where they were like just these now liberated women helping other women.
My
And
goodness.
my whole thing, like, so my purpose has always, I've actually always known my purpose. You know, like when people will sometimes be like, what's your like someone as in those exercises you do online and stuff like that, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. One of them will be like, what brings you great happiness? And since 19, when I started Get Ready Girls, it was my mantra that was on the website was to educate women about nutrition and fitness in a positive female environment. But it was always about body, mind, and soul. Even when I was 19, I would make them do affirmations, all these things. And so I've always had that direction. And even when I was, what I described last year, even when I was at my worst, I never lost sight of that. Yeah. I would help the women around me in the best capacity that I could. Some of my friends were going through some really hectic stuff, and I was the pillar for them. And that was a great
mirror reflection.
Yes.
This is what you're doing.
Yes, because they were going through some crazy things, and I was being so there for them. Yeah. And then I would be like, but that's because of the person that I am. I don't recommend it for other people who are in a very vulnerable position. For me, it brings me strength to be there for other people. Yeah. So I was kind of like being this strong person for them, being like,
while you're going through your own shit.
Because it's a nice distraction. Yeah. Number
one.
And
it's a win-win, really.
Yeah, but number two, it makes you feel good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Gosh. And so then your daily routine, have you like a morning routine or something like that? Do you
I am so type B.
Okay.
I do not plan anything.
Interesting.
I know. It's weird but here's the thing. I am type B, but very disciplined. Okay. I'm type A personality, but I'm very type B with the way I run my life.
Okay.
So like I will kind of do whatever
you feel like.
Yeah. But every morning it's podcast.
Yeah.
And then I'll either do my workout in the morning or in the evening. And then while I do cardio is another podcast. And only when I'm feeling like really needing that little push is the YouTube.
Okay.
But podcast every day.
Yeah. Awesome.
And different ones, different people, but the three women I mentioned in particular are ones that I really like. And yeah.
And so now you're doing the life coaching and wellness coaching, and you've actually combined the two, worlds really, as the physicality of it and then the mental side of it. And so if your clients, are they generally still women who can relate to that previous, the fitness industry, or are they everyday women who just with their everyday?
Mostly everyday women.
Okay.
And you attract what you put out. Yeah. So when I was in the industry, it was all girls who want to be that. Because I think we kind of are attracted to who we kind of want to be. So now it's a lot of women who are my age, who have kids, who they are tired of, I want abs, and they're like, I just want to be happy.
Yeah.
and that's mainly the women that I train now.
Yeah.
Is women who they're tired of all this information, they're tired of trying this, they're tired of trying that, and they're like, I just want something that works.
Yeah.
And my approach is, you gotta work.
Yeah. And so what's your advice if a woman comes to you and so she's feeling, like, where do you start? If she's feeling all of this overwhelm, this pressure, she's not happy with her body, she's kind of she's all over the place and is questioning, what's the point? What's your kind of starting point? How do you start and ease people? Because it is, like you say, it's a lot of work and most people are not aware or prepared for it. So where do you start?
I think it's a decision, and I think most people who have been through this will agree. It's a decision. And everyone is different. Some people need to slowly make a decision, but you have to make the decision. And if you're even thinking about it, I think you should start researching coaches.
Yeah.
Whether it be like a confidence coach or a wellness coach. It doesn't have to be just a diet.
Yeah.
You can start with a coach that's like, okay, let's help you get your life on track. Full stop.
Yeah.
So I think that it starts with a decision, and then you have to find someone that you trust. And some people they need a psychiatrist because they want that doctorate behind it, and they only trust their brains in the hands of doctors. And you know what? Do that.
Yeah.
But go.
Yeah.
Or like me, that wasn't an option for me financially. So free stuff online it is.
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe what you find when you look for it.
Yeah.
Free this, free that. I even have so much free stuff on my website.
Yeah. Okay.
And podcasts are free.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're amazing.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm doing my podcast now, is kind of like payback to the universe.
Totally.
For what it got me out of, and I'm hoping to help other women that way too.
And this process of getting into a good relationship with your body, are you saying then you start with the mind and then the body, or you start working on the body and then the mind? What's the chicken or the egg?
It depends where you are.
Okay.
So for me, I had to go backwards because I started with the body. Or not backwards. So for me, the steps in the Awaken program the chapters are called Nourish Me, Move Me, Know Me, Love Me, Connect Me, Awaken Me.
Awesome.
So those are the 6 steps that so for me, I think if you get to know your body types, you get to know how to move your body, you get to know how to feed it, you get to know how to, like, know me is like, you get to know your personality, and you do these personality tests, and you do all these things to kind of see how you react, like I just said. So for me, I know I'm not a schedule person. And when people give me spreadsheets and schedules, it freaks me out. I can't do it. So I know that about myself. So if you can kind of let people know up front, like, hey, by the way, this is how I roll.
Yeah.
They kind of have to respect that.
Yeah.
Because if someone says to me, I'm an introvert, I'm like, okay, I'll talk a little softer around you, because I really understand introverts. I've gone out of my way to understand introverts. A lot of my friends are introverts, and you can't take it personally when they're like, I don't want to come out tonight, I'm introverted. You're like, good for you.
Yeah.
Like, you can't take things personally. So the know me, I think, is so important, and then love me comes after know me, because you can't love yourself if you don't know yourself. Connect me is how you connect with others, because I think it's one of the biggest bases of who we are as humans, is connecting with other people. And Awaken, I just discussed karma, dharma, your purpose, and I approach it from kind of a far away perspective, because I'm not there yet, but I introduce it as like, this is the goal. This is what we want to do.
The meaning of life.
Yes, this is what we are all hoping to do.
Yeah.
And good luck.
And if we were all aiming in that direction,
exactly,
the whole world, the ripple effect, would be amazing.
So, to answer your question, you can start with the nutrition, because I think it requires the least amount of introspection.
Okay.
Unless you have eating issues and stuff, which most of us do.
Yeah.
But if you are just one of those people that just wants to kind of get started on this journey, and you don't have massive weight issues, you don't have former eating disorders, start with your food.
Yeah.
And eat more fruits and vegetables. How hard is that?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, just get started, then move your body a bit more. And then you can start
easing into the whole. progress.
You can then get to know yourself a little bit better, and then you can start to love yourself. Yeah. So those are the steps that I take. You can do it backwards. Some people are like they know themselves so well, but they just can't get their eating right. It's because of lack of knowledge. It's just that you can sort that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so where can people find out if this is resonating with somebody watching this? Where is best for them to get hold of you if they want to find out more?
You can message me on Instagram. I have a Facebook fan page. There's an Ambition Online Instagram and Facebook. And then I have my personal Andrea Wessels, DREIA WESSELS Instagram, and Andrea Wessels Facebook fan page as well. But the website that you can check out is ambitiononline.fitness.
Okay. Awesome.
So if anyone wants to check it out.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Was there ever a time when you were starting out in your fitness side of things, and now you're wearing like the skimpiest of bikinis and walking out on stage in front of
hooker heels.
In hooker heels.
No, not a joke.
In front of my goodness, in front of an audience of, I presume, mostly men.
Yeah.
Or, okay, whatever, whoever, complete strangers.
Right.
And like, was there ever this like, how do you even? I can't even fathom like how. I struggled to just walk down on Camps Bay Beach in my bikini, let alone up on a stage. And presumably you started somewhere where you were not at world-class level.
Right.
How did you do that? Like, what was that like?
Well, I can tell you it was really hard.
Was it?
Yes. But the thing is, when you've worked so hard for so long, you actually are excited to get on stage and kind of showcase the hard work. The hard part comes after, when you hear the judgments. Oh, you weren't as lean. Oh, you weren't as good as you thought you should be. That was my experience, was getting on stage and being like, oh my gosh, I worked so hard for this. And then you get off stage and then the judges go, 10th place.
Yeah.
You're like comparing yourself to the girl beside you, and then it makes you ugly. Because you're like, I'm better than her.
Yeah.
And I'm so against that now.
Yeah.
I'm like, you all win.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's the hard part, is after.
Yeah.
And obviously the hard work all before, but I'm talking about being in a bikini on stage, that's not super fun.
Okay. And now, like, bikinis,
I struggled with that. Again, last year, I struggled with that. I was sitting at a heavy weight and but again, I worked so hard at loving myself at that weight. And I'm very lucky I have an amazing husband too. He helped me a lot to get through that.
Yeah.
But I like my shape. I think I still carry my shape well. I still have a small waist. I still train every single day. I just am not obsessed with it anymore.
Awesome.
And it's really liberating.
That's like, I can feel like this global sigh of relief almost, you know, and that's what you want to get to, that you can just, whatever it is you are wearing, if you're wearing nothing, just
and I think
love where you are.
I think as long as you're healthy, and I think only a doctor can tell you if you're healthy.
Yeah. Because
I know some women who are very overweight, but they're healthy.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's not just a one definition of beautiful and ideal.
You define it for yourself.
Yeah, totally. Mm-hmm. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
And then lastly, what does confidence mean to you?
Confidence to me means accepting who you are, and not just accepting who you are, but loving who that person is, and loving that person even when you feel like that person's not worthy. So it's acceptance and love of who you are, and we are a sum of our actions. So being cautious and conscious of that, and every decision we make, making it from a place of love, full on love for others, love for ourselves, and then I think it will resonate and come across as confidence.
Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your insights and your story, which is phenomenally powerful. And I know that everybody watching this is going to really take something special away and some big learnings.
I hope so. And anyone can contact me anytime.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Please do reach out to Andrea. She's got some fantastic offerings and programs, and come and sit next to this woman and learn from her firsthand.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules, my life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly off away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero? Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I've weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the night inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here I'm scream. Okay, it's a dream, and I pray as a team. One day it'll be me. If I want it, then I get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me. Swear to God, man, I'ma make it soon. Silence all the haters as they see us making moves. I do what I want, so I got nothing to prove. Staying motivated, teaching others what to do. I'm staying focused, my mind is open. They start to notice that I'm in motion. There is no potion, you're not just chosen. It takes devotion to stay composed, man. Never stop, there ain't no time to fall. Try to live, get it all, you got one life to pop. Thinking big, never small, cause you gotta want it all. When you finally get that call, you get ready, take it on. Need a hand out, I already stand out. Starting to advance now, ready to expand now. You don't have a chance now, cause we're in demand now. Make it by the grand now, feeling in command now. They're looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me.
You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different? Man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro. Don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon. And I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're dreaming.
There's no way that you make it, and maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back?
fucking fight back. You ain't never ever gonna break it. You can never beat them and they're better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not thinking straight, kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying? I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man. There's too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore, I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds, talking out loud so proud. You better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head south.
Never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fucking fight back.
Yeah, straight out of the 949. OC. Yeah, you can't stop this show. It's fucking chronic, yo. It's fucking toxic like an alcoholic logic flow. It's catastrophic like a psychotic erotico. Cause even though I wanna quit her, man, she kinda dope. I gotta go. I never slow down, everybody knows now. We the best to throw down, parties in the SoCal. We getting so loud, party with the whole crowd. Kick the haters all out, taking away all now. I've been hella focused, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. This my hometown, I'ma get it right. Focused, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. This my hometown, I'ma get it right. Stereo, I got a fucking plan and you know that I'ma make it. Oh, I'm the fucking man when I'm sitting in the studio, feeling hella sand cause I'm sucking down these fluids, yo. I'm about to throw down, I never slow down. From the bottom to the top, I fucking grow now. Chris Bryant in this bitch, I'm fucking pro now. Hitting home runs at every single show now. Let's go. I got a couple shots in my system of that whiskey. I'm the best in fucking town in this motherfucking city. Everybody knows me now cause I'm staying hella busy. Got the ladies all around thinking that I'm hella filthy cause I'm guilty, yo. You gon' hear me on the radio. I could give a fuck what you get tonight is audio. I'm not a show, the opposite of dropping dough. Saving up, I'm stopping no. I'm rocking on this domino and push it till they bobbing. I've been hella focused, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. This my hometown, I'ma get it right. Focused, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. This my hometown, I'ma get it right. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems, try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooter's gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah. Yeah, everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now, I made mistakes but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone, that's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. Here I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off best friends. I don't really understand myself, I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Break down, always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way even when I'm feeling down. I fight, even when I don't know what is right. I'ma pick a side, and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate, and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shake me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. Yeah, she's got some nice long hair, and you know that she's a bad chick. All the boys stare, can't help it, it's a habit. Clothes that she wears, short skirt and a jacket. I just wanna get her all alone on a mattress. I just wanna have it, I just gotta have it. Rumors all around say her body is fantastic. All natural, not a piece of fur is plastic. Head to her toes, yeah, they say that she's a latch. Yeah, the whispers all around say she has a reputation. Don't believe it till I see it, so I want a demonstration. And I've always learned it better with a hands-on education. So I need a private session if you get what I am saying. And they say that she's not easy, no, she's really complicated. But that only makes it better, and it's got me so fixated. And I'm not the type to wait around, I've never hesitated. But she's got me captivated, so the game, I'm gonna play it, yeah. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. I heard you look good when you're undressed. I heard you like to get away. I heard you like to stay out late. I heard you had a couple boyfriends. I heard they didn't treat you right. I heard you're hated by your girlfriends, 'cause all the guys want you tonight. Yeah, they say she's too hot, they say she's too cold. Where she came from, nobody really knows. They say she looks young, but say she acts old. From everything I've heard, she gets out of control. And all the boys say she was sent from the heavens, but I'm not too sure that this girl is a blessing. She's got the devil's eyes and they'll cut you like a weapon. She's stuck in my mind like a bad obsession. Got bad intentions. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. But my legs heavy, I don't get it. How come I haven't hit it already? Still working, I'm still learning, I'm still searching. Finally earning something, finally turning something called a profit. If I hear you talking shit, don't get caught in it. I'll be popping off and hit your ass, dropping all your shit. Yeah, I promise this, I got promises. You ain't stopping this, cross my shit, you'll be knocked unconscious, bitch. That's the consequence, I got this, I will not quit. Man, I'm on it, honest. I'm gon' launch quick, then I'm gone. It's just a matter of time before I'm over the climb and moving under my prime. Just quit my 9 to 5, I'm rocking, and they watching, 'cause it's shocking. Dropping all these top 10 songs, so stopping. It's time to live my life, it's time to live, not die. Wish I could slow down time and just enjoy the climb.
And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I get it, bro. So don't just let me get it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gon' get it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh. I swear to God I'll get it, bruh. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Said I never give up. I got this, man, I got it. I will not quit, I'm on it. Never rock it. Got the block lit, I'm toxic. Spitting logic, make them nauseous. Honest, can I stop this? Never cautious, drop it. I'm the hardest. Knock, bitch, watch it. I'm the fucking king of rock, bitch. Pop it, spitting hot shit. I'm topic, chronic. I think I'm motherfucking lost it. Back, better facts, making racks where it's at. Have my back to the map, not an act, that's a fact. We attack in a back, no react, no react. Think I'm black, off the jack. While I rap, not the step, throwing down, give a crap. We're advanced, I'm the man. Got a plan better than both brands. Goddamn, I'm a rhyme till I die. Never lie, that's a lie. I don't try, I defy. Get the nod that I'm right, yeah. The studio, like a student though, working on a movement, yeah, I'll do it cause I'm in the zone. And you know that I'm ready for the shows. How it goes, I don't know, but I'm waiting till I'm chose. Front row, here I go. All these people wanna know what you think of them lately. Do you really love me or do you really hate me? On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you grade me? All this social media has got me going crazy lately. Everything's inflated, mainly everyone's invaded. Privacy is naked, man, I really hate it. God, I really hate it. I just wanna make it through all this fake shit. Living in the real life, looking for some real times. Talk about the real climb, passionate in real rhymes. Steal time back from my 9 to 5, taking back my fucking life. I just wanna feel alive.
And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I'll get it, bro. So don't just let me get it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gon' get it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh. I swear to God I'll get it, bro. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Said I never give up. Fake it till I make it. Motherfucking take it back from these haters. Playing tracks for the traitors. Got the passion in depth when it happens. Factions take action, drafting their captains. It's happening. I'm raising my status, facing the madness. I'm out gaining traction, avoid the distractions. I'm snapping, no captions, attracting reactions, adapting, attacking, commanding the masses. I'm practicing habits, I don't fucking ask bitch, I just fucking grab it. I am never static, massively active, expanding, backslid, planning to have it. So I will go capture it, and I'ma stay after it. I'm gonna fucking master it, put them on blasting, they will never last it. Don't be so dramatic, not my demographic. This shit is democratic, they phone effects, yeah bitch.
tracking you down.
Trouble with love is what the trouble with love is. Trouble with love is what the trouble with love is. Trouble with
Yeah, so I was given 6 questions to answer, and that's a lot of, they're big questions, and I have 15 minutes. So I'm going to talk fast. So this is a little kind of summary of my path. Luxor is my most recent company, and it really draws upon all of the experiences that I've had, and it's, I say 15 years in Silicon Valley, but the truth is that it's more like 20. For 5 years, I was an editor of a video games magazine, and while that's not web stuff, it does count as being in Silicon Valley. So, but it makes me feel younger to say 15 years. Adaptive Path is now 12 years old. It's internationally famous in its industry. It's one of the leading companies. And Netscape, at the time that I was there, was the fastest growing startup in history. It was kind of like the Facebook of its time. When I started at Netscape, there were 2 buildings. I was employee 750. And when I left, 14 months later, there were 35 buildings. 35. So it was quite an adventure. I'm also currently an advisor to a number of startups, and these are some of the companies that I advise. Please feel free to follow me on Twitter. Clever Girl is my name pretty much everywhere on the web. I've been Clever Girl since 1997, so be careful. I'm going to be 85 years old with dangly arms, and I'm still going to be Clever Girl. So choose your usernames wisely. That's my advice to you. So one of the questions that I was asked to answer was, what do I do in my spare time? I'm an entrepreneur, and entrepreneurs do work, and we're kind of consumed by our work. And that's true, but the truth is that we also have lives. And this has been my life for the last 10 years. I got pregnant 3 months after starting Adaptive Path. My husband and I had just moved into a house, and there you go, and you start a company, and then you have a family. So that was him a long time ago, and that's him last summer. He's now 10, and I would rather hang out with my kid than go to Paris. Like, I can't tell you like that. So for me, that's right now what my life is like. Before that, I did other things. I had a social life. I also had no idea that I was going to do this, but I started the PTA at his elementary school when he went into kindergarten. And I'll tell you, that was much harder than starting a company. Yeah. I'm also an artist, not a very good one, but it is how I keep my feet on the ground. I will lose myself in artwork. I paint and I do collage, and so that's how I spend my time. I was asked to tell a little bit of the story of how I ended up in technology. I was an English major in college, but only for my senior year of college. Before that, I really, really wanted to be in biotechnology. I thought, DNA was it. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. This was a very long time ago. This was I went to college in 1984. So probably before your parents were born. So in a very few slides, here is the story of my professional life. I went to college and I thought, hey, DNA is really cool and you can do stuff with it. You can break it apart and recombine it, and I can make a career out of that. And then, I had junior year, I got a great internship in a lab, and I absolutely hated the work. I hated it. I loved the science, I hated the work. So, oops. So I finished my degree in English because I could. It didn't add a lot of time to leave the college that I was in and end up in the English department. So I finally graduated, whee! And you'd think, the well-planned career over here, or me. I took the only job that was offered to me. I got paid $19,000 a year, and I lived in rural Ohio at a small bank. And it turned out I was a really lousy banker. Yeah, not a good fit. So a year later, I followed my boyfriend to New Hampshire, because who doesn't want to go from Ohio to New Hampshire? So it turned out that was not necessarily a bad idea, because I got really, really lucky. And you want to know how I got lucky? My fiance's coworker was fired for sexual harassment, and I took his job. So it was it was actually a proofreader position. Like, I actually had to proofread computer code because it was a computer hobby magazine, because that's all you can get in New Hampshire. So I had to proofread the code that was going into the magazine that then some hobbyist would then type into their computer and run a program. It was mind-numbing work. I was actually not very good at that either, so they promoted me. But it turned out that being in publishing was a great fit. I had a fantastic career there. I got to start a new magazine. This was right about the time Wired was started, and we launched a competing magazine. And while that one didn't go, it was exciting to do something new. And that's where I can start to see the origins of my entrepreneurial zeal. But I found my passion. I found my drive completely accidentally. I want to emphasize that none of this was well planned. All of this was just being open to opportunity and saying yes. I found my way into high tech. Who knew that an English major would end up in high tech? I have no idea. Like, I would never have chosen that, but I was really, really lucky. Again, I was very lucky because I was on a list to be laid off. My magazine was dying, and I was number 30 on a list of 30 people who were going to get laid off. And so there you go. But it turned out, you'd think it was a bad thing, but it turned out to be really, really lucky, because my husband got a job offer to go to San Francisco from New Hampshire, and we said yes. So we okay, literally he got a job offer December 2nd, and we were here with all of our possessions by Christmas Eve. So, and I had never been west of the Mississippi River, and it is a big freaking country. So I just said, I don't have to live in New Hampshire. I can get in a car and go over there. We had no apartment. I didn't have a job. I just believed that I could figure it out because I'm that person. So he gets a job offer. That was luck plus plans. We were looking for opportunities in Boston and San Francisco. So there was a little bit of planning there. So I can start to feel like I'm taking a little more control over my life. I ended up getting a job offer from a magazine here in video games. And that's how I ended up starting my career in Silicon Valley. It was awesome. I doubled my salary instantly. It was a fantastic opportunity. I got to start things. It was impressive. I did really well, and about 3 years into that opportunity, my boss got promoted away, my new boss came in, and he hated me, and he gave me a terrible evaluation. Just pulled the rug out from under me. I thought I was doing a great job. I had all 5s on a scale of 1 to 5 every year until this guy came in, and then I was 2s. And if you ever get a 2 on an evaluation, you're like, oh my God, I'm really awful. I should just die now. And it turned out that is yet another negative that turned out to be a really good thing for me, because I had to figure out what to do. So I was over the Christmas holiday, I contacted some friends, some women actually, who were in my book club. And one of them was in HR, and I was like, well, what do? I got this terrible evaluation. And she's like, I don't know, what do you want your life to be? And I got really strong. And I wrote a rebuttal to my evaluation. I got myself made an assistant to the webmaster. The web was brand new then. So I turned this negative into this tremendous opportunity. I learned HTML, and I called a friend of mine who had gotten the job as editor-in-chief of the Netscape website. And I arranged for my own layoff. So I got hired at what was then the hottest startup in history. I started at Netscape in January of 1996. I already told you about the going from 2 buildings to 35 buildings. It was such a profound shift for me. I was finally working with people who wanted to reinvent the future. Now at this point, I'm 30 years old. So you guys are probably, 15, 16, 17, I don't know, something. I was twice your age when I found myself in the situation you're in now. You're surrounded by people who are interested in changing the world by reinventing what is possible. And that's the hope of the future, right? You have in your hands the ability to reinvent the world through whatever startups you invent yourself. It took me a long time to find my way there, but I did, and I'm grateful. So again, woohoo, huge pay increase, awesome. I felt lucky, lucky, lucky. I was surrounded by brilliant people. I found my way to a new career. I shifted from magazine editing, which was fine, to the internet, and the internet was new and amazing, and I knew that I wanted to be part of it forever. So after a year in Summit Netscape, I had to figure out, do I want to stay, get a different job? You know, it was kind of time to move on. So I took a big risk. I quit my job to become an independent consultant, which is actually done really frequently now. But at the time, I only knew 2 or 3 people who had ever been an independent consultant. And so for me, it felt like jumping off a cliff. And hey, look, this is me flying, not falling. I jumped off the cliff and I found out I can actually do this really well. So I took this big risk and it paid off. And one of my clients said, hey, let's start a company together. So I was like, sure, okay. And we got sort of acquired, and it was a terrible, terrible deal. And I got burned, and I called my attorney, but then I moved on, and awesome. The next thing I did was start Adaptive Path. So I have had this series of like crazy difficulties and shifts in strategy and shifts in career, and yet every time a new door opened. You know, they say, you know, close a door, a window opens. Well, it really was more like, you know, I'd close a window and, you know, some big, huge, grand door would open and invite me in and give me a tiara, right? So what I want to share with you, if there's one point, it's to follow your gut about who you are as a person and what makes you thrilled to be doing it. What gets your brain fired up, and pursue that. And that's how I ended up in technology. And this is what I believe in. What's most important is that you be yourself. I think that you should work at the edge of your ability. Really push yourself, and that's what you're here doing tonight. And I think that's fantastic. I love the work. I live in this world, not because I'm making big fat bank, because I'll tell you, entrepreneurship is not the easy path to get rich. If you want an easy path to get rich, go work on Wall Street. This is an easy path to work really hard and make some money occasionally. So this is who I am. I really like it. And I hope that that gives you some framework for imagining what a future could be like for yourself. So that's the answer to some of my questions. So first, what's my personal story in starting Luxor? 2 of my investor friends asked me on the same day to make a design program for their startups. I went, okay, I can do that. I'm not doing anything else interesting right now. So I did that, and it's turned into a really, really successful company. We launched a new product a few weeks ago, and I've already sold $10,000 worth of units, which I had no idea would happen. So, like, it turns out, after 18 months, we're an overnight success. What do I like to do outside of work? I hang out with my kid. I start the PTA, which blows my mind still. What was my path to career in technology? You've just seen. Why do I think it is great to be a woman entrepreneur in the tech industry? Well, here's the thing. I think it's great to be an entrepreneur in the tech industry. The fact that you're a woman is incidental to that. It might sometimes feel uncomfortable to be the only girl in the room, but you know what? That really doesn't matter because you are up to the challenge, right? So I think being a woman in technology is exciting and fulfilling, and it allows you to kind of live out your values and make the world what you want it to be. So, you know, I think technology innovation is, there's no other career I could imagine having at this point. I can tell you quite honestly, I would do it even if I wasn't getting paid. And you know how I know that? Because I haven't gotten paid in 6 months. So, there you go. How big is the opportunity for mobile apps? Well, as big as the universe. Like, there is no limit, I think. It is burgeoning. It will continue to be huge. Mobile is, you know, like desktop computing is, you know, fine, all well and good. Billions of dollars will be made in companies doing desktop computing, but mobile is new. It's still evolving rapidly. We have no idea where it's going to end up, so it's a limitless opportunity space right now. So that's my answer to that. And finally, number 6, I have 1 minute left. How do you know that you have a product that your users will buy? Oh my God, this is such a good question. This is the good question for any early entrepreneur. And the answer lies in a method called customer development. And I don't know if this is something you go over, but you will go over. So you will learn the answer to that question. What customer development says is that you get to know the people you're making your application for. You find out what their life is like, what their needs are, what their goals are, and you begin to imagine how your product vision can help them to have that set of goals and needs met. So your value proposition, it's one of the things that you put in a pitch deck, your value proposition. So the value proposition is the intersection of a real person's real needs and goals and your vision for business. And finding that intersection is the core of customer development. So that's a lot of jargon, but basically what you need to do is understand a person who you want to make a product for by interviewing them with open-ended questions. You learn about them, and then you imagine the kind of thing that would help them solve whatever that problem is or take advantage of whatever opportunity is in front of them. So product market fit and pivots and all of that is just a bunch of startup jargon. What it just really means is understand people, make something they need and want, and then they will love to buy it. So I think I did it perfectly in time. Good? Thank you.
So why don't
Back to you.
we take some questions for Dennis?
Any questions? Yes. What is Luxor? Oh, that's a great question. I forgot to answer that one because it wasn't on my list of 6 questions. So Luxor stands for the Lean User Experience Residency. It started as a 10-week program. I would have 5 companies come to my studio 1 day a week for coaching as they develop their product. The teams would pay $13,000 for this, and we'd have 5 teams together. So we start one on Friday. We have a residency beginning on Friday, and they just come and get a lot of coaching and a lot of methodology about how to do product development. What we've now launched is a series of lessons in a box. So we're taking everything we've learned from the residencies and making it available in a broadly distributable format so that anyone anywhere in the world at a much lower price can purchase a lesson or a set of lessons about how to make your startup. So that's what Luxor is. Yes? Was there ever a point in my career when I felt like giving up? I can't tell you how many days I felt like giving up. You know, yeah, it's a very, very hard thing that we're doing. Every honest entrepreneur will someday feel like, how do I keep going? Nothing I'm doing is working. I should just go get, I should just go get a job. That's always, I should just go get a job. Then I could pay my mortgage. It'd be fine. But I have a great husband, and I have great friends. I can't tell you, the network of people who are doing this are so kind and generous with their time and their love. And so, I go have coffee with someone, or I meet a friend for a drink, and I complain about whatever's going wrong. And I once raised a lot of seed money for a company that I started in 2007. I raised $800,000 from some of the best people on the planet. Mitch Kapor being one of them. Somebody here I was talking about Mitch Kapor. And I lost all their money, gone. I laid off everybody. I loved this product. These people meant so much to me, and I let them all down. And that's what it's like to be the CEO of a company. You bear that responsibility and that burden. And you know what? Everyone understood. Everyone, including my investors. They know the risk they're taking better than I did. And it felt horrible. But you get up and you're like, all right, well, that didn't work. Okay, let's try something else. And it was in the aftermath of that it was Mitch Kapor who approached me and one other investor to start a design program for their companies. So out of the bad things that happen, something wonderful happens in turn. So that was like the window closed. I was sad. I licked my wounds, and then a wonderful opportunity opened up for me. So, yeah, It's not an easy life. So, yes, another question.
Yourself in a couple of years changing into a new career?
Will I ever change into a new career? No. There's just, I work 6 blocks from my home in this really kooky studio. I bring my dog to work with me. My partner is my husband. My other business partner is a dear, dear friend who I've known for 12 years, and like I feel incomplete when she's not working with me. I get to work with the most innovative people literally on the planet. Like, I can't imagine doing anything else at all. And I've considered getting a job, like, because the money would be a lot better. But the only reason I would consider getting a job is because the money's a lot better. I would rather be broke in a startup reinventing the world than anything else. So I'm a little idealistic, it turns out.
So right now, more than ever before in human history, we've found that people are feeling lonely. There's actually been studies on this, and the studies have shown that people are getting lonelier and lonelier, even with social media out there and everybody feeling like maybe they're more connected than ever on the internet. They're actually feeling more and more alone in the real world. And so you may be feeling lonely, you may be feeling disconnected, you may be feeling depressed, especially with what's going on right now in the world and all the turmoil and there's a lot of people who are scared and frightened and isolated. And so today I'm going to be talking about how to make yourself happy and enjoy your life and feel good about yourself and what you should be doing every single day, even if you're isolated and feeling lonely right now. Hi, my name's Matthew Coast, and welcome to Commitment Connection. So let's talk about the different things that you want to do. So if you're feeling isolated and you're feeling alone and you're at home, what's the best thing that you can do? The fastest way to change the way that you feel and what's going on in your body. Let's say you're depressed or you're angry or you're just feeling down for whatever reason. The fastest way to change that is to interrupt the emotional pattern that's going on in your body at the moment. And the quickest way to do that is to change your environment. So what happens is we get into patterns, and we get into a pattern of how we're sitting. We get into a pattern of the place that we are, the place that we're in can trigger kind of different types of emotions. And then we get stuck in that. And so a really quick way to change that is to change your environment. So go for a walk, go into a different room, just go and spend some time in different types of environments and just change up how your mind is relating and associating to the things around you. That is the fastest way to change how you're feeling in the moment. The second thing you want to do is change your physical position, change how you're standing. If you're sitting, stand up. Like I said, you can go for a walk or do something which will change your body position as well. You can start dancing and singing and doing things that are fun wherever it is that you are. You can do jumping jacks. Just change your actual physical position. Just get out there, stretch your body out, just open yourself up to the world and to your life and to everything. Dance around, move around, jump around, do whatever you can to kind of shake up that emotional pattern that you're stuck in. So that's the first thing that you want to do. The second thing that you want to do is you'll want to change your focus. So what most of the time, if you're feeling bad or something, it's because you're focusing on bad things. You're focusing on things that are wrong, that you don't want in your life. And so what you want to change is you want to start focusing on the things that you do want. Our minds are like a garden, and if you don't tend to this garden, weeds will end up growing. And if they grow for long enough, they'll end up taking over your garden, and you'll just have a garden full of weeds. And so if you want flowers to grow, if you want plants to grow, you have to plant them and then tend to them every single day. Our minds are actually designed for a time when it was important that we learned about what was going on that was wrong and that was dangerous and all that kind of stuff. And now that we have all of this media and information flying into our faces at our fingertips all the time, what we do is we still kind of get stuck and tunneled into what's wrong instead of what it is that we want. And so what's good in your life? Just ask yourself that question. Think about what's actually good in my life right now. What can I celebrate? What am I happy about? What could I celebrate if I really wanted to celebrate something? And what I think you'll find is that there's always something that you can be happy about. You can be happy that you have a heart that's breathing without you even telling it to. You can be happy that you have different senses that allow you to experience the world around you. You have the sense of touch. You have you have hearing. You can hear what's going on right now with what I'm talking about. You can see things. You can see friends. You can see people. You can see the world around you. You can taste things, right? And all of these things can be great if you think about how they work and how great they are. You can think about the great environment that you live in, the great world that you live in, a world where you can get any kind of information that you could ever want at your fingertips just by searching for it. And you can find just about anything you want out there. And it's pretty absolutely amazing right now. The other thing that you want to think about is, what do you want in your life? What do you want to create in your life? What do you want to experience in your life? With most of the women that I work with, they usually tell me that they want some kind of relationship, or they want to make money, or they want a business, or they want whatever. And in reality, what they're really searching for is a feeling, an emotion. So if I ask them, why do you want that? Usually it'll come down to something like, I want to feel loved. I want to feel cherished. I want to feel like I'm important to somebody. I want to be proud of who I am and what I've created in my life. And you can actually create those experiences if you want to. We'll get to that in a second here, though. But first, you just want to focus on what it is. What do you want in your life? What do you want more of? What do you want to create? What do you want to be a part of? How do you want to help? How do you want to live your life? If you could choose how you lived your life and you could design your life from scratch, how would you design it? And so that's what you want to focus on first, is what it is that you want and what is good in your life right now. The next thing that you want to do is change the way that you think. Habitually change the way that you think. Like I said, if you don't specifically think about things that you want, your mind will go to the things that you don't want, or what's wrong, or the problems of the world. And so you can do a lot of different things to change the way that you think. One of the things you can do is listen to inspirational music. Listen to things that inspire you, that make you feel good, that make you think about good things. You can listen to inspirational programs, or read inspirational books, or however it is that you like to consume content. Do more of that and spend more time getting in a habit of doing that every single day, even if it's for 10 minutes or 15 minutes or 30 minutes. Just spend a little bit of time every single day. Carve out a little bit of time to read and learn about something that inspires you, that makes you want to be bigger and better and greater in your life. Next, what you want to do is start putting pictures or images or symbols around you that lift you up and inspire you. So your environment that you're in actually determines a lot about how you feel. And if you put things around you that inspire you, that make you feel good, that are like your goals and the things that you're working on and the things that you want to create, you'll look at those even with your subconscious mind, and it'll make you feel more alive, more like you want to go after those things. It'll remind your subconscious mind what you're doing in your life and what you want to create. And so find different pictures and images that or symbols that make you feel alive and make you feel the things that you want to feel, that remind you of the things that you want to feel, and get rid of any kind of images or pictures or things that make you feel bad about yourself. Next thing that you want to do is shift your belief systems. And so I've talked a lot about this, especially in my program, The Forever Woman. And if you want to shift your belief systems, what you have to do is figure out, what do you want to believe, right? My suggestion is that you believe that you're somebody who's worthy, somebody who can have what it is that you want in your life, somebody who deserves what it is that you want in your life, somebody who's amazing, somebody who can create what it is that you want to create, who's worthy enough to receive the things in that you want to receive and you want to come to you in your life. And so these are really important things that you experience and that you do on a consistent basis. So you want to change the way that you think and your belief systems, and put things around you and inspirational music around you, and read and go through programs all the time, so that you can change the way that your mind works on a daily basis. And if you do that every single day, you'll start to get in a habit of it. And if you start to get into a habit of it, you'll start to build momentum. And it's amazing how you can shift your entire life if you're depressed, right? So the next thing that I want to talk about is changing the way that you feel. This is the last one. If you really want to change your life, change the way that you feel on a consistent basis. Depression is really it's just recognizing what's wrong in your life, recognizing what's wrong in the world, and focusing on the things that are bad all the time, and then getting into a habit of doing that over and over and over again. For most people that have depression, that's the reason for it, is because they're constantly focusing on what's wrong, what's missing, what they don't have, what they should have, how the world should be, how politics should be, how life should be, how things aren't fair, and how much they've lost. And if you do that, if you're constantly focusing on those things, no wonder you're going to be sad all the time. And if you're sad all the time and you keep stacking those negative emotions on top of each other, next thing you know, and you do that on a daily basis, next thing you know, you're depressed. And then you're wondering why you're depressed. And then you're taking medicine for that. And it doesn't work any, because you might be changing your physiology a little bit, but you're not actually changing your focus and changing what you think and feel on a consistent basis. And so you need to change the way that you feel on a consistent basis. And what's the fastest way to change the way that you feel? It's to change what you're focusing on. So your focus determines your emotions. And so if you're focusing on something, you're going to feel something based on that emotion. Let's say that you're trying to lose weight, and you focus on the fact that you're too heavy, and that you're too big, and that people don't like you, and that men aren't attracted to you, and all those things. Of course you're going to be depressed. But if you're focusing on the fact that you're making progress, and that you're working towards your goals, and that even though you messed up one time, you're still moving forward, and you're focusing on that body that you want to have, and the way that you're going to feel once you experience having the body that you want to have, all of a sudden you'll start to feel a completely different way. And if you do that over and over and over again, you'll eventually start to get into a habit of feeling a certain way, and then it'll be easy. Right? The way that we feel is actually, it's like imagine a field. And in this field, there's like different trails that go into different directions. Well, some trails are really beaten down and they've been walked on over and over and over again. And it kind of creates this path, right? Maybe you've seen this in the real world, and there's like a field and there's a path that goes through it, and it's really beaten down. And it's really easy to walk through. Well, if that path goes somewhere that you don't want to go, but it's really easy to go down that way, you might end up finding yourself walking down that path, even though you want to go in a different direction. And so what you have to do is start creating a new path, start creating a path towards the emotional experiences that you want to have on a consistent basis. And if you do that over and over and over again, eventually the old path will start growing grass and weeds and stuff, and making it more and more difficult to go in that direction. And the new direction that you want to go into, the direction of feeling good and experiencing great emotions, will start getting more and more beaten down, so that it becomes easier and easier and easier to walk through, until eventually it becomes like a street, because it's so beaten down, it's so easy to walk through, and you can just take anything through there if you need to. And so you want to spend time putting yourself into positive emotional states on a daily basis. Every single day you want to do this, because the more that you do it, especially if you're feeling bad, like I said, go through all the things that we're talking about. Specifically, interrupt the pattern, right? First, you want to interrupt the pattern, break things up, change your environment, change your physical positioning, whatever it is that you're doing, change what you're doing, and then start putting yourself into positive emotional states. And so here are some positive emotional states that you might want to get into. The first one is getting excited about your life, getting excited for what's coming, getting excited for everything that you've experienced and that you want to experience in your life. Right? And just think about the things that you could get excited about. Even if you're not excited right now, what could you be excited about in your life? And just spend some time thinking about that. Spend some time visualizing yourself going through the process of getting to that point where you're experiencing the thing that you're excited about. And what you'll start to notice is that you don't need that thing that you thought that you needed in order to feel excited about yourself or excited about life. All you need is yourself, because those emotions, they don't come from the outside world. They don't come from the things that you think that are going to make you excited. They come from your heart. They come from inside. And you can make yourself feel that anytime you want to feel it. And all you have to do is think about the things that make you excited and just feel them and think about them and imagining yourself getting into them and having them and creating them. And that can make you excited in and of itself. Another thing that you want to feel is feeling your own love, right? Feeling the experience of love. And a really easy way to do this is to just think about a time when you felt loved. Just think about a time in your life where you felt loved and really get into that experience, that time when you were feeling so loved. And what you want to do is get a hold of that feeling that you had and remember that feeling and remember how you can make yourself feel that way anytime you want to feel that way. And then what you can do is you can say, you can start changing your questions up and start asking yourself things like, how can I experience more of the love that I already have for myself? And when you start thinking questions like that, all of a sudden what you'll do is you'll start coming up with answers. And your answers will start coming out. Oh, I can recognize the fact that I'm taking care of myself. I can recognize the fact that I'm focusing on programs or watching YouTube videos that really make me feel alive and inspired and better about myself. And that's really part of the love that I have for myself. And you can start connecting to that and start realizing that you have a lot of love inside of you already, and that you can experience that love anytime you want to. And the last thing that you really want to spend time feeling is the feeling of gratitude. So being grateful. And so a lot of times I'll talk to people and they'll be like, oh, well, I'm not, there's nothing to be grateful for. My life is horrible and everything sucks, right? And that's fine, right? What if you could be grateful? What's something that you could be grateful for? And we've already talked about some of the things, like the richness of life, right? The senses, all the different senses that you have, and whatever senses you do have, and your ability to connect with the world. It's what allows us to connect with the world and connect with each other and connect with food and with drink and with friends and with everything, right? Just the moment to moment basis that we have in our lives, connect to ourselves. And so what else can you be grateful for? You can be grateful for living in a time where you have all this amazing information at your fingertips. And a lot of times when I start talking about these things, sometimes women will start saying, oh yeah, but this is going on and but that's going on. And all that is your mind trying to hang on to what's wrong and what you don't want, because it's got that clear path, and you got to just stop yourself at that path and create the new path, right? Create a path that empowers you, that makes you feel alive, that makes you feel powerful, that makes you feel love, that makes you feel excitement, that makes you feel like you're happy on a daily basis. And you can do that. And I'm just, if you guys have any questions about this or situations or anything that's going on in your life, let me know in the chat, and I will go over everything. I'll go over all the questions that you have here in a minute. So first I want to go back over everything that we just talked about. So the first thing that you want to do, if you really want to be happy every day in your life, even when you're feeling isolated and lonely, what do? First thing you want to do is interrupt your pattern. So change your environment, go for a walk, get into a different room, just change things up, create something different around you. That way you're not kind of stuck in this static pattern. And then the second thing you want to do is change your physical position. So stretch, dance, do some jumping jacks, just get your body moving, get everything flowing and moving. You can work out or do something like that. That can completely change the way that you experience your life and change the pattern that you're in. And so the next thing you want to do is change your focus. Focus on what you want instead of what's wrong. Remember, our mind is like a garden. What is good in your life? What do you want in your life? Next is consistently change the way that you think. Listen to inspirational music, listen to or read inspirational programs. You can watch inspirational programs too, like I've got. Put pictures, images, and symbols all around you that inspire you and lift you up. Shift your belief systems. Change the way that you feel. Remember, depression is actually a habit for most people, and you don't have to fall into that habit. Start asking yourself questions that make you focus on positive things and the things that you want. Spend your time in positive emotional states. You can create those positive emotional states anytime you want to. And if you create a habit of it and you do it every single day, next thing you know, you'll have a ritual and you'll constantly feel good and happy and like you're excited and that you love your life and that you're grateful to be here and to be around all this world that you're in and all the things that are going on in our world. So think of the things that are right, not the things that are wrong. All right, let's see if anybody has any questions in here. Bunny Bunday says, hi, cutie pie. Hey. Sue says, hi, how are you doing? From Sue. Hey, I'm doing great. Yep. Joanna says, change your state, change your life. That's right. Tony Robbins. That's right. Joanna says, love it when you talk NLP. Yeah, NLP is really fascinating stuff, and it really is powerful stuff. So it's very, very useful stuff. Maria says, I always be happy in my life. Well, good. Should always be happy in your life. That's awesome. Laura says, dancing always lifts my spirit. That's right. Go dancing. If you're feeling bad, just go dancing. Go dance. Go dance in life. Go get connected to things, right? Connect to yourself, connect to the world, connect to your spirituality, connect to God or whatever it is that you call kind of the universe or whatever the infinite power is in the world. Odin. Some people call it Odin, Thor. Joanna says the triad. Focus, language, physiology equals meaning. Yep. That is some Tony Robbins stuff right there. Helena Hart says, great topic, Matt. Just wanted to throw Helena up there. Thanks for being here, Helena. So Jenny says, I want more of Christ. All right, well, get more Christ then. So Aisha says, hi, Matt. I love your videos. I'm at a very complicated state with someone I like. He's sometimes very friendly, then suddenly he ignores me a lot. What does this mean? It could mean a whole bunch of different things. So it sounds like it depends on what's going on and how long you guys have been seeing each other. If you've been seeing each other for a while, it says, I'm a very with someone I like. Okay, so it sounds like you guys aren't even actually dating or anything like that. It sounds like he's a friend of yours and you like him a lot and you want something more, but he doesn't even necessarily know that you want something more. Well, I mean, most guys, if I were you, I'd assume that he's attracted to you. I mean, if he's very friendly and then ignores you, it's like he's not pursuing you. He's not moving forward with you. He's probably attracted to you, but he feels like there's something a little bit missing there, which is why he doesn't pursue you and go after you or try to get you on a date or something like that. And so you just want to be aware of that and realize that that's what's going on. And what you want is a guy who pursues you and chases you and asks you out on a date and values you enough that he's willing to do that and has enough confidence and self-worth in himself that he's willing to go and do that with you. And so here's my suggestion, though. My suggestion is that you make sure you're doing what I talk about in the Forever Woman program. If you don't have that, there should be a link above or below this video. You can go to theforeverwomanformula.com and pick up a free copy of that program there and go through that and start doing what I talk about in there. And then some guy that you like but isn't pursuing you and ignores you, that's not going to be one of your highest priorities if you're doing all the things that you should be doing in there. And it's very possible that he might start getting a lot more interested in you if you're connecting with him in a different way. So right now, he may or may not be interested. You don't know. And he's not that interested enough that he's pursuing you. If you connect with him a different way, it's possible that he might start pursuing you more, right? If you start giving him clues, because it's also possible that he might not realize that you're really that interested in him. And so a lot of guys, they won't pursue something. They won't ask a girl out. They won't try to get you on a date or anything if you don't give him some kind of indication that you are interested in him, because he doesn't want to feel like an idiot. Here, I'm just going to throw her thing up on the screen here real quick so everybody saw what we're talking about. And yeah, so it's important that you use my system and do the things that you should be doing in that system, connecting with him in the right way, creating abundance of options and connection, and setting yourself up for success in the best way possible. So it could mean a bunch of different things, right? It could mean that he's not really that interested in you. It could mean that he's really interested in you, but he's not sure that you really like him. It might be that he's, just kind of walking around and trying to see what his options are, and he's trying to get some girl to chase him, but it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, what you need to be doing is using my system, and then it'll get a lot clearer after that. Julie Tree says, I think my depression stems from my childhood abuse growing up. And yes, I'm on medication. So does that make me bad, less of a person? No, it doesn't make you bad or less of a person if you're on medication. It just means that you're buying into the system, and the systems isn't designed to make you better. The system is designed to keep you hooked on the system. And so you're hooked on the system, and you're going to stay hooked on the system as long as you're on medication. And if I were you, I would change the way that I'm feeling so that I didn't need to be on medication. And you can do that, right? As long as there's not some kind of like actual chemical imbalance that's going on in your brain, right? I don't want to, I'm not a doctor. I'm not trying to give you any kind of medical advice or anything like that. But what I would say is that unless you have some kind of like actual chemical imbalance going on in your brain, then what you're probably going to be doing is just setting yourself up to be hooked on this chemical dependence that you have and being stuck in that pattern over and over and over again. See, Julie Tree says, I'm happy most of the time, but I do have my down days. Yeah, I mean, and that's actually pretty normal. Most people experience stuff like that. So Lori says, Matt, I was sexually abused when I was 4 to the age of 7. Could that have anything to do with the fact that I try so hard to prove that I'm worthy of a man's love? Absolutely. And that's actually a really, really common thing is so depending on what happened to you early on in your life, depends on how you'll kind of interact with people and situations later on in your life. And so if you were abused sexually or physically or emotionally or something like that when you were younger, depending on what kind of meaning you created out of that depends on what ends up happening later on. So if you create meaning that says that you're only worth kind of these certain things because that's what somebody used you for, then what you might end up doing is trying to prove that you're worthy in other ways, and you just continue to try to prove and prove and prove and prove. And you have to break that cycle. You have to break that pattern that you get into, and you have to change the way that you look at your life and change your story, change the way that you think about your story. And I'm not trying to say that any of that should be discounted, or anything that you experienced should be discounted in any way. But what I am saying is that the way that you look at that event, because some people will look at that event and say, I'm broken, I'm destroyed, I'm not worthy, I'm, a victim to life. And other people will look at it and they'll say, you know what, this has given me a mission to create something bigger and better in the world. It's put me on a mission to make sure that this doesn't happen to other people, to create awareness around this problem that's happening in the world. It's created a challenge for me to get to a place where I'm not proving myself worthy anymore, and that I know that I love myself, and I know that I'm an awesome, amazing person, and that I'm going to create the life that I want. And so it really depends on the way that you look at it. And my suggestion is that you do whatever healing that you need to do around that, and you spend some time reshaping the way that you think about your life now. And you don't have to go back to that period. Some people will talk about healing work and they're like, you have to go back and experience all the emotions and stuff at that time. You can do that. That is one way of doing it, but you don't have to. You absolutely never have to go back and revisit that again for the rest of your life if you don't want to. What you can do is change the way that you think about yourself, change your identity, change your story about who you are and what your life is about. And go and, one of the things I talk about in the Forever Woman Gold Club program is this new program that I created. It's called the Gold Club. And if you join the Forever Woman, you can actually go and check that out. And the first video I have in there is something where I talk about this concept that I call identity hacking. And identity hacking is just looking at the way that you think about yourself right now. So if you think about yourself as, like I was saying before, if you think about yourself as broken, as not good enough, as disposable, as all these different things, right? That those things will define how you experience your life and how you interact with different people, especially men and relationships in general. And so what you want to do is figure out who you are at your best. Who are you when you're living your best life? Right? What characteristics do you have? How do you act? How do you behave? How are you being when you're being your best? And I guarantee it's not, being a victim or getting all woe is me and all that kind of stuff. Again, not to like discount anything that's ever happened to anybody. But at the same time, who you are when you're living your best is for most people, they're inspired, they're confident, they're strong, they're going after their life, they're creating the things around them, they're responsible for who they are and the results that they create in their life. They're filled with love and enjoyment and happiness and excitement and all these things, right? And what you can do is you can figure out, okay, when I'm being that way, when I'm that person, who am I? Like, and name it. Actually create a name around that person, create an identity for that person, and then take on that identity. And whenever you're feeling sad or you're feeling down or you're feeling lonely, what you can do is you can say, am I being this person, right? And some people will say the goddess, right? Or the queen, or, powerful, or, sometimes they'll give it like an actual name, like Susan. Am I being Susan right now? Or am I being this other person that I don't like being? And so what you want to do is you want to get into that person that you're being at your best as much as you possibly can, and really integrate that inside of who you are, and try to get into that person on a daily, habitual basis. And eventually, like I said, what you'll do is you'll start creating a new path. And that new path will make you feel inspired and powerful and strong more of the time. I think I answered your question. Yes, I did. Okay, so Jerry says, right on. Life is so beautiful. It starts with you. Love you, Matthew. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate you being here. So Emmy says facts. Whoa. Facts. That's what I say too. Facts. Julie Tree says, I'm grateful, not hateful. That's what I'm talking about. Be grateful, not hateful. Facebook user says, I'm excited to get my house cleared out of stuff I do not need. It is a good feeling. I'm excited to be able to relax and read and draw and get back to my creative side. I'm grateful to be alive and healthy and being able to continue and learn and grow. Thank you, Matthew. Awesome. That's what I'm talking about. Whoever you are, anonymous Facebook user. That's exactly what I'm talking about. There you go. Be grateful. Find the things that you're grateful for. And don't just talk about them, really feel them. Think about the people that are in your life, the things that are in your life, and really try to get into the experience of feeling like your life is blessed. Like you have all of this abundance of resources and things that you want in your life. That's what I'm talking about. That's awesome. So thank you for sharing that, whoever that was. Lale says, I'm so down now. I've been depressed for decades. Yeah, well, do exactly what I talked about. Try it out, physically take action and do something different and see what happens when you do that. Joanna says, are you familiar with the Dickens process? Great for making changes. Yeah, I think the Dickens process, I have to go back to look at what exactly the Dickens process was. I think it has to do with going to because the Dickens is from that Christmas movie, right? Where he has the ghost of future past and the ghost of future present and the ghost of future. I don't whatever those three ghosts were, that's I'm pretty sure that's where it came from. And thinking about I think it's about thinking about how your life would be or something if you you know what, I'm just going to butcher it, so I'll just stop right there, Joanna. I've heard about it. I don't think I've actually used it before, but it's a good thing to think about. So Well Kept says, am loving this, so positive attitude. I love this. Awesome. Tiffany said 3 hand sanitization protocol when you leave the house. Okay, then you'll be fine. Yeah. When you leave the house, make sure you sanitize your hands. That's true. You definitely want to sanitize your hands. Denise said, I like to go for a hike or get into a house project. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, if you're on here right now and you have ways of breaking your own pattern and getting yourself into positive emotional states, share it in the chat and I can talk about it, and then we can share all the ideas with everybody that's here. So thank you for mentioning that, Denise. Linda says, do I need to lean back in a committed relationship? I'm bringing him to Canada, but he has become cranky and cold. I'm trying my best to be a goddess, just hurts. Do I tell him that? And then, so you're bringing him to Canada. I'm not sure what you mean by you're bringing him to Canada. Maybe you guys have plans to meet in Canada or something like that. That's a really interesting photo, by the way, that you have on there right there. So do I need to lean back in a committed relationship? Yeah, if he starts going cold, you want to lean back. That's exactly what you want to do, is you just want to give him some space. Because what happens sometimes is, so guys, a lot of times they'll work on goals, right? Guys tend to be goal oriented and they have this focus. And so you give them this thing and it's already happening and you're like, okay, you're coming to Canada, right? And he's like, oh, I'm going to Canada, and then he's like, okay. And then it's like slotted, like he's going to Canada now. And so he might start working on a bunch of other things while he's getting ready to go to Canada, because he wants to get these things taken care of before he gets over to Canada. And so it could be that he's doing that. I mean, I don't know what your travel plans are and all that kind of stuff, but yeah, absolutely. You want to lean back. If anytime right? This works whether it's a new relationship, an old relationship, committed, friend with benefits, casual, any of that kind of stuff, any kind of relationship that you might be in. I don't know where the relationship is in relation to me, but wherever it is, what you want to do is if he goes cold, you want to lean back, right? So lean back, lean back. So anytime, and I call this mirroring, and you do it anytime and it'll keep you out of trouble. If he's leaning forward, you can lean forward and you can kind of do anything you want. If he's got forward momentum and he's doing things with you and he's connecting with you and all that kind of stuff, then you can lean forward and connect with him and do all that kind of stuff. If he starts leaning back and getting cold and stuff, you want to lean back as well and just mirror his interest level in whatever it is that he's doing. And that way, when he's leaning back and he starts getting cold, he'll start thinking about you and being like, man, I want to talk to and hang out with her and, you know, have these conversations with her again. Whereas if he leans back and you start, you know, moving forward and trying to get all over him, he's going to feel smothered and like he can't miss you, right? He can't miss you if you're always there. He can't miss you if you're always there. That's it, right? I'm trying to keep my hands in the video here. He can't miss you if you're always there, right? That looks a little weird, so I'm not going to do that again. All right, so Janet says, I'm excited to get my house cleared out of stuff I do not need. It is a good feeling. Yeah, I think you already said that one. But yeah, awesome. Get your house cleared out of things you don't need. Pam says gratitude list. That's right, gratitude list. That's what I'm talking about. So Denise said, this is a great topic for people to hear. I wish everyone was listening to you right now. Great job, Matthew. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Feels good to be doing a great job. So I appreciate you telling me that. I think everybody should be watching this too. Anonymous Facebook user says, thanks, Matthew. Your video is very inspiring. Well, I'm happy that this is inspiring to you. Tijana says, hello, Matt. I've been seeing this guy for about 2 years, and I feel like he want me. Then I feel like he is seeing others, and he doesn't make enough time for us, but he tells me I am all he wants. So there's a whole bunch of different things that could be going on here right now, Tijana. And you want to, one thing that I haven't heard is whether you guys are actually in a committed relationship. He might tell you that you're all that he wants, but if he's not pursuing a committed relationship, you guys have been seeing each other for 2 years, are you trying to get married one day? It doesn't sound like he's kind of moving in that direction. Are you guys living together? Are you guys, still hanging out and hooking up? Like what's the situation here? And it sounds like there's a lot of weird things going on there with him and what's actually going on. And it concerns me a little bit. This concerns me, Tijana. I'm concerned. This is my concerned look. This is my concerned face. So whenever I have this face, you know that I'm concerned, and I'm concerned about your situation. So think about that. All right. Adrian says, hi, Matt. Great topic. Good to see you. It's good to see you too. I'm glad you're here, Adrian. It's good to see you. I don't think we've talked in a while. So thanks for being here. Constance says, I take a solitary walk every day and listen to music to get in touch with my design. This is what I'm talking about. Constance, you are exactly what I'm talking about here. Thank you so much for bringing this up. This is exactly what I'm saying. And she's doing it. She's already doing it. I mean, how much better can you get than that? So CJ says, what about someone wanting attention or demands attention all the time, every day, and then gets upset when I don't respond to his messages on time or constantly nagging a bit, LDR? Yeah, I mean, what that usually says is that he's insecure and that he might have an anxious attachment. And so it's one of those things where you're going to have to get used to this, right? If this is something that he's doing now, he's going to be doing this forever. And so you got to realize that that's what's going on. And you have to decide whether that's something that you want to deal with forever or not, right? That's what it is. That, like a lot of women come and they're like, okay, this guy's doing this, what should I do? And it's like, he's going to be doing that forever. There's no way to stop him from doing that, right? he has to decide that he has to do some healing or some, worthiness stuff in order for him to feel like he doesn't need to, constantly get all of your attention. And if he does that, then he can be in a healthier spot and you can have more of a regular relationship with him. But if he doesn't do that, which he probably won't if he hasn't already and hasn't started doing already, then you have to decide whether that's something that you want to deal with all the time. And there are other issues that might end up coming up because he does that. And it's only going to get worse. It's going to get worse before it gets better, if it ever gets better, which it probably won't. It'll probably just keep getting worse, because what you're going to end up doing is you're going to start pulling back and leaning back and being like, whoa, I need some space and all that kind of stuff. And if he's getting angry about that, it's just he's going to get more, he's going to lose more and more and more power in the relationship. And you're just going to gain it and gain it and gain it. And he's going to think you're the most amazing woman in the world. And then he's going to start getting spiteful because he's insecure and he's not confident in himself. And the next thing you know, he's going to be blaming you for things and he's going to be angry and stuff. And so if I were you, I'd probably get out of that situation and get into a healthier situation with somebody who's got a better attachment style and who has more confidence and security in himself, because that's not going away anytime soon. So Denise said, yes, music is the best. Always helps to uplift my spirits. Music and cooking, or sometimes a fire and candles, or a good movie. Awesome. That's awesome. That's what I like to hear. I like to hear that kind of stuff. So Aisha says, thank you, Matt, so much for your great advice. It gives me a step to think that I'm worthy and not to overthink him. You're such an inspiration. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Really appreciate that. So anonymous Facebook user says, exactly, whatever might have happened in your childhood, you do not have to continue living as a victim for the rest of your life. Exactly. That's exactly right. Irene says, if he is an introvert and loves his solitude, should I let him initiate the text all the time? Well, you should. So first off, what you should do is go get the Forever Woman program. I cover this topic in depth in there, as well as a lot of other topics. And it's not one of those things where he should be texting and initiating the text all the time. It's not all the time, ever, right? You don't ever want to be in a situation where he's just doing everything and you're doing nothing. You want to be contributing to the situation as well. You always want to be contributing to the situation, and you want to make sure that he knows that you're interested in him continuing to contribute into the situation. And, for the most part, what you want to get to is somewhere where there's him initiating contact most of the time. And so sometimes it might be kind of an 80-20 thing. It might be a 70-30 thing. What you don't want to do is go past the 50% mark where you're initiating contact more than he is. Because once you start getting into that realm, what ends up happening is that you start feeling like you're doing everything. He starts leaning back and doing nothing. And then next thing you know, you're in a situation where where you don't even know if he's interested in you anymore, because he's just leaning back, letting it happen, and you're doing everything. And then you stop doing stuff and you'll need to find out what's going on. So no, you don't need to not ever initiate contact. You can totally initiate contact as long as he's been pursuing you and he's been initiating contact some of the time, most of the time, a lot of the time. If he's been doing that, then yeah, you can reach out to him and say hi and what's up and how you doing, all that kind of stuff. Is he planning dates? You can reach out. It's not a big deal, right? It's not a big deal as long as he is moving forward, he's chasing you, he's pursuing you, he's investing in you. If he's doing those things, it's totally okay if you reach out to him and say hi or whatever, right? It's not a big deal. He doesn't have to initiate all the time. Great question, Irene. Thanks for asking it. So Lori says, thanks, Matt. You helped me a lot. I'm going to work on what you told me. Good. That's what I like to hear. Facebook user says, true. Creating a path is the right way to move on with your life. That's right. Create a path. Make it strong. Make it a path that you always want to go down. Going down. Oh, I'm singing now. I'm singing, guys. I'm singing. All right, what do we got? B. Randy says, I'm about to turn 42, and you're talking about changing about 37 years of abandonment issues and abuse. Yep. It's so daunting to change my thinking. I seem to always get triggered to the dark place. Yeah, and it's one of those things, like if you need help, you should get help, right? If it's really difficult for you, you can get help, and it doesn't have to be like therapy or psychiatrists and stuff like that. There's a lot of programs out there. I think Joanna was talking about Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins has some great programs out there that can help you kind of reshape the way that you look at yourself. I'm a big fan of Tony Robbins. I go to lots of his events all the time. I love his work. He's great guy. And so, yeah, absolutely. You can, it can be really difficult, especially when you have 37 years of abandonment issues and abuse behind you. It can be very, very difficult, and you might need some serious kind of work and some serious leverage to pull yourself out of that and get into a better spot. But you can do it. You can absolutely do it. Anytime they say that you can't teach an old dog new tricks, you can absolutely teach an old dog new tricks if you get enough leverage. I'm not saying that you're an old dog. Not saying that at all, right? All I'm saying is that you can change. If an old dog can change, you can change. Amazing, young, spry, got a lot of pep in your step woman like you can definitely change if an old dog can change, right? Am I getting myself into hotter water here? Okay, I'll just shut up now and move on. Okay, Yolanda says, hi, Matthew. How are you? I'm doing amazing. Thanks for asking. I am fantastic. Thanks. Denise says, I want to find a guy like you. You are awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So Irene says, what should I do to stop guilt trip him again? To stop guilt trip him again? I don't know. What do you what do you do? Are you guilt tripping him, Irene? Well, just stop doing that. Why are you guilt tripping him? You just replace it with better language and creating a better connection. Get my program, The Forever Woman, theforeverwomanformula.com. Go pick up the program and learn how to talk to a guy in a way that makes him want to connect with you more instead of feeling like he's being guilt tripped. Absolutely. Vivian says, hey, Matthew, Durban, South Africa, you are amazing. I'm loving the social isolation. It's a real gift, but thank you for all that you share, all that you share. Uh-oh, got me singing again. Got me singing, Vivian. Stop it. Stop doing that. Don't want me singing on camera here. Am I crazy? Does anybody think I'm crazy? All right. So Janine says past, present, and future. That's right. Tiffany said, girl, you can't bring him to Canada now. They just closed our border yesterday. Yep. Oh, sponsorship. Somebody's doing a sponsorship. Okay. So Janine says from San Francisco, has been working on her amazing home. Awesome. Marriage. Oh, you get married, Linda. That's awesome. So Pam says, found that my passion for riding motorcycles has made me extremely happy. Yeah, riding motorcycles is awesome. I love riding. It's one of my favorite things. What kind of bike do you have there, Pam? What kind of bike do you got? Yolanda says, hi, I want to know you more. He, 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 he. Well, watch my videos. You'll get to know all about me. Well, Kep says, I start by loving myself, being grateful. I feel good at giving as it gives me more gratitude. That's like a amazing G's in that sentence. So you're really good at putting G's in a sentence. I feel good giving as it gives me more gratitude. Wow, really, I don't know if I could put that many G's in one sentence. I go for yoga, horse riding, make my favorite meal, and other times I will put clean linen in my bed and cover myself and sleep and wake up feeling super relaxed and happy. That's awesome. Do that. Yeah, whatever works for you is really what you want to do. CJ says, like he's smothering me every day when I want to take a break. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Megan says, really enjoying the long distance make him miss you video, Matt. Well, thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed that. And if anybody is in a long distance situation right now and they need to get some help, I have a program. It's called Long Distance Allure. You can get it at my website. I didn't put the link on here, but maybe I'll put it on later. But you can check it out. It's called Long Distance Allure. Go to my website and go to my programs, and you will see it as one of the first programs. Just came out with it recently. It's a great program. You can, if you're like, hey, I'm struggling with this long distance relationship thing, I give you exactly what you need to be doing in a long distance relationship to make sure that not only do things work, but that he craves you and that he misses you and that he can't wait to see you again. Molly says, are you single? The answer is no, I'm not. I'm taken. I'm in a relationship. I'm not available to anybody. I'm not available. All right. Okay, so Pam says, how do you tell your guy what you want and need without sounding needy? Well, there's a whole bunch of different ways to do that, actually. One is to have a real conversation about it. Have you ever heard of the love languages? I actually talk about this in my long distance relationship program. It's called Long Distance Allure, again, if you're interested. And basically, one of the conversations that you can have is a conversation. So one of the things that you want to do is do the love languages thing and find out what your love language is, find out what his love language is, all that kind of stuff. It's a great book, 5 Love Languages. Don't remember the guy's name at the moment, but it's a great book. Next thing you want to do is you want to find out exactly what makes him feel loved, right? What makes him feel like, he is feeling loved, or what he appreciates, what he likes. And you can just ask him that. And usually guys might be like, oh, and if he's like, oh, I'm not really sure, what you can do is you can tell him, you can go first and just talk about what it is that makes you feel loved. And then you will be telling him, and you'll let him know, right? But you can't rely on that. You can't rely on that. Unfortunately, you can't, right? Because guys, what happens when you tell them things that are important? They go in one ear and out the other, right? This is what happens with a lot of guys because they're, I don't know why. It's just something that happens. I'm really bad with birthdays. So if you have a birthday coming up, you got to put it in my calendar if you want me to remember it. I'm sorry. It's just really difficult. I've been trying to remember my brother's birthday for years. Every year I call him like 2 days afterwards and I'm like, hey bro, was it your birthday already? He's just like, dude, I hate you right now. Just like, dude, I love you, man. I love you. So we have that strong bro love going on. But so what you want to do, the next thing that you want to do, sorry, I was getting off track there. The next thing that you want to do is you want to start framing it. And I talk all about this in my Love Frames Toolkit, if you're interested in that. And basically what you do is you start talking about what it is that you like in terms of it being attractive or unattractive, right? So if there's something that you like him doing and he does it, then you want to give him a positive association, right? So we associate with different things, right? It's called neurological emotional anchoring. And what you want to do is you want to anchor in to his mind things that you think that you want him to do as attractive and making him feel more attractive, because everybody wants to feel attractive. I want to feel attractive. I worked really hard on my hair before I did this video here, right? See my hair? It's great, right? This is long, hard work on this hair right here. So we all want to feel attractive. And if you want him, and so what you want to do is you just want to, if he does something that you like, you say that you find it attractive, right? You think it's hot, like, oh, it was so hot when you did that. It was so attractive when you did that. It was so sexy when you did that, right? Or what you can do is you can just talk about it in terms of different things that you like, I love it when you do this. I love it when you do that. I think it's, it's just, that other day when you did that one thing, like that was so hot. Like I don't know, it just turned me on so much when you were doing that. It was such a man thing. It was so cool, And basically what you're doing is you're teaching him what it is that you want him to do. And so you just do that over and over and over again for different things. And eventually he'll start associating it, right? Because he'll be like, oh, she thinks that's hot. She's getting turned on. Oh, I love that, right? And I want her to be more turned on more often. And so he will start getting excited, right? That hits his emotions when you tell him that. You're like, oh, that was hot. And he's like, whoa, she thinks that was hot, right? And so next thing you know, he's thinking about it in that way. And so you just do that over and over and over again. Or you can have that conversation where you talk about those things. There are other ways to do it as well. I talk about it in some of my programs, but okay. So, we're in a world right now where there's this world of like the hookup culture, and most women who come to me, they want to attract a man who loves them and sees them and absolutely cherishes them into a committed, lasting relationship. But they have a big problem where guys just keep pulling away and disappearing. They, get cold. They, kind of pull away from them and stuff. And for a lot of women, this makes them feel confused and doubt themselves, doubt their own value, doubt their self-worth. Many of them feel like they just want to give up. If you're having a hard time with men and dating, it's really not your fault, right? Right now, we live in a culture that encourages superficial relationships and discourages anything meaningful. And I believe that there's a better way for men and women to get into and stay in relationships that last. And that's why I put together a proven path that will help you get into the relationship that you want to have. And if you're in a relationship and you want to change things around, this will help you do that as well. It's called the Forever Woman. And there's a 3-step plan to it. Really, there's 3 steps to it. The first one is believe in your own value. Maybe I should start with this one. The first one is that you believe in your own value. The second one is that you position yourself in value, and the third one is that you communicate your own value. And so if you're interested in getting my program, you can get it for free. It's helped a ton of women change their situations. Many of them have used it to get married, get into great relationships, to turn their relationships around, to turn their marriages around. And so there should be a link above or below this video where you can go and check that out. If not, go to theforeverwomanformula.com and watch the video on the next page and then sign up for the program for free. And if you get it, you'll attract a man who really loves you and cherishes you. He'll pursue you for a committed, lasting relationship. You'll do less work and feel more appreciated and valued by your man. If you don't do it, you'll just continue to get whatever results you've been getting. You'll end up staying stuck in your problems and whatever your challenges are with men. And you'll feel like you're doing everything in a relationship only to be taken for granted, have a guy pull away and eventually disappear on you. And you'll wonder if you'll ever get into the relationship that you want to get into. And I don't want that for you. I want you to feel valued. I want you to recognize the amazing woman that's inside of you, the goddess, the queen, the woman that deserves all the great things that she wants in her life. And you can have that. All you need to do is change the way that you think, position yourself in value, and start communicating in a way that makes sense with men. So thank you so much for being here today. I really appreciate everyone being here. I'm so grateful that you would have me and allow me to be a part of your journey to attracting and getting into the relationship that you've always wanted to have. So thank you so much for all of your encouragement. Thank you, women who are in our community. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you being a part of these live streams. I appreciate everything that you're here with me right now and being a part of this. And I will speak with you.
This episode was pre-recorded as part of a live continuing education webinar. On-demand CEUs are still available for this presentation through All CEUs. Register at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. I'd like to welcome everybody to today's class, 50 Mindful Steps to Self-Esteem. The book was written by Janetti Marotta, and obviously I am just presenting information found in the book. What we're going to really look at here, we're not going to go through the book in depth, step by step, because obviously if this is something that sounds like it's a really good fit for you, you're going to want to read the book. But I am going to hit the highlights and talk about how self-esteem is developed and how mindfulness activities can really be used to help enhance self-esteem. One of the things in this book that I didn't like as much was the fact that that connection really wasn't made between why are we doing this particular activity and how does it build self-esteem. So that's really going to be my goal throughout this presentation, is to connect the dots for us. We'll explore how physical sensations give clues to what's important and whether you're living in harmony with your values, whether it's your head saying this is good, your gut saying and your heart, and whether that's telling you that it feels like it's something you should do. So we're going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. We'll identify and address thinking errors that may keep you stuck. We'll evaluate how emotions and the heart contribute to the development of self-esteem. And we'll examine how the environment impacts your self-esteem. So with the nature of self-esteem, what is it? How you feel about yourself is in contrast to who you think you should be, is really what we talk about when we're talking about self-esteem. So it's sort of a loosey-goosey concept, if you will. It's not something you're going to find in the DSM. It's just a concept or a construct that we are trying to help people understand more about themselves. The more rejecting you are of yourself, the more distress you experience. So if somebody is constantly telling themselves they're not good enough, or they're stupid, or they're fat, or they're ugly, or they're lazy, well, yeah, they're not going to feel too good about themselves. Imagine how you would feel if somebody was constantly telling you that. So whether the rejection is coming from within your own head or from someone else, it's still creating a negative impact on the self-esteem. And the more rejecting a person is of themselves, they're telling themselves they're not good enough, then they seek other people to tell them they are okay and say, no, honey, you're fine. So it's important that people have their own self-esteem and their own ability to tell themselves, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me. In order to develop healthy relationships, you need to feel good about yourself. Self-esteem is basically your relationship with yourself. It's you telling yourself you're okay. It's you being your own best friend. So before you can have a healthy relationship that's based on mutual respect and not just forming relationships to find somebody to validate you, you have to have good self-esteem. In order to develop healthy relationships, you also need to get in touch with yourself and your true values. When you're forming relationships with someone, you don't have to agree on everything. You may only agree on one or two things, but if those one or two things are very salient in your life, then you may end up being fast friends. So understanding what's important to you, because, like attracts like. We're not like magnets. We like to be around people who share similar values and similar interests. And we also need to choose actions that are in harmony with our true self. So if we're doing things that really don't fit our personality, maybe if I think back when I was in college, for a little while I was in a sorority, and that just isn't who I am. I'm not somebody who goes out to parties 4 nights a week. I am not somebody who is exceedingly social all the time. That's just not my temperament. That's not who I am. So choosing actions that are in harmony with myself ended up meaning leaving the sorority. Not because it was a bad thing, it just wasn't for me. But if I should have stayed in that, or if I would have stayed in that situation, then I would have been kind of going against my own internal tendencies, and I would have always been sort of fighting myself. And self-esteem means feeling okay about who you are the way you are without having to fight yourself. So where does mindfulness fit in here? Mindfulness teaches people to live in the moment, so they're not stuck in guilt or resentment of the past. Things have happened in the past, and a lot of my clients will, when they present for treatment, whether it's for depression or anxiety or anger or addiction, I can't remember a client, and I'm sure it may have happened at some point or another, but I can't remember a client who's ever gotten to the point of presenting for treatment who had just a rockin' self-esteem. Generally there were some self-esteem issues going on there, whether they had developed over time or whether the person really had never had a strong self-esteem. It didn't really matter. When they were in my office, their self-esteem was pretty low. So helping them focus on the fact that you felt that way back then. That's how you felt, not going to take that away from you. Let's talk about how you're feeling right now. Not being paralyzed by fear of the future. People who have low self-esteem often have a lot of anxiety because they fear rejection, they fear failure, they fear isolation. So anything that changes may cause them to have a lot of high anxiety. So mindfulness helps them learn to put one foot in front of the other, focus on how they're feeling at the moment, and realize that they can tolerate a little bit of ambiguity. They can tolerate forward movement. The cornerstone of mindfulness is acceptance. So when we're teaching people to be mindful, we're teaching them to accept how they feel non-judgmentally, letting it be, not saying I shouldn't feel this way, and being patient with themselves and with the situation. So when we think about self-esteem, again, if we're experiencing a situation, we experience it non-judgmentally. It's just it is. You went to work, you got your evaluation, it wasn't what you had hoped it was. It is. It doesn't mean you're a bad employee. It doesn't mean that the world is going to come to an end. It is. Letting the feelings of frustration or guilt or resentment or anger or disappointment be. That's just where you are at that point, and not judging yourself harshly, because self-esteem is something that's always evolving. We aren't perfect. Oh my gosh, none of us is perfect. So even if you think of yourself as a relatively intelligent person, occasionally you're going to do some things that are really kind of silly. Are you going to let that negatively impact your self-esteem? Or are you just going to accept that, you know what, sometimes I goof? Hopefully we can get to that point with our clients where they can accept lack of perfection. They can just be non-judgmental about it and see it as it is, and maybe find some positives in it eventually. Mindfulness teaches that when you trust yourself and act with awareness and purpose, you become more self-reliant. When some of my clients are in early recovery, they've spent so much time minimizing, denying, blaming, justifying, rationalizing, that when they start getting honest and doing the next right thing, it's really scary. And they know what they're supposed to do, but their addicted mind says, nah, you really don't want to do that, or that's going to be hard, or you're going to fail. But they trust themselves, and they do the next right thing, the acting with awareness and purpose, because they want to start living that recovery lifestyle. And lo and behold, they realized that they were able to do it. So they increased their sense of self-reliance. And sometimes that'll happen, and whatever they did, they acted with awareness and purpose, and it fell flat. Well, they can realize from that they can also tolerate failure. They don't need somebody else to pick them up. They can exist even if it's imperfect. So let's switch gears a little bit to mindlessness and talk about how that impacts self-esteem. When we ignore or invalidate how we feel, we're telling ourselves that our feelings are not important. Think about how that would make you feel if your significant other or your best friend came up to you and said, you know what, I don't really care how you feel, and went on about their business, it would impact your self-esteem a little bit. It would hurt. It would say, really? You don't care about me enough to pay attention to how I feel. Now, as a therapist, I'm going to say, if your best friend came up and said that to you, that probably means there's something going on with him or her. But when you're saying that to yourself, you got to say, all right, if I'm constantly ignoring and invalidating how I feel, then I'm telling myself I'm wrong or I'm not justified. So moving from that, how can I start paying attention and validating how I feel? One of the things that we talk about in mindfulness is just accepting that you feel the way you feel. It's not good or not bad, but once you acknowledge it, then you can do something about it. Mindlessness also encourages us to fail to integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. How many times, and I think we're all guilty of it, have you had a feeling and you didn't even really notice the feeling? You just went to a drop back behavior to sort of numb it. I'm guilty of stress eating. And occasionally I will, be wandering around in the kitchen and just randomly eating. And my husband will be like, what's wrong? You're stress eating. You need to go out into the garden or do something because you're going to be miserable later. And he knows. I mean, after 20 years, he knows. But it's important to be mindful of how you're feeling. So when we talk about mindful eating, for example, we talk about paying attention to why you're eating. Before you eat, say, okay, am I hungry or am I stressed? But mindlessness causes us to just basically stuff our feelings or ignore them. When we're running on autopilot and not making time for things that are important, which is getting us closer to where we want to be, how does that impact our self-esteem? After, a day or two, it's not probably a huge big deal. But at the end of a week or a month, when you look back and go, well, I really wanted to get all this other stuff accomplished that was important to me, but I never found time for it. I just kind of got up, went to work, came home, took a shower, went to bed, repeat. So when we're running on autopilot, we're forgetting the things that are important, that we are assigning meaning to. Another impact of mindlessness on self-esteem is blindly adopting mainstream messages of who we are and what we should be, which may not be in harmony of who we really want to be. If we think back into the 70s, I think it was, when I was little, and they wanted to have everything gender neutral, because they didn't want to communicate messages to children about what they should like or what they should play with. Today, there is so much mainstream media between Snapchat and Instagram and Facebook and Google and television, and I could go on and on. We are bombarded by messages telling us what we should wear, what we should look like, what our thoughts should be, what our opinions should be. And if we follow those blindly without checking in and going, is this something that's important to me? And or is this how I really feel about it? We can get caught up and then look back later and not feel so good about some of our choices. We can also adopt mainstream messages that are not achievable or realistic. One of the things that always flabbergasts me is the models that are used in some of the fitness magazines that are stick thin. I mean, the camera adds some weight and they look stick thin in there. I'm like, there is no way she is running 25 miles a day because she's just so thin. She doesn't have the musculature to sort of support that. But if that message is coming from the advertiser, coming from the media saying, you need to look like this. If you are going to be considered fit, you need to have this body type. That may not be achievable or realistic for the majority of people. So what does that do to their self-esteem if they keep trying to achieve that goal and not meeting it? Mindfulness will encourage us to look at how we feel and validate ourselves, telling us it's okay to feel this way. Integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges so we don't act just randomly. We're actually paying attention to what is motivating or supporting our feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. And we're adopting messages and values that are consistent with who we want to be. Breathing in the body. Breathing is one of the first techniques in mindfulness that we can teach to just about anybody. And it's can be challenging with certain groups, but depending on how you present it, it can be, a relatively easy activity to do. By developing mindfulness and self-awareness, you can quiet your thoughts. Our constant noise in our head, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, oh, I shouldn't forget this, I need to remember to call that person. It often prohibits us from addressing the underlying issues of any emotional turmoil. There's just constantly chatter. So life becomes focused on just treading water. You're not dealing with any of the underlying issues. You're just trying not to drown in the day-to-day activities. So forward goals are exchanged for just surviving. Then when you look back over, like I said, when you look back over 2 months, 3 months, a year, and you had all these goals that you wanted to accomplish and you accomplished none of them, what happens to the self-esteem? By making contact with the present moment, you can find your strength, learn to grow, and choose how you wish to respond. So what does breathing have to do with all this? Well, the first thing you do when you're born is breathe and then cry. But it's one of our most primal basic instincts. When we breathe slowly, our heart rate slows down. When we breathe rapidly, our heart rate speeds up. When we breathe slowly, not only are we slowing down our heart rate, but we're also sending out the relaxation response to the body, which helps quiet the chatter. One of the activities is just taking a deep, full breath. Abdominal breathing signals the brain to slow down and relax. She calls it the rest and digest. By simply paying attention to your breath, you can often cause it to slow down. If I'm running or right after I finish running, I intentionally pay attention to slowing my breath down. When you go on a diet and you start paying attention and completing a food diary and you're paying attention to how much you're eating, for most people, they automatically cut down on how much they're eating. When we start paying attention, things kind of slow down. Another activity she has in there is called feeling the loving touch, which is the breath. Life begins and ends with breath. Breathing helps relax the body and move the chi around. And it wasn't really discussed a lot in the book as far as moving chi, but remembering that our energy comes from getting this oxygen throughout our body to the organs, to the muscles, to everything else. As we breathe, when we breathe deeply, it gets more oxygen in there. It helps us relax and helps the oxygen gets to where it needs to be. In order to encourage people to stay in touch with their breathing, a lot of Americans tend to breathe poorly. We breathe shallowly and through our chest because we're stressed. We're clenching our teeth, we're tightening our back muscles, we're just like little stress balls. So if you put visual and auditory breathing reminders around, it will help you stop and take a breath and get that relaxation response periodically throughout the day. I have a activity monitor, and it goes off periodically reminding me that I haven't moved often enough. But I also use that activity reminder to remind me to take a deep breath or 3 before I get up and start moving around, and then I usually take another couple when I'm sitting back down again. That's an auditory reminder for me because I tend to habituate to visual reminders. I'll see it for the first 2 or 3 days, and then I'll just totally not even notice it's there anymore. In and out. Inhale and take in positive affirmations exhale and let go of the stress and negativity. Now, this sounds pretty easy to do. When you're working with adolescents or you're working with people with cognitive disabilities, you may need to break it down a little bit less abstractly. Have them list a bunch of different positive affirmations. One of my favorite is Hakuna Matata. So we'll put that up on the board and we'll start listing different positive affirmations. And it's amazing how many of them actually come from Disney movies, but I digress. As people figure out a positive affirmation that they want to hold on to, when they start to get stressed, you want to just remind them to breathe in and tell themselves that. And when they breathe out, feel the stress kind of leaving their body, because stress is a lot of heat and energy. Taking another step further, imagine inhaling a cooling, calming blue air and exhaling the stresses, which could be red, black, or gray. So if somebody is more visual in nature, obviously the second one that talks about the blue versus the red can give them something to really visualize when they're doing this activity. Read the inscription. Pay attention to what your body is trying to tell you. Last year, this actually has been a little more than a year now, I was having a lot of heart problems, and I would start feeling a tightness in my chest, and it just kind of wouldn't go away. And I ended up naming it Lenny from Of Mice and Men. And Lenny would just sit on my chest, and I couldn't get rid of him. So what was my body trying to tell me at that point in time? Was it a physiological heart issue? Was it stress? Was it panic? What was going on that I needed to read on the inscription to figure it out? Because it was a symptom. When you pay attention to what your body's telling you, you're going to be living more in harmony with your values. You're going to be getting closer to where you want to go. And or you may be able to tell yourself, I feel really stressed about this right now. Positive affirmation, I can get through this, or this is what I need to do to cope with it. It's important to practice noticing points of tension, tightness, or heaviness and feel them relax or loosen as you exhale. So these are all still breathing exercises, but we want to encourage people to become more in tune with their bodies. As Americans, especially, we tend to somaticize a lot of our stress and anger and anxiety and dysphoria. So if we pay attention to what our body is telling us, we can identify when we are starting to have emotional turmoil and address it from there. If we're having emotional turmoil, then we want to go back to the self-esteem and say, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me, and what is it that is this burr under my saddle right now? Because as you feel strong, as you feel capable, as you feel more resilient, you're able to handle life's stresses as they come along. Thinking in the mind. One activity that I kind of like is the fly on the wall or an impartial witness. If you were sitting in a situation that was, maybe you were in a meeting and it wasn't going so well, and you took a break from the meeting, and generally what we're thinking at that point is what we are thinking, what we are feeling. Oftentimes when we're in an emotionally charged situation or state, it's hard for us to take multiple perspectives and take a time out and go, okay, what might be going on? So this activity can kind of help sometimes, because you can say, what would that fly on the wall tell me was happening? If that fly had to describe what they're seeing, what would they see? Stop sorting things into good and bad. Go through the day just to kind of get a clue about how often we do it, because, everybody does it. Some people do it more or less. Instead of sorting things into good and bad, they just are. It was raining today. Is that good or is that bad? Well, why do you need to put that into a pile? I didn't go to the gym today. Is that good or is that bad? You can argue both sides of the coin, but why argue about it? That's what happened. Too many times people spend so much time sorting, and they focus or pay more attention to the bad stuff. A lot of times they'll artificially elevate the number of bad things. So we want to have people just stop it. Instead of looking at things as bad or good, they just are. Encourage them to see the whole elephant. Back to Lenny again. We want them to look at the issue. What's going on at that point in time? But what are the strengths? Because every situation has good and bad. So what are the problems and what are the strengths? If the person is not feeling very good about themselves because they lost their job, they may feel like they failed. They may feel like a failure. And we want to say, are you a failure at everything? Because that's kind of a global statement. So you got fired from your job. Good or bad, it's what it is. So what are the strengths that you have that can help you overcome this? And what are the positives of this situation? Maybe they didn't like that job. Maybe they can find another job. Encouraging people to not take one situation or one event and take it in and have it reflect who they are as a whole person. If they're walking down the street and they trip and they wipe out and fall on their face, and gosh knows I've done that. I am not the most graceful person in the world, but does that mean I am a complete klutz? No, it just was not one of my better days. I didn't take it as a stable, global, internal attribution. Spin the wheel of paradox. What is the opposite? If you're feeling like something is going against you, then encourage yourself to look for all the positives in it. So maybe you hate your job, and because obviously if you loved your job, you wouldn't be trying to have an intervention. But if you hated your job, it's like, okay, I really hate my job. I don't want to go to work today. Let's spin the wheel of paradox and say, what are the positives I can get out of this? Why are we looking for positives, and what does that have to do with self-esteem? Because as we find successes, as we find peace, we will feel more confident in our own abilities to handle distress. You're driving to work and traffic. Oh my gosh, traffic is backed up. You're going to be 45 minutes late. Well, yeah, that may kind of stink. What are the positives? Well, you weren't the one that was in the accident that caused the traffic jam. Maybe you can start making phone calls or checking your email if you're at a complete standstill. Finding both sides is basically where thinking in the mind comes. And in one of our prior classes, we talked about walking the middle ground and finding where both things can happen. Yes, we can be in a traffic jam and it can really suck, but we can also make use of that time doing other things. And it may just be doing breathing exercises, but okay, so cool. You have time to do some of your breathing exercises. And encouraging the no blame game. Yeah, not the blame game, but the no blame game. Not blaming yourself for everything, not blaming other people for everything, because generally everybody has a little part in it. So instead of using the energy to blame anybody, figure out how to fix it. Figure out what the positives are, figure out what the issues are, figure out how you got to this point, and figure out how to make it not happen again. When people experience successes, when they're able to fix things that go wrong, when they're able to see things as not catastrophic, they will start seeing themselves as stronger people. Emotions in the heart. I told you we were going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. Now we're moving on to the heart. And our heart's kind of small. It's about the size of our fist, but it's bigger on the inside. Encouraging people to recognize all the emotions contained within their heart. There's love, there's empathy, there's compassion, there's curiosity. There are a lot of emotions that are contained within the heart. And no matter how much you love somebody, there's always room to love somebody else. It's not like there's a finite amount of love you have to give. And encourage people to cultivate warm-heartedness, not just towards others, but again, we're talking about self-esteem here, toward themselves. What would they tell themselves or tell other people? And whatever they would tell other people, they need to turn around and tell themselves. Plant your garden. And I like this one. Around my house, when we first moved in, I ripped out the majority of the shrubbery because my feeling, whether it's right or wrong, it just is, if I'm going to put that much effort into taking care of something, it darn well better produce something for me. So I replaced everything with edibles. When you plant your garden, you've got to choose. You only have so much time to cultivate a good garden. You can't just plant 150 things and tend to 6 of them. So when you plant it, choose what you're going to care about. There are a ton of things you would love to do, but what is going to be your focus? When we focus on too many things, a lot of things tend to wither and die. So encourage your clients to figure out which plants they're going to cultivate. And sometimes, you can take this metaphor out and talk about companion planting and all kinds of stuff if gardening's your thing. But sometimes it's helpful to actually do sort of a visual representation of the garden so they can see what they want to care about, but then they can also focus on, are they giving it water? Are they making sure it's getting sunlight? Are they taking care of it? Tend and befriend themselves. They need to tend to their own needs. They need to become aware of what's important to them, and then they need to be their own best friend. Some days you wake up and you're like, I would really, well, I do. I would really love to just sit around in my jammies all morning and drink hot chocolate and watch cartoons, because that's where I am today. And that's okay. I'm like, all right, well, let's do it. So myself and my dog and cats and whoever else wants to does. But being kind to yourself and not saying, well, you shouldn't, you're almost 50 years old, you shouldn't be watching cartoons. Well, the heck with that. I will be my own best friend. People don't need someone else to take them out to dinner. People don't need someone else to constantly provide rewards. We need to learn how to provide rewards for ourselves. Now, is it cool to have somebody else to take us out every once in a while? Sure. But it's important that people can provide their own rewards. Encourage them to count their blessings, or do a gratitude list, however they want to phrase it. What is going right in your life? And what part did you have in that? Because guess what? You probably had a big part in that. Life doesn't just happen, and especially if everything is going, relatively well, that means there was probably some hard work and dedication, and it wasn't just luck. So let's look at what's going really good and how you've cultivated that. And delight for others. Sometimes we can get the greatest amount of joy in being happy for someone else instead of being jealous or envious and thinking, well, I should have that. We can be happy for them. Yeah, they have it. Wonderful. Awesome. Does it make us any less worthy or any less of a person because we don't have that? No. Looking at other people's successes in terms of great for them is a lot better on our self-esteem than looking at their successes and going, well, I should have been able to do that. And being in the world. Claim your emotional baggage, please. Don't let it stay on the conveyor belt. How many times have we been guilty, or have we had clients come in who've had the same baggage that just keeps coming back? Maybe it's the same basic dysfunctional relationship that comes over and over and over again. A part of that as clinicians is for us to say, okay, clearly there's something that's not getting resolved here, so we need to do something a little bit different. But as clients or people who have baggage on the conveyor belt, it's also up to that person to go, I need to figure out how to get this baggage off. And don't give it to somebody else when you take it off. Don't say, okay, this is your problem now. Don't blame other people for your situation. It's important to claim it and go, this is my stuff. I'm sorry. I'm having a really bad day today. I'm not going to blame you for making me feel X, Y, and Z. It gives people a sense of personal power to go, yeah, it's my stuff. But you know what happens when we say that, yeah, that's my stuff? We can say, and I am going to let it go. If we give it to somebody else, then we've got to wait to figure out what they're going to do with it. So when we claim it, we take power over it and we can choose what to do with it. Listen, just listen. Listen to hear and understand, but that means listen to yourself as well as others. You know, we talk a lot in counseling about how we spend too much time talking and not enough time listening. When the other person's talking, we're already formulating our response. Well, that's true for ourselves too. So we need to stop and be quiet and tell ourselves to just hush and listen to what is it we need and what is it we want. That also means silencing, going back to the very beginning, silencing all that chatter. You've got to get up and make dinner. You've got to do laundry. You've got to do this. You've got to make sure this gets, hush all that so you can listen to yourself. It's kind of like the difference between trying to have a conversation in a noisy restaurant versus on a park bench. We need to be in the world on the park bench. Speak with compassion to yourself and others. Try to take the compassionate viewpoint of what's going on with that person right now that might be contributing to them feeling angry, feeling hostile, feeling down, being just grumpy. Went to get chicken feed at the feed store the other day, and the young man who was at the desk is usually just all kinds of bubbly and all about customer service, and he was so flat that day. And, you know, I didn't take it personally because we all have bad days, but I felt that it was important to go the extra mile to make sure that I smiled and spoke with compassion because he was clearly having a bad day. But we need to do that with ourselves. When we're having a bad day, say, you know what? I'm just going to do what I can do today and be okay with that. I love this next activity. Write your job description. What is your job description for being you? What are your goals and what are your duties? You know, at work, every year we write our job goals and whatever else in our performance plan. I don't remember what I used to call it when I was supervising people. And then at the end of the year, you had a performance evaluation based on the goals that you set forth and the duties you were expected to accomplish. So why don't you sit down and write those out and figure out what's important to you to get a good job evaluation on being you. This is the time when, as you start writing it down, you start realizing, you know, maybe I'm putting too many goals here. Maybe I'm putting too many duties here. I wouldn't do this if it were my actual job because I know there's no way I can accomplish it. Once you start writing it down and seeing it visually, you're like, yeah, maybe I'm being a little too demanding. So writing your job description is an excellent activity. And adolescents tend to do this pretty well too. They haven't had as much experience with performance appraisals and things like that, but they can get an idea about how to write a job description, especially if you give them a template. So ultimately, the goal is to realize that self-esteem begins in childhood. And we want to start teaching children to be mindful. We want to teach them to stay in contact with how they're feeling and learn how to calm their breath from the very early age. When they start feeling all hyped up, when they start feeling tense, help them figure out how to diffuse that. We want to help them figure out what their values are and what's important to them. We want to help them be aware of themselves so they can identify their strengths and develop their me identity. So, who are you as an individual? In our society, we tend to want to be part of a group. We want to be interdependent, and that's great. But interdependent does not mean having the same identity as everybody else. We're not the Borg. Interdependent means taking our own individual identities and strengths and combining them to make sort of a greater good. Part of self-esteem development includes values identification, and this can start early. We can talk about honesty. We can talk about compassion. We can talk about trustworthiness. Kids get that. They know some of the basic values, and they can start learning why those are important and making decisions about some of the other ones, about what's important in their life. What do they see as an important value? We can help them start separating their wants versus their needs. A need is something that's going to keep their body, mind, and spirit going. A want is something that, they may really want in their heart, like a new bike for Christmas, but is it something that they need? And we can also start helping them address those cognitive distortions, the all or none thinking. We can start helping them address the sorting into the good or bad piles and learn how to accept that some things just are. And we can encourage them to be aware of sensations, feelings, and thoughts. Why? Because it helps choose behaviors which are in unison with your values. Not all of us notice sensations first. Not all of us notice feelings first, and not all of us notice thoughts first. That depends on you. I may notice that I'm being a negative Nelly as my first clue that I might be under stress. On the other hand, other people may feel a knot in their stomach and go, "Oh, I think something's going on," or "I've got food poisoning." But I digress. Probably something's going on. And still other people may hone in on those feelings, and they know they're angry. They don't know what they're angry about right now, but they know there is something that is ticking them off. Whatever it is that they're most in tune to, helping them integrate those will help them figure out how they're feeling, thinking, and choose behaviors that can help them feel happy. Being aware of these sensations can help support people through the difficult moments. Knowing that this tightness in your stomach before you go out and do a speech in front of 100 people, this is your anxiety. Strong self-esteem and a sense of self-awareness, acknowledging that anxiety and saying, "All right, it is what it is," can help people learn that they can move through the difficult moments. They can experience distress and succeed. Being aware of all these things also silences the critics, because a lot of times the critics are the ones that are bringing on some of these thoughts and sensations. They're heckling you. Silencing the critics, you can say, "No, that's not how I feel about that," or "That's really not how I think," if the critic is saying you should feel this way. And it helps you clarify who you are and what you want, because ultimately self-esteem is feeling good about you, not what your mother thinks about you, not what the woman down the street thinks about you, not what your boss thinks about you, but how you feel about you. Because once you have that, then you are going to start attracting other people who have a strong sense of self and can say, "You know what, we can have differences, but we can be friends. We can have different experiences, but we can share those to make something that's a stronger something." So kind of to tie it all up in a bow, mindfulness is really just a tool to help people get in touch with what's important to them and to silence the critics and the negativity that often dashes a lot of self-esteem. So people realize and become more aware when they're being unjustly negative and critical of themselves, and holding them to a standard that they wouldn't hold their child or their best friend, or for that matter, anybody else to. we want people to feel good about themselves. Until they do, they're going to experience dysphoria at some point or another. If you enjoy this podcast, please like and subscribe either in your podcast player or on YouTube. You can attend and participate in our live webinars with Dr. Snipes by subscribing at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. This episode has been brought to you in part by allceus.com, providing 24/7 multimedia continuing education and pre-certification training to counselors, therapists, and nurses since 2006.
Cambridge University in UK, dedicated economist, and has also a lot of experience in the real world. So he has got one of the big venture capital funds. And he's also teaching for us. So he was teaching for several years on financial crisis. So he was coming back occasionally for our term or Harvard term. And this was extremely valuable for our students to get the exposure of both sides, the academic side and the practical side. And of course, he's also a great historian in the sense that he likes to combine historical knowledge with actual knowledge, new innovation, and historical economic thinking. And we will have a feast here from his presentation today. And let's give a round of applause for Bill. And we're looking forward to
Thanks, Marcus. I gather from keeping in touch with things Princetonian somewhat from afar, I do spend much of the academic year in Cambridge, England, Old Cambridge, that it just may have been the case that this autumn, the extraordinary, unprecedented, and never again to be replicated history of the football team of the great class of 1965, undefeated, untied, and nationally ranked with the big boys, that the total points scored by Princeton this year may have exceeded the total in the autumn of 1964. I think that might be the case. But in any case, of course, the schedule was much harder then. But I'm really delighted to be back. As Marcus said, I've had a kind of haphazard career. I did my doctorate in Cambridge, having come from the Woodrow Wilson School in Princeton. I then went on a 35-year sabbatical, as it turned out to be as a working venture capitalist at the Frontier, and then returned to Cambridge just in time for the global financial crisis of 2008, from my perspective, to make economics a really interesting subject again. So I'm now back immersed, but all of my work as a practitioner, as an academic, is focused on innovation at the technological frontier, where progress is made by trial and error and error and error, where efficiency in the allocation of resources is the enemy of innovation, where tolerance of necessary waste is required, and where I must say I find the neoclassical production function, even in its Schumpeterian extensions, to be a thoroughly misleading lens to which to read the dynamics of innovation at the frontier. So this process that I've been both lived as a practitioner and have been studying as an academic involves three sequential, nonlinear, interactive processes: upstream, scientific discovery, technological invention, for the technologies that really matter, from the railroads to the internet, the deployment of transformational infrastructure, which, when in place at scale, creates new economic space, transforms the market economy, and creates opportunities for exploration of what to do with this new stuff. All of these processes depend on sources of funding that are unconcerned, not driven, not limited, not constrained by immediate visible economic value. Historically, two such sources have existed: the mission-driven state and financial speculation, each capable of mobilizing resources at scale larger than could be expected from rational investors carefully evaluating the net present value of alternative projects. And together they have indeed transformed the market economy, creating what I call a three-player game. A three-player game between the state, financial capitalism, and the market economy, the ordinary world in which we work and spend and save and practice life in the using the technologies that have been deployed. So three sets of continuous, reciprocal, interdependent games with different configurations. None of them is a stable equilibrium. The metaphorical relationship to the three-body problem in physics is not an accident. So in one version, we have state investment in fundamental research induces financial speculation to fund construction of transformational infrastructure whose exploitation in turn raises living standards for everyone dependent on the productivity of the market. But in another version, we experienced this only 10 years ago, a world in which bubbles and crashers in the financial system spill over and liquidate both the employed and their employers, generating appeals to the political process for redress and relief. And in a third version, malefactors of great wealth, a great phrase that Teddy Roosevelt deployed at the heart of the progressive movement, malefactors of great wealth are able to exploit the political process in order to preserve and protect their exploitation of the market economy. I sometimes think that's a little too close to home right now. But let's start with the role of the state. There is a long history here. This is a recently fascinating book on how the demand for muskets by the British Army from the Glorious Revolution of 1688 through the Napoleonic Wars to Waterloo, rising from a demand measurable in a few thousand per year to a few million per year, transformed the architecture of Britain's artisanal economy, made Birmingham, England, the workshop of the first industrial revolution. So this is the role of the state as a customer, but there's also the role of the state as a source. And in fact, a generation later, it was in the armories of the United States Army at Springfield, Massachusetts, Harpers Valley, West Virginia, that the concept of making things, making physical things by assembling interchangeable parts, that was reduced to practice from guns to sewing machines to typewriters to bicycles to automobiles. This was the technological innovation that enabled mass production. And of course, in the post-World War II era, this role of the state through multiple channels was responsible for sponsoring all of the technologies from silicon to software and onto the internet that combined to create the digital revolution. And in fact, it continued beyond that. This is the NSF grant to a couple of graduate students at Stanford named Larry Page and Sergey Brin, which led to the PageRank algorithm in Google, and if you like, one of the most profound sources of the technological revolution's growth and expansion. Now, I want to pause for a moment with respect to the language of war. I spoke about a mission-driven state, and that mission has gained political legitimacy, generally through the deployment of the language of war. War liberates, or at least the just war, liberates the state from the shackles of prospective cost-benefit analysis, when the costs are always easier to measure and to know than the benefits are. And this has been true of shooting wars. It was true of the Cold War. It was true of the war on cancer. And it was not an accident that Nixon adopted that language in 1972 when he created a mission for the National Institutes of Health, which has continued to this day, where progress is not measured by whether each project sponsored by the NIH, funded by the NIH, actually works. It's a broader, deeper mission where effective is more important than efficient. But not all wars are successful or even productive. In fact, over the last generation, in this country at least, we've seen the debasement of the language of war from Vietnam to Iraq by way of the war on drugs. And here's the kicker. If the state, and I'm going to come back to this later on, if the state is not accepted as a legitimate economic actor, then innovation at the frontier is likely to stall. Let me turn to the role of speculation. Now, this is a schematic of how to think about bubbles. The first law of bubbles is that they are banal, they are ubiquitous. Wherever there are markets and assets, there you will find herding behavior, momentum investing, prices decoupling from any relationship with cash flows, past, present, or prospective. But not all bubbles are the same. So here we're looking at two different dimensions, the locus of speculation and the focus of speculation. It took me about 5 years to come up with locus focus as a kind of meme for thinking about bubbles. When the speculation is limited to the public capital markets, the stock market, the junk bond market, leverage is very limited. When the bubble bursts, as it inevitably will, the economic damage done is equally limited and constrained. Think of 2001 after the great tech bubble of the 1990s versus what happens when the speculation infects the credit system, the banking system, where leverage in 2007 nominally was on the order of 30 to 40 times in the banking system. Effectively, when you actually go through to understand what was being counted as equity, as the equity base, it was probably more like 100 to 1 or more. A 1% decline in the value of assets effectively rendered the banks insolvent and generated the liquidity crisis that triggered the Great Recession. So locus really matters, but so does focus. Most bubbles focus on assets that have no potential whatsoever of increasing the productive potential of the economy, from tulip bulbs to marijuana stocks. We can talk a little bit later about where we put bitcoins in that spectrum. But occasionally the object of speculation is one of those transformational technologies, like the railways, like electrification, like computing and the internet, that changes everything and creates a new economy. There's a long history here as well. This is remarkable work from an extraordinary scholar named Andrea at the University of Minnesota. He's a pure mathematician. He publishes in the journals appropriate to pure mathematics, the ones where the only words in the title you can understand are the and. But some 25 years ago, he became interested in and then obsessed with the early history of the British Railways, and he spent an enormous amount of time in the archives. So this is the millions of pounds spent on actually building railways in Britain during the little railway mania of the 1830s and the great railway mania of the 1840s. This amount was a huge proportion, approaching 10% of British national income, when most of that income was embedded in the agricultural economy. This is the index that Oblisco constructed of the shares of the companies that had raised and were spending that money. When the bubble burst at the end of the 1840s, the stock prices collapsed. Most of these companies went bankrupt. Nobody tore up the tracks. Now, more recently, coming closer to home, and in fact to my own life, perhaps why I'm standing here right now, the great tech boom of the late 1990s. This is some very interesting empirical work. The dotted line are the cash flows, both internally generated from operations and externally by raising money in the stock market, by young firms, less than 15 years old, in the 7 super high-tech corporate sectors. And you can see that this enormous increase in cash flow is driven by a comparable increase in the cash raised by selling new stock for IPOs and follow-on offerings on the stock market, and in turn relieve the financial constraint, as we like to say, and enable these young companies to increase their R&D spending by a factor of about 8 over less than 10 years. Again, the bubble burst. Much more money was actually spent on putting dark fiber in the ground. But when WorldCom and Global Crossing went bankrupt, again, nobody tore up the fiber. It was there waiting for Netflix. So the first edition of my book was published about 5 years ago. And it was a kind of celebration of this extraordinarily constructive configuration of the 3-player game, when the American state, essentially the US Department of Defense, with some ongoing support from the National Science Foundation, NASA, was the sponsor, the early customer, the funder of research, and the inventor indirectly through DARPA of some of the most critical technologies. And when the speculators accelerated and amplified the impact of the digital revolution by perhaps as much as a generation. But now we must consider the consequences of the digital revolution. And this is the theme of what I've just published, a kind of, the way I think of it, as a very substantially revised and extended version of my work for the age of Trump and Brexit. But the first motivation for this was actually very close to home. From my life as a venture capitalist, and you can read all about this in the book, particularly chapter 3 and 4, I internalized what I call the two fundamental theorems of venture capital. Cash and control and corporate happiness is positive cash flow. Cash and control, what does that mean? It means the joint hedge against ignorance, the necessary, inescapable ignorance that comes when you invest in startups at the technological frontier, when you don't know whether it's going to work, and if it works, whether anybody's going to give a damn and pay a penny for what you've built. So cash, enough unequivocal access to cash, unequivocal access to enough cash to buy the time required to find out what's going on when bad things happen, and enough control to shift the parameters of the problem. My experience that often, not always, begins with firing the CEO. It can involve shifting the purpose of the project, of the underlying technology. It can involve selling the venture for whatever you can get without, rather than pouring money into a black hole. But enough control to do something about it. Corporate happiness is positive cash flow. This was the mantra of the fellow I don't refer to in the book as my psychotic mentor, extraordinarily brilliant man who had this slogan, this saying, put onto throw pillows in needlepoint so he could throw them at his CEOs to drive home the message that when your customers are giving you more money than it costs to deliver them a product or a service, you're not only demonstrating that what you're doing is economically worthwhile, you're liberated from the problematic dependence on external cash to pay your bills. Okay, so I looked around a couple of years ago, and both of these theorems were completely challenged, rendered irrelevant by what was going on in the unicorn bubble. These startups burning billions of dollars, funded at premium valuations by financial institutions, not venture capitalists anymore, but by Fidelity and such like, who in turn were not just paying premium valuations for illiquid securities that they could not sell, but were yielding governance control to the founders so that they couldn't do anything if their money was, they decided, being misused, abused, and they were, in fact, dedicating themselves to sitting in the back seat of the car, nowhere near being able to get their hands on the steering wheel as and when it headed over the cliff. And this is a recent paper from the University of Pennsylvania Law School, which goes through in detail the kind of agreements that were represented here. And of course, you could expect what was going to happen. These are just the two most prominent versions. But then there's also something else that was going on. Cryptomania. I've updated this as of a couple of days ago. So here, think about this as the proposed alternative financial system, liberated again from the control of the state. Now I have to always, at this point, I always have to cite my friend Mark Blythe at the Watson Center at Brown University, who likes to say that if you have to ask if it's money, it's not money. But this assault on the state's monopoly over the provision of money led to this kind of joint key recognition. The unicorns, the cryptocurrencies, each in their own way represented direct challenges to the authority of the state that had spawned the digital revolution and made them possible. The unicorns at the local level and markets for transportation, accommodation, the cryptos at the kind of symbolically core level, But beyond that, of course, what we've been witnessing over the last 20 years or more, the gradual accumulation to the tipping point of enormous transformations of the market economy through three different, overlapping, related channels. The second great globalization. So the first great globalization, documented and analyzed by Harold James, peaked in 1914. At that point, this was in a world where the movement of capital and the movement of people was essentially free. The movement of goods was constrained because the two most important nations that were following Great Britain, Germany and the United States, both practiced protectionism to allow their infant industries, no longer so infant by 1900, to reach levels of productivity that were competitive with Britain and even more competitive than Britain could provide. At this point, global trade as a percentage of total world income was on the order of 30%. The second globalization, which may or may not have peaked around 2007, in this case, what was free to move were not people, but work was, as well as goods and services and capital. Work moved through outsourcing, through the construction of complex transnational supply chains. And in this case, global trade peaked at 60% of world national economy, generating what Danny Roderick at the Kennedy School calls the political trilemma. You can have deep economic and financial integration, responsive political institutions, and the autonomy of a nation state, 2 out of 3. North Dakota has indeed deep integration with the rest of the United States, economically and financially. It has responsive local government, even if, we could put the entire population inside a couple of election districts in Manhattan. It is not an autonomous nation state. Greece thought it was an autonomous nation state until about 2011 and discovered the realities of deep integration. So the next is actually almost certainly, as much literature, particularly call attention to the work of David Autor's group at MIT, automation. I'm sorry, this is a reference to Autor's work on the political spillovers from globalization. This is a very interesting study. It was done it was published a couple of years ago, done over the previous 3 or 4 years, where they took each congressional district in the United States, looked at the exposure to Chinese imports after China joined the World Trade Organization in 1991, Marcus, I think. 1991? 2000. Sorry, thank you. So over that 10-year period, and then they looked at what happened in the primary elections with Republican districts moving to further right candidates and Democratic districts moving to further left, a polarization response to the impact of trade. But then automation. Now, almost certainly the impact, the economic impact, even if it doesn't carry the same emotional weight as the imports have carried in political discourse, the impact of automation has been huge. I would love to see more varied approaches to reading the political consequences. If anybody's aware of them, please let me know. This is a recent study, actually out of Oxford, that looked at a limited index of automation, the population of robots in roughly equivalent economic areas. And the change in the Republican share of votes for president between 2012 and 2016. The curve is up and to the right. This is what I think we would call suggestive evidence. It's not conclusive or causal, but there clearly has been a major, again, as it going all the way back to the Luddites and the textile industrial revolution of almost 200 years ago, a political spillover from the impact of technological change on the labor market. And then financialization. This is really quite remarkable. We all were aware, anybody working through the post-war era, the post-war era, was aware of increased financial weight. But this is a very simple ratio between the value of financial assets and U.S. GDP. From early 50s through 1980, that ratio rises only from 1.3 to 1.8 times. At an annual basis, you really couldn't see it. It disappears over the course of more than 25 years. But from 1980 to 2007, it goes from 1.8 to 4.8 times. This is in the context where, for example, up here, the credit default swap is invented right around here. At this point, there are $60 trillion of credit default swaps outstanding, created in less than 10 years. Now, most of the finance, most of the financial instruments of the trading finance has actually been trading in existing assets, above all, property. And also, of course, trading in financial assets constructed as banks create assets and trade them with each other, not funding new productive assets, except substantially during that tech bubble of 1996-2000. But what was going on here was the manner in which IT, computing, operationalized modern finance theory, turned the Black-Scholes equation from something that Fisher-Black had to write almost by hand on little pieces of paper and hand out at the Chicago Board of Trade into what could be on anybody's desktop as an instrument for both constructing and trading these new derivative securities. Donald Mackenzie's great book, An Engine, Not a Camera, Finance Theory as an Engine for Transforming the Markets, the Financial Markets, not a camera for capturing how they were then working, is probably the salient text, much cited in the literature and certainly much cited by me. Not only did IT enable this enormous increase in the variety and type and volume of financial assets, it also globalized it. This is a Bank for International Settlements. We can all thank Hyun Shin for this chart. It's become almost iconic. It's reproduced all the time. Between 2002 and 2007, the volume of US bank claims on Europe in 5 years went from $500 billion to more than $1.5 trillion. European claims on the US went from $1 trillion to $2.6 trillion. This is the vehicle, the channels through which our embarrassment in the mortgage market here in the United States became a global financial crisis. Thus, the digital revolution played a central role in the generation of the great credit bubble of the Audis and the global financial crisis that followed. I'm one of many who now think that this work by Adam Tooze of Columbia is likely to prove to be the most compelling historical analysis of the sources and consequences of the global financial crisis, which has generated political consequences that continue. This is work that goes back through history, well before the recent embarrassment, to look at the political consequences of major financial crises. This is the period, the early period. This is the full sample, the pre-World War II sample, the post-World War II sample. What they show is that in each case, there's a significant political shift to the right, towards, if you like, right-wing populism, visible in the nations that suffer through these crises. But in this case, and in this country, not only in this country, but perhaps more here than anyone else, the state had been rendered illegitimate as an economic actor and proved to be incapable of adequately buffering its constituents from the economic consequences of the digital revolution that it itself had spawned. Adam Tooze does a brilliant job of how, at the peak moment of crisis, from the autumn of 2008 through the winter of 2009, the United States did play the central role. Not only the Federal Reserve serving as the liquidity provider to the world through its limitless, unlimited swap lines, but also the transient moment of stimulus in the first days of the Obama administration that helped put a floor under the worst of the consequences that were unfolding. But this broader political failure is the ultimate macro motivation for my work, this new version of my work. And what it reflects is ideas really matter. As long ago as 1943, Hayek published The Road to Serfdom, an understandable, highly emotional response to the totalitarianisms of the left and right, which suggested and was popularized to suggest, to argue definitively, that any economic role for the state would inevitably lead to similar tyranny as had been the case in Stalin's Russia or Hitler's Germany. It took a generation, and this is important, it took a long generation for the ideas here to mature into Milton Friedman's. This was an extraordinarily popular television program based on a book that Friedman had written in 1980, and which was the kind of the lead-in, the leader for Reagan's first inaugural, when he stated, government is not the solution to our problem, government is the problem. This coming on top of the previous 30 years, when it was the United States government that drove, led, pulled, pushed, enabled the greatest technological revolution that we've yet seen in the world, without which things would have been very, very different. Now, fortunately, institutional latency really matters. Despite Reagan, despite indeed the Democrats' move to third way, middle of the road politics, Clinton saying the era of big government is over in the mid-1990s, nonetheless, the public sector of the developed economies of the world remained large enough to play a major role in limiting the economic consequences of the global financial crisis. Let me show you this eye chart. This is really why I needed a pointer. So back to 1880, this is the share of the national economy represented by public sector expenditures, including transfer payments, as it should, because they support aggregate demand for the United Kingdom, Germany, the US, and Japan. The two world wars stand out. Those are the peaks. Between the wars, Britain is the outlier. Britain is the debtor nation that did not directly or indirectly repudiate its debts. This is very largely debt service payments. The US is down here. In 1929, total public sector expenditures in the US were 7% of the national economy. 2% at the federal government, 5% state and local, where the state constitutions required that budgets be balanced, and that consequently, as tax revenues fell, as the Depression took hold, spending had to fall as well. The federal share actually doubled under Herbert Hoover between 1929 and 33, when Roosevelt took office. That's because nominal GDP in the United States, measured in current prices, declined by 50% in 4 years. So look at the difference. Here, in the years preceding the global financial crisis, even the US in red is up around 35 to 40%. In other words, the public sector, the continuity in spending, whether it be Medicare payments or Defense Department contracts or NIH grants, bolstered the private sector's demand when private sector investment, beginning with housing, but including industrial investment, collapsed in 2009. It was not only an aggressive central bank that prevented or that reduced the potential for another Great Depression to only a Great Recession. It was also the sheer scale of the public sector. And by the way, this factor, even by twos, I find extraordinarily under-recognized in the literature on the Great Recession and the economic consequences of the global financial crisis. So the US economy today represents a remarkable paradox. On the one hand, it's the home of the leading representatives, the driving forces of the digital revolution, the FANG companies, the superstar companies, more work by Autor, which looks at the role that they have played, that they are playing, that can be read in the macro economic literature, and they're driven. Their economic and financial significance is driven by what I truly believe is a new source of organic market power, different from and additional to economies of scale and economies of scope and network effects. Network effects serve to attract people to one telephone network because of connectivity and the return to connectivity. But, except perhaps from time to time, the FBI, nobody was actually listening to the content of those messages. Now the fact that every interaction, digital interaction, is captured and can be monetized and also learned from, such that the more data you have, the better the algorithms with which you analyze the data. The better the algorithms, the higher the quality of service. The higher the quality of service, the larger the market share. The larger the market share, the more data. A positive feedback loop. This, however, goes side by side in the same economy with multiple measurable declines in dynamism. So this is a chart that the Times mobilized out of Census Bureau data, looking at the share of employees working for small companies and the share working for big companies. This goes with, it's another way in a sense of appreciating that across virtually every industrial sector in the US, the share of revenues represented by the largest companies, by the top 4 companies, has increased materially over the last 10 to 20 years. The number of public companies in the US has declined by 50% since the year 2000, partly a function of private equity, partly a function of M&A without, ineffectively with minimal antitrust concern. The number of venture capital-backed IPOs, a subject very dear to my heart and on which I've actually worked, has declined by something like 60% to 2/3 compared with the average that we had taken for granted between 1980 and 2000. This is another business Census Bureau chart. The Census Bureau has begun compiling data on business applications, and they characterize as high propensity business applications, those that are most likely to generate jobs. Crashed by 25% immediately after the global financial crisis. It's barely recovered since. Various measures of social and economic mobility, work by Raj Chetty, now back at Harvard, show material reductions in social and economic mobility, at the same time as, again, various measures of the content of corporate R&D spending suggests a material shift from longer-term research to shorter-term development. And the largest purpose to which corporate cash flow has been put in recent years, and most particularly during this current year, has been on buying back stock. And of course, inequality has reached levels not previously seen since the late 1920s. This is work I highlighted here because it's work that comes out of Princeton. Extraordinarily, very creative approach to being able to track back to the mid-1930s, when unionization in the US finally was given legal political sanction under the New Deal, briefly, looking at union density, that is the density of members of unions relative to measures of inequality, the conclusion was that A, there's a very nice, very robust inverse correlation. The greater the union density, greater the number of proportion of people in unions, the less inequality, and that particularly affects those who are the poorer, the poorest, and the least advantaged in the labor market. And of course, it goes with what we all know from the well-publicized data. This is the income share of the lower half of the US distribution, declining from above 20% to about 12% over the last 40 years, 45 years. And this is the share of the 1%, which interestingly enough, not only peaked in 2007, but then has actually risen since the global financial crisis. Of course, this is heavily driven by financialization, by the value stock market recovery from the global financial crisis. And what I might refer to as the dark side of the three-player game shows itself in the extent to which the market's distribution of power, $1, one vote, dominates the nominal political distribution of power, one person, one vote. Now, there's another aspect of this dim view, this dismal view, which, again, for somebody interested in the economics of innovation, is very close to home. And this is the exclusion of science from input into public policy. So those of you who have your devices open, if you type the magic letters OSTP into your Google search window, you'll find multiple URLs. This is the one that is ostp.obama archive. It's a snapshot of what the Office of Science and Technology Policy website in the White House looked like on January 19th, 2017, the last day of the Obama administration. Behind every one of those tabs, there's an array of projects, conferences, reports, people, work, programs. This is what the current OSTP website looks like. I check this once a week. First of all, behind this, there's nothing. You can't click through to anything. Under this, there are, over the last 18 months, they've generated 8 press releases. 8 press releases. That's the activity. So, having failed to respond adequately to the digital disruption, the US state has now officially abdicated from the next needed technological revolution. Now, if there had been no Cold War, no Korea, the digital evolution would nonetheless have proceeded. It would have taken longer, it would have been less disruptive. But AT&T and IBM in 1945 were already working on going from analog electronics. This is where the transistor came from at Bell Labs. It would have happened. And it wouldn't have made that much difference, except for a few of us who managed to get the great tech bubble right. But the problem now is that climate change won't wait. It's not waiting. And it raises perhaps the single most important strategic question that the world is addressing now, which is, will China lead? Will China succeed in doing what only one other nation has actually done over the last 200 years? Not just perform as an effective follower, following the lead of the leader through the processes of industrialization and technological innovation, but will it actually become an effective leader at the frontier? There are enormous challenges in moving from being an effective follower to an innovative leader. Now, all followers appropriate intellectual property wherever they can find it. That's nothing new. The British took textile technology from India and Italy. We took it from the Brits. The Japanese and Koreans took everything they could get from us, from steel to semiconductors. The Chinese have clearly done a, let us say, more coherently organized process with greater reach. But even when a nation reaches, is in the process of taking advantage of what others have invented, they remain subject to the corruption tax. Many, many more governments have set out to get to the frontier than have ever come anywhere close because they've been compromised and ultimately have succumbed to the corruption that can be expected to follow when the state does become an economic actor. Some, the US in the progressive era, Britain in the 1850s and 60s, perhaps China today, interesting new work on the benefits in terms of the productivity of research in areas where the attack on local corruption in China has led to the removal of local officials, where much of R&D is subsidized at the local level, the regional level in China. China may survive that, but the argument that to actually become an effective leader, the kind of hope and dream, particularly represented by the Acemoglu-Robinson book, Why Nations Fail, which has had quite a substantial impact, that you need to have inclusive political institutions in order to be able to tolerate and sponsor the kind of creative destruction at the frontier. You know, historically, that is a very, very weak proposition. Britain in 1820, leading the first industrial revolution, was led by a corrupt cabal in London, in close affiliation with a national religious establishment, exercising authority down to the village level. You may or may not have seen the new movie Peterloo by Michael Lee. That was in 1819 when the troops of the British Army returned from Waterloo, slaughtered peaceful demonstrators in Manchester who were demonstrating for greater openness of the political process. The authority of that government was legitimized by the fact that you could look over your shoulder and see, just a generation before in Paris, what happened when order failed, the terror of the French Revolution. But they're trying to hold the lid on the greatest explosion of economic wealth and economic energy and financial wealth in the history of humanity. One might make a certain analogy there. It took a long, really 2 generations for Britain to evolve into a reasonably open, reasonably uncorrupt society. Which drove which? Was it the economic development that had the interplay with the political processes? Or in fact, is it simply an indeterminate question? We certainly don't have enough examples from history to draw any sort of rule, let alone law, of economic and political co-evolution. Think of them as co-evolving as they did in Britain, as they are now in China. So let me conclude. From the perspective of an American, this is a pretty dark picture. The fellow who hired me at Warburg Pincus, where I've spent the last 30 years, used to say that you can't survive as a venture capitalist if you're a pessimist. You know, the first startup you lose, you'll slit your throat, you'll be out of the game. So I'm temperamentally doomed to be an optimist, and I do believe, and it's not just because I'm here in Princeton, I do believe that beyond the green political shoots that we can read in the midterm election results, perhaps even more at the state and local level than at the congressional level, but beyond that, there is a source of long-term optimism, which I lean on hard, and that is that ideas still matter. And the global financial crisis and the Great Recession, for the disciplines of economics and finance, have been the gifts that keep on giving. They forced the reunion of economics and finance at the macro level, perhaps most significantly in the work that Marcus has led in the new financial macro, echoed by people like Elaine Ray at LSE and Caballero at MIT. This is a radically new approach that puts financial intermediaries at the core of the system instead of excluding them from the economic dynamics at the macro level. It's forced recognition of the behavioral micro foundations and, let us say, reduce the plausibility of relying on the fantasy of the robotic, intertemporally optimizing, omniscient agent. And it's also demonstrably led to a shift towards evidence first, theory later. More work, more empirical work on how the world actually works than on how it should work if it would make our models close in an efficient way. I cite this. I speak as an old Keynesian from old Cambridge. I'm delighted to always salute the work from the twin citadels of New Cambridge, Andy Lowe at MIT, Schleifer with his colleague Genioli at Harvard. Each of these books, in their very different ways, and they're all always subject to comment and criticism, but each of them represent direct head-on assaults on rational expectations and a determination to try to bring into the stories we tell a clearer appreciation of how real people behave in real markets. So I close with the quote from Keynes, the last sentences of the general theory, that the power of vested interest, vastly exaggerated compared with the general encroachment of ideas, not immediately, but after a certain interval. But sooner or late, it is ideas, not vested interests, that are dangerous for good or ill or evil. I do believe that the new economic ideas in process of being generated in response to the discontinuity of 2008 will be, once that they inform the discussion and debate and decisions around public policy, that they will be positive for good. Thank you. We certainly have time for some questions, and I'll be happy to try to address whatever you may have. Come on, this is Princeton, no shyness. You all go to precepts.
There's a question back there.
So you had
Yes.
this slide that showed that after every financial crisis, the electorate moved to the right. Why do you think it wouldn't move to the left? I mean, why is that?
That chart is, I expect it's probably dominated. The paper is concerned with a long sweep. We have a few instances, of course. Let me back up and say, Danny Roderick has an interesting paper suggesting a differentiation, and this is specifically with respect to this most recent financial crisis, between the populism of the creditor nations, which means Northern Europe, and the U.S., and the U.S. is both, and the populism of the debtor nations, which is Southern Europe and Latin America. The debtor nations' populism going left, the creditor nations going right. Certainly on a case-by-case basis, it often will turn on the effectiveness of the political entrepreneurs who are competing to take advantage of the discontinuity, the disruption of lives, as Harold James has written about the impact of transformation in financial and economic values on human and cultural values and political values. But I think that the pre-World War II is largely dominated by what was going on in Central Europe, as well as Southern Europe, post-World War I and then post-1931. The post-war, very much dominated by Latin America, as well as parts of Asia, where mostly the movement was to the right. The U.S. in the 1930s is really an anomaly. And it was a very close-run thing. When Roosevelt won the election, Roosevelt was in this long interregnum that we then had from an election in the first week of November to the inauguration in the first week of March. The then leading political guru, Walter Lippmann of the New York Herald Tribune, Lippmann said to him, "You must govern like Mussolini. You must suspend Congress. The crisis is too great. Mussolini has shown the way for effective government in response." So and by the way, the left-wing movements immediately after World War I were almost all liquidated rapidly, from Vienna to Budapest, and then in the 30s in Spain. So there was a general right-wing movement after major financial and economic crises. And that's an observable. I can't explain in detail. I don't know if anybody can. Sir.
Thank you for your talk. You mentioned something about state-led technological innovations, and you talked about how China could potentially become the next leader. I was wondering just your general opinion on the concept of state-led or government-led innovations. Because it seems like, for example, in China nowadays, you see the government pouring billions of dollars into artificially creating those city of AI or machine learning cities or gaming cities. But like, are those kind of innovations good, healthy for, I guess, not just for China, but for humanity as a whole?
Certainly, that's a pretty big question. I'm not sure I can get to humanity as a whole. Historically, we can look at a few examples and see that as and when, this is a point I'm glad you asked that because I want to elaborate on it. It's one of the real challenges in moving from being an effective follower to an innovative leader. In the path of following, where you know by and large what the route is, you know, from bicycles to automobiles, from steel to silicon, identifying and bestowing resources on a small number of national champions can make a lot of sense. The chaebols in Korea, the zaibatsus in Japan. JC knows more about this than I do. But when you get to the frontier, when progress switches from being an effective follower to depending on that trial and error and error and error, you have to have players who can fail without discrediting the whole enterprise. In the US, as a great example, there's probably no more important enterprise in the United States through the central years of America's rise to leadership, from World War I through to the 1960s, 70s, than AT&T. AT&T fought the notion of packet-switched communications, let alone the implementation of that in what was originally called ARPANET. Fought it in everything from the technical workshops to the White House. AT&T became the enemy of innovation. There's some very interesting work. Wes Cohen at Duke University is one of the authors on how the small number of dominant Japanese IT firms completely missed the transfer of value in computing from hardware to software in the 1980s into the early 1990s. 3 companies dominated the Japanese computer industry. They were all motivated to build faster versions of their IBM-compatible mainframes rather than understanding what was happening as hardware was commoditized by the technologies whose cost and reliability dropped like a stone in the aftermath of the PC revolution of the early 1980s. So whether China, there's an observable in China, which is the very substantial shift in economic weight from the state-owned enterprises to the private sector. Private sector may be a somewhat gray area, but in the US, so it is as well. Boeing, public sector, private sector. Every jet plane ever made in America descends from the KC-135 that was the tanker that the Air Force paid for in order to teach Boeing how to build commercial jet aircraft. So this public-private collaboration can be extremely effective if the extent of reciprocal capture is constrained. Will that be the case in China? There's a very interesting paper. Storslatten, Norwegian economist, is one of the co-authors. It's called Growing Like China, and it focuses on the deliberate effort to shift resources from the financially rich state-owned enterprises to the financially constrained and much more productive private sector enterprises. I think it's an open question. The way I would put it, I have this metaphor of the 3-player game. The 3-player game with Chinese characteristics is indeterminate, as all 3-player games are. The only thing you know is that they will shift over time because the longer you're in one configuration, it's a kind of Minsky process. The longer you're in one configuration, the more pressure builds up to shift it as vested interests accumulate, as corruption has the opportunity to establish itself, and as political capital gets consumed. But I will say this, it does appear that in area after area, China is at the frontier, machine learning being one of these areas, and where perhaps the incentives for continuing aggressively to appropriate intellectual property may become less as China becomes a source of genuine innovation. You know, the U.S. Effectively refused to enforce copyright laws through the 19th century, to the utter dismay of Charles Dickens, who was pirated enormously in the U.S. until a writer named Mark Twain became more popular than Charles Dickens had been, and all of a sudden there was a domestic interest in enforcing copyright laws. So we may be seeing this happening in China.
One last question.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I was just interested, so at the beginning of your presentation, you had the slide about speculation being productive versus non-productive. And it seems to me that, okay, you want to encourage more productive speculation. I mean, if speculation at all. But I was just wondering, so like, as a venture capitalist, how effective do you find regulation, like attempt to, like manipulate the economy into something that's better? And are there, like, how would you recommend to solve those problems?
Well, first, I don't think it's up to the state to either promote speculation. I think it's up to the state or the Federal Reserve or the financial regulators to be attuned to the rise of speculation and then to pay very close attention to where it's taking place. Now, I've been in interaction on this subject with a brilliant financial economist, formerly, I have to say, of Princeton, Jose Schenkman, who points out that you can't draw a clear, bright red line between the financial markets and the credit system. They do overlap and interact. But I do think that what really matters is being aware of the extent to which the bidding up of prices is funded by borrowed money, so that when the asset prices again decline, those who hold them are rendered insolvent. When there's limited leverage, the economic consequences are much less, and the regulators can afford to let it run and find out whether it's productive or not productive. There's no reason, and apart from the absolutely endemic, prevalent scamming corruption around the crypto mania, there's no reason from a macro financial or prudence motivation for the regulators to try to block what was going on when Bitcoin went to 20,000, because there was virtually no leverage involved in it, and it was still on a relatively very modest scale. We can have a separate conversation about blockchain and Bitcoin and their longer term potential for productive use. I think it's very constrained for the original purpose, and to the extent that distributed databases are valuable, they're going to be valuable amongst trusted partners, trusted counterparties who don't have to worry about proving with the enormous tax on performance. I mean, the point about blockchain, the key point about the Bitcoin blockchain, the Ethereum blockchain, is that their performance is awful. It's appalling. And it would be if you have to validate each transaction because you don't trust anybody. As soon as you trust people, you can be very efficient. Trust is a really positive contribution to efficiency in economic and financial transactions.
So we have books out for sale and bill signing, and if you have additional questions, maybe during
Sure.
the book signing. But please join me in welcoming.
Hello, superstar. Hello. I'm so excited for you to be here. Today we have a very, very special guest. Her name is Alyssa, and she has honestly, I'm in loss for words because her transformation over the years has been incredible. And what I'm very, very proud about this particular episode is the fact that she's so direct with the way that she approaches coaching. You know, she's had corporate backgrounds. She has a whole bunch of different unique set of skills that has led her to become this dynamic coach that focuses on emotional intelligence. But what I really love about Melissa is who she is as a person. So giving, so loving, so attention to detail, y'all. When you're looking for a coach, you need to know that that person has a good heart, has the results that you're looking for, and is actually willing to see through you. What I love about Alyssa is that she does all of that and more. Not only does she take the practices that she's learning each and every day, committed to her growth, committed to her education, committed to her community, committed to her family, her friends, all of that, but she still has a holistic view of how to get you from maybe not excelling within your relationships to the next level, and how you can become that dynamic factor and that person that you envision, just, you know, shifting a couple things within you that can open up something new about yourself, and also helping you get to the next level within your career path. So what I'm really, really, really excited about is for you guys to see the directness about Alyssa. She's so good with articulating, you know, moments in life where it could be challenging, it could be difficult, but she helps you see the BS in your overthinking, or she helps you see the BS when there's nothing really there. That's what you want to look for in a coach, someone that can actually push you to the next level while still embracing your strengths and helping you build up that courage along the way. So make sure to check her out. She has amazing courses and she has amazing programs that you can definitely take advantage of. Make sure to check them out. We will definitely put the links in the description below. She's an amazing person, one of my favorite people on this world. So make sure to check her out. I don't say that lightly. So welcome to the call, Alyssa. You are a superstar, and we're so excited to have you here.
Thanks for having me. It's an honor.
Yes. Yes. So, I mean, we have a couple of questions for you because, I mean, you do so much work within so many different levels of leadership. So we wanted to, you know, before you got into coaching, tell us a little bit more about Alyssa before the whole coaching phenomenon happened in your life.
So I gifted 10 years of my life to corporate America. And in that gift of my time and my soul, I was managing corporate fitness centers. So I'm originally education and health promotion business graduate, college graduate. Originally always wanted to be a wellness coordinator because I really fully believe in the mental, emotional, spiritual, financial, and intellectual element of the body, the person. That's really hard to find in Chicago. So got into the fitness component, which is great. I mean, I love fitness, but it was really having those conversations in the PT sessions, running the weight loss programs, teaching the group X, that like there was a common denominator of like middle-aged people not having the mental, emotional, relational, and habitual intentionality. Like they were doing the domesticated lifestyle of providing for their families, going to work, busting butts, but they weren't feeling and having like that, those results that they wanted, those relationships that they wanted, the freedom that they wanted. And it became a really ethical thing for me, to the point where then I had to cross check who I was being, and working 15 hours at one location, and then on the weekends subbing classes or teaching group X classes or cleaning. Like I never had like one job. So it really forced me to be like, Alyssa, what the hell are you doing? Like, you're literally here teaching people how to take care of themselves, but you're not able to take care of yourself. Like you're not getting enough sleep, you're making unhealthy choices, you're not showing up in the dating world like you want to be showing up. So I just had like a come to Alyssa moment, and had to get out. And it was the scariest thing that I ever did, but I just kind of did it and never looked back. So 6.5 years later, here I am.
Wow. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm right here, Isabel over here. I am proof, okay, that Alyssa speaks her walk, or speaks her talk and talks her walk. You know, that whole saying, right? Because I've got to see you in person. And we've had other, encounters with people that we've actually looked up to a lot. And then we meet them in person. And it was like, yeah. And it was scary for us because we don't know what to do in those scenarios. More like, that'll be the last time, that will happen. And it hurt a lot. But when we got to meet you in person, we were like, oh, she's a lot taller than we thought. But she's
really a lot shorter. I'm like, oh, wow, they're short. Okay. But we all love food and wine, so let's do it.
Yes. And what I really love about you, Alyssa, is that you're living authentically and that you come from a place that you actually do the work. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of coaches, what we've seen is like they'll try to help others and then they haven't gone through the work themselves to actually prove that they've gotten the results that need to be gotten to help another person get to a different level in their life, in a business, right?
Yeah.
And you're really great at that. So thank you for being authentic. And that's why we really wanted to do these type of interviews, to celebrate the people that are true and authentic. So curious, I mean, did you get certified? Did you go through that route to start coaching? Yeah,
I did. And part of it is, again, I'm going to keep saying it's the domesticated way in the fitness arena, especially because you have to have certifications to be able to teach class, to personal train. Then there's like these CECs, the continuing education that you constantly have to do. So I was just in like that rhythm of, oh, I need to take a class. Oh, I need a certification. Oh, I need this, which is great. I actually was certified through the Czech Institute as a holistic lifestyle coach. And that was really woo-woo. I got through it and realized I'm not going to be able to use any of this. Like, this is a problem. My corporate professionals that I want to coach are going to have plastic in their homes. They have little kids. Like it was like really holistic. So then I found Health Coach Institute. I'm like, okay, there's a life coaching. This is more my speed. And there was a business component to it. So I'm like, all right, here we go. This is just going to be my real kicker. So I did it. 6-month program. It was great. Went on, did their 1-year mastery, which was more ecology, therapy based, which was great. And that's it. Like, that's the only certifications I've gotten since, because I'm fine. I'm good. I don't need any more certifications. In fact, I coach for Health Coach Institute as an empowerment coach 10 hours a week. And that's one of the things that I tell students or coaches that are becoming coaches. There's 2 questions they always ask me. It's like, one, like, how do you have success? And I'm like, step 1, get a coach, like get support. In the last 6.5 years of me being an entrepreneur, 4 to 6 months has been the longest I've ever went without a coach. You have to have support. You have to have support. You have to have a system. You have to have a community. Like, get on board with it. Find the finances for it. Step 2, or risk 2, is don't get caught up in the grow, certification. You can have all the information in the world, but unless you're going to integrate what you have, you're not going to get clients. So don't make that mistake of like, I need this. No, what you need is a client. So do the work, find the system, find the support, and coach and integrate it, and then move from there.
Yeah, that's really great advice. And I mean, the people that are looking to get into the space and that are kind of timid, or maybe they haven't gotten the courage to go out there and find a coach yet, what advice would you give someone to be like, this is the three main questions that you should ask someone if you want to hire them as your coach, to set yourself up for success, especially in this industry?
As a coach hiring a coach, or as a human hiring a coach?
Oh, that's a good question too. Because, okay, so let's go with a human, because first of all, you need that guidance to get you to a certain level, right?
Yeah, I would want to know first and foremost why they got into coaching, right? Everyone's why is a really integral part of who they are. It's not necessarily what a person does, but their why is important. Kind of like on the reverse flip of why someone's going to hire you and why not. Why not? So why did you decide to get into coaching? The second thing I would probably want to know is like, what has been your most memorable experience or like win with a client? Let me know, like, what's your greatest testimony, I guess is the best way to say it. And because again, I want them to brag. If they can't brag about themselves, how are they going to be able to get me to brag about myself? And that's a very important part about coaching.
Oh, that's a good one.
And then what are your core values? What are your top 3 values?
Wow.
Because if your values are like work, food, and finance, well, that might not, like, maybe I'm a workaholic. Maybe I'm overweight, and like if your core values are those things that could negatively impact me or like influence or affect the way in which I'm wanting to go, we may not be a good fit,
Yeah. And what has been one of the major like hell to heaven moments that you've experienced with your clients that honestly that you get to dig even deeper within your core values that really justify your core values?
Are we talking about past clients or current clients? Like, I guess an example of that is when you tell me that I had a client who came to me to lose weight. She had lost over 100 pounds 2 times on the ideal protein diet, had surgery, had skin removal, everything, gained it back. She signs on with me because she'd been personal training with me, and she had only lost like 30 pounds in 4 to 5 months. She signed on for another 4 months. And what had happened in the like 6 to 9 months that we were working together, we realized that there was a lot of inner belief, identity, family of origin stuff going on. And so we worked together for a full year. And then a year after that year, I was sitting at her wedding at 51 years old. She finally allowed love in and married her best friend.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Like, it was awesome. So, I mean, that's like obviously one of the most memorable. Anytime I can help a client get through the blocks that they have within themselves to be able to connect and to like lead a more loving life. I think love is something that's like lacking, especially in the digital world of disconnect. Love is like so important to me and to like my clients, especially now in the arena of working with a more male engineer minded scope of practice. For them, like, I just love being able to help and see them celebrate how much connection or respect they feel for themselves and their teams, because they are coming from that authentic, grounded space of like knowing themselves. And with that then also comes the emotional and psychological anxiety, depression, unhealthy work-life balance. So like, it's just, coaching is amazing. I don't know how people don't have coaches.
Right, right. And especially when you're going into a new transition into your life, you might be going from corporate and now you're looking to get into this dynamic field of coaching. You know, you must get someone that has been there or can actually tap into all factors of coaching, right? Because you deal with not only the emotional intelligence within everything that within you, but you also deal with business, right?
Yeah.
You also you're very strategic and tactical and like very technical. So like what are some ways that you see coaching as like an evolution to people, because what we've seen, and correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of people start with the unknown, like the naive self of being able to be like, I'm going to help the world and everyone in it, and everyone's going to be drinking the Kool-Aid and everything's going to be great. And then they need to make a landing page. And then they need to drive people to their first webinar, or they need to fill up something. And then they get stuck. What has been one of the ways that you've been able to stay focused and energetically focused and positive in your business?
The first is understanding that, and one of my business coaches probably 4 years ago said, Alyssa, there is a difference between being a fluffy, passionate coach and a purpose-driven entrepreneur. He's like, you cannot be a higher percentage of this fluffy, passionate coach. You've got to step in to this purpose-driven entrepreneurial space, because if you do not step into this space, there ain't going to be no fluffy, passionate coaching going on. You have to get the fundamentals. So for me, it was really about re-identifying myself as I am a purpose-driven entrepreneur. I am a woman in business. I can do hard things. I cannot tell you how many times I said to myself in the mirror, Alyssa, you can do hard things. Alyssa, you can learn this. Alyssa, you can learn this. And having certain thresholds and like checklists of small tasks. Sometimes when I was developing the landing pages or going through some of your guys' trainings, I would have to set a timer, because I struggle with anxiety. So I would get so worked up about how foreign it would be. And I would just say, Alyssa, watch 10 minutes of it. Just give it 10 minutes and then go leave. And I'd go and I'd take the puppy around the block, and then I'd come back and I'd sit back down. And so a lot of it, again, is knowing that inner game. And also catching all the bullshit that's going on. Like, catch your mindset, catch your subconscious that's blocking you. Because if you're not willing to identify as like, I'm a person in business, I am a purpose-driven entrepreneur, you're not neurologically going to be able to have the beliefs firing to create that reality. Wow. And that's a shame. So having small increment things to do that are not overwhelming, but a lot of it is being able to look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself, I'm a purpose-driven entrepreneur and I can do hard things, and have some humility in it. Because I am like, I tell my partner, Amanda, you guys met her. In the winter, I really struggle. Again, I will tell her, babe, I need you to tell me that I'm good enough. I need you to tell me that I can do hard things. I need to tell you to tell me that I'm going to rock this day, or that I'm going to sign a client this month. And she would. Because again, if you can't do it in yourself and you find someone that loves you and can support you, have them do it. Because you have to create that. You have to create it. You have to create that image.
Wow, that is so, so, so powerful. That's a mic drop moment. That was beautiful. One of the key core values, going back to that, because you're very ethical, that's a really strong word, but you embody that to me. One of the core values that we've always been so passionate about is being location independent. Mm-hmm. And we love it, and we also want to ask you, being location independent, what has been one of the greatest gifts of being location independent, but what has also been a thing that you don't like about being location independent?
So location independent. Prior to the pandemic, y'all, I was doing 12 countries in 12 months, and it was a joy. So location independent. I love observing. I think that anytime any of us, I know, I've read books, I've read research, like I know that anytime a human can move to and put themselves in a different environment, a different space, a different country, a different culture, it opens us up. We become more creative. We just naturally are sponges. We expand, we grow. We are living from a more vulnerable space that, like, in your home, in your little domesticated way of like, this is how I live, this is who I am. Like, you don't get vulnerable easily. Like, it takes work to become vulnerable in your domesticated space. So by removing the space, I just love the growth and the food. That's that. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a fat kid. The food is my favorite thing about being location independent, as well as being able to grow. And then what was the second, my least favorite thing about it?
Yeah.
Least favorite thing probably would be structure. So I'm very type A, OCD. I like a rhythm. I like routine. So when I go to a new space, and whenever you go to a new space, it takes like a week, 7 to 9 days to like get the lay of the land. Like, how do I walk home? Where do I want to go work? This, like, what do I like? And where am I going to work out? Am I in the time zone? Am I in a rhythm? That to me, because efficiency is also like a large part of who I am, I feel sometimes that time is like wasted. It's not, because I learn a lot in doing that, but I don't, that's probably my least favorite thing of being location independent, is how long it takes to get into a flow, and the fact of like, obviously I'd be away from my puppy, so I would miss her.
Yes. And how many puppies do you have?
We have one. We foster failed one, but we also foster, and sometimes I board. So again, until we get our puppy to be 2 years, which is only 1 year, 1 month, we're still going to be shuffling dogs to create a wonderful personality. But because she is such already a beautiful personality, she's a really good teacher to the puppies in the shelters. So we bring them and we have her teach them some life skills, and then we get them adopted.
Wow. Wow. Y'all, if that isn't filled with love, I mean, what else is? I love that. And I mean, I know that you're a very busy coach, yes. And not only that, you have a lot going on, and I appreciate your time. There's one question that we always ask, and it's probably going to be one of my most important questions to ask. And it's something that I take extremely serious.
Okay.
What does freedom mean to you, Alyssa?
Oh, freedom to me is the ability to live, laugh, love, and learn however, wherever, whenever I want, right? It's the ability to do what I love, but be able to share experiences and places and things with the people I love, while being my authentic self in all of it.
Yes. That's awesome. I love that. I feel like you already knew that. You know, sometimes I ask that question and it takes someone a moment or two, but I feel like you live in freedom.
Yeah, I'm very, Amanda and I were talking about it before. That was one of the last things we said when we went to bed last night. We had a fucking hectic weekend, but we're like, you know, we have like such a good life. Like, life is so fun with you. And I'm just like, I didn't feel like we had any fun this weekend. He's like, but it's so fun. Like, we got Gordon adopted. We brought Willie home. We organized. I'm just like, the sun was out yesterday. Like, the sun was out today. That's the cheer. But it's also a level of perspective too. So I think that anyone who's watching this that feels kind of like in that contractive that stuck space of, what the hell am I doing, or how do I leave? Like, I also want you to just check in with yourself and let you know that, like, the freedom starts with you and the way you think and the way you feel about it and interact with it or associate to it. And a simple example of that is, are you a this or that person? Or are you a this and that? And if you're a this or that, like, you're not going to find freedom.
Wow. Ask yourself those questions, ladies and gentlemen, because that was strong.
You can't feel freedom if everything, like, if there's a good or bad, a yes or no. It's this and that. And that's where gratitude, mindfulness, meditation, like, it's all important. But that's also where, like, catching your thoughts on what's true and what's not true, and taking ownership and accountability and how it's keeping you in this little, like, stuck circle. You are the owner of that. You're the master in creating that. So change it. And it's okay if you don't know what freedom looks like. I talk to tons of people that they're like, yeah, I don't know what it is. And that's a great thing to become aware of, because then you don't have really anything to complain about. You get to create something.
That was so good. That was so good, y'all. If you have not checked out Alyssa, make sure to check her out on Instagram. You're on Facebook. You have a website. Make sure to check her out. She is amazing. Where can people find you easiest, Alyssa?
I mean, everything's under my name. Like, my website is alyssapajoli.com. And then from there, if you want to go to my YouTube channel, if you want to go to LinkedIn, Facebook, like, they're all on that page. But otherwise, any platform, just searching Alyssa Pajoli, you'll find me.
Can people DM you?
I'm even on Twitter. No, I don't accept DMs. Yes, of course. Voice messages are preferred, but if you want,
nice.
If you want to hide behind text, I'll also accept.
Awesome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you definitely heard it from the woman herself. Alyssa, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for
Welcome, everyone. I'm Ashish Kaushal, CEO of diversity staffing firm Higher Talent and the founder of Consciously Unbiased, a movement to build belonging in the workplace. Consciously Unbiased is all about amplifying the voices of impact makers and tapping into the power of the community to make real change happen. Today's topic is very special to me. Today's topic is about men as allies. We have a majority of a male panel today because I believe we have to stop talking about how to fix women. They don't need to be fixed. The systems do, and we have to talk about how many men show up in the workplace. After all, the majority of leadership positions are still held by men, so engaging more men is essential for advancing equality. We have some amazing leaders here to share the topics, to share what they've learned and how they can support women in the workplace. We have special guest Henry Rowling. He's the founder of Flying Cars Innovation. Welcome, Henry.
Hi there, welcome.
Brad Johnson, professor of psychology for the U.S. Naval Academy and co-author of Good Guys: How Men Can Be Better Allies for Women in the Workplace. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
And then we have David Smith, associate professor of Carey Business School at Johns Hopkins University, and also co-author of Good Guys: How Men Can Be Better Allies for Women in the Workplace.
Thanks for including me.
Absolutely. And then Purvis Taylor, mental health advocate, life coach, wellness practitioner, author, and also a previous host in our Breaking the Bias podcast, if you guys are interested in checking that out later. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
And then Hira Ali, CEO of Advancing Your Potential and author of Her Allies, a practical toolkit to help men lead through advocacy, as well as author of Her Way to the Top, a guide to smashing the glass ceiling. Welcome.
Thank you.
So I'd love to start off with asking each of you how to tell us who you are in more detail and what you do and why the issue of men as allies is personally important to you. Hira, do you want to start?
Right, yes. Right, so first of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm privileged to be the only woman on the table, in this table right now, but I think it's a welcoming change to have more men talk about gender equality than women. So as already introduced, I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Advancing Your Potential. I'm also author of 2 books, Her Way to the Top and Her Allies. And I'm very passionate about gender equality, racial equality, and all forms of equality. And I talk a lot about and write a lot about allyship and women in leadership and racially diverse leadership. And I've also recently started proudly owning the title of an activist because I talk and speak about things that I care about.
I
So
love
that's
that.
me.
And we'll go back to that later because I want to know the difference between an ally and an advocate or an activist. And so we'll definitely talk about that later on. Purvis, you're next.
Well, I think to add on to what you already shared, I am the co-founder of Alchemic Solutions, which is a program that's based here in New York City that teaches young men of color how to develop and cultivate emotional intelligence. And I think as it relates to gender equality, I think awareness is the beginning of everything. If we can teach ourselves to be aware of ourselves, then we can progress to being aware of other issues that are plaguing others. So I think that's my contribution.
Absolutely. Welcome. And Henry?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm co-founder of Flying Cars Innovation. So we develop new marketing campaigns for startups and NGOs and brands that do good in the world. I'm someone, essentially, the reason I'm interested in this as a topic is I'm someone that's come from a privileged background. So I'm a white man from a middle-class family, and I see lots of other people who are facing kind of far greater barriers than I've had to face in my life, and just want to use my platform to do something about that. So in my sort of career, I've worked at charities that support disabled people, homeless people, refugees, and in general, I don't see men doing enough to further the cause of women's equality. So I want to use the platform that I've built from the privilege I've had to do something about that.
I love it. And David, welcome as well.
Hello, thanks, and it's great to be here with everybody. So I guess in addition, it would be helpful. I'm a sociologist, and I do all of my research in the area of gender, work, and family. So thinking about gender perspectives on careers in the workplace and how family intersects with that. And, you know, I think one of the things that as Brad and I started collaborating together and doing this work, we noticed very early on were that these are often framed, these gender inequities are framed as women's issues, and women, the solutions are often from organizational perspectives are often focused on women and fixing women and not about the broader culture, the broader structure, and men and how we can be part of the solution. So we love to reframe this as a leadership issue where we as men and women have a role and a function, a responsibility to be engaged in creating the kind of workplaces where we all want to work and thrive there. But I think also the personal connection I think is really important too. And hopefully we'll get a chance to talk about some maybe why these are things that are personally important to us as well.
Absolutely. And Brad, I'd love to hear your perspective as well.
Yeah, my why. You know, I am somebody, I'm a clinical psychologist who has spent his entire career researching mentoring relationships. And I, in all of that time, have seen the data. So part of it is scientific for me. I've seen the data showing that women just don't get the same level of mentoring. And even when they do, they often don't get sponsored. They don't get advocacy as part of their relationship the way that majority men do very naturally. So there's that kind of nerdly scientific part of me that got me into this work. But then there's the personal, like Dave, you know, there are women that I care about, maybe most notably my sister, who's a Navy captain, very senior officer in the Navy. I talk to her frequently about things that happened to her in the workplace because she's a woman. that have never happened to me, even though we're very similar in our leadership style. And I attribute some of my awareness and empathy, honestly, to my sister's willingness to share some of her experience.
Yeah, and I think that's important. It's a lot of times change happens because you connect the mind and the heart, and it affects you or somebody you love. And if you focus on that, then you really make it resonate. Make it personal. What does allyship mean to you? So can we start off with you, Brad?
Yeah. So, I'm going to just put it in three big buckets, maybe in 1 minute here. And this just comes from all the research Dave and I have done. That, for me, it is the interpersonal. It's how I show up in my relationships and hold myself accountable. And if we're talking about gender, how about just starting with learning how to listen more effectively? Apparently, we men struggle with that. Then there's the public side, right? Really putting myself out there, more skin in the game now. It's not just holding myself accountable. I have to hold others accountable, and especially other men. Got to be willing to call things out. How about loudly advocating, for women? So there's that public piece. And the last bucket is really the systemic. This is harder even yet. Now I get to hold my own organization accountable and society accountable. I need to advocate. Someone mentioned advocacy here already, and boy, I got to become an advocate and ask questions about how my organization is missing it or getting it wrong, and how we need to improve so that this is a workplace that everyone can really show up and be authentic. So for me, those are kind of the big three areas I like to focus on.
I love that, and those are manageable. Like if you break it into that, then it's more manageable than vague. So I love that. And David?
Yeah, just to build on, I think what Brad brought us there is, I think the language is important too, and remembering that, allyship is not about rescuing. This is not doing things for somebody. This is doing things with, right? So we need to learn to come alongside and think about, how do we do this collaboratively? How do we show up as partners in the workplace and do this together? And again, because I think we have as much to gain and to learn as men as do women in the workplace, and we can do that for all of us together. The other thing, I think the really important aspect to remember, just from a societal perspective, is that if we're ever going to get to gender equity in the workplace, and being a great ally in the workplace is one place to start, but we also have to remember we have to do this at home. And that, again, for those of us who are partnered with women, we know that women have historically done, up to 2 to 3 times as much of the domestic labor or unpaid labor in the work at home. The pandemic has certainly exacerbated that. And if, most of us tend to be in dual earner, dual career couples. And if we're going to survive, we've got to be supportive of our partner's career and do our fair share as allies at home and doing the caregiving and all of that. So I think, again, showing up as allies means being good collaborators, good partners, and that partnership can start at home.
I love that. And, it's one of the things that really resonated there was allyship isn't a favor, it's a strategic advantage. Right?
Correct.
Henry?
So some really good points already made. I think for me, allyship is around using the kind of power and network, using your brain, your influence, essentially to advance women's equality in practical ways whenever you can. So for me, the practicality of what you do is really, really important. So theory is very important as well. But for me, it's kind of how you show up when you're caught off guard or there's a situation that arises really quickly. So thinking about my own personal experiences of working in offices, from time to time, people say things and I haven't always been able to react in that moment in the way that I would have liked to, looking back retrospectively. So for me, what's really important is, as being an ally, is to think about when you haven't done as you would have liked to have done and try to do better each time. So when you've fallen down or not kind of represented yourself as well as you can do, then trying to sort of be better each time. But I'm all about those kind of practical ways that you can sort of, support.
Yeah. And then you brought up a really good point about self-reflection, because a lot of times we'll be embarrassed that we did something that wasn't kosher and then kind of sweep it under the rug rather than actually reflecting and fixing it in the future. Privis?
Wow, you guys have provided some great answers. I don't know what to say. No, but you guys have really provided some great, insightful answers. I think if I can add anything, I would say, like, allyship for me is being intentional and active. Being an ally on purpose, right? And really being utilizing my voice. So, like, in those instances, those moments where, say, for instance, a women counterpart of mine, organization wanted to hire me, but I wasn't available. And I recommended my friend. And I said, pay her what you're going to pay me, or if her quote is higher than mine, pay her that. So, like, being active and utilizing my voice when necessary, and doing it on purpose because she deserves that. And so, like, it's for me, it's just, the intentionality behind it all.
I love that. And it has results as well, right? So you have to make sure that it's having an impact. It's not just spoken about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So I realized I didn't add my personal whys. The reason why I'm going to begin with that, the reason why I decided to write this book was because having worked in different countries and with different people in different cultures, I'd seen a specific trend holding women back, and not just in women, also in men. I would see that many of them were well intentioned and they wanted to do something good in this space, but they often didn't know what to do or how to do it. And I decided that, this is it. I'm going to write a toolkit for men. I don't know what I was thinking, telling men what to do. But yeah, that's what I decided to do. And that's the reason why I wanted to write a book in which men, despite whatever level they're at, they can actually take small steps, small actions. They don't have to be major influencers. They can just take, tiny steps in order to support women in their circle. And for me, allyship is people who can choose to challenge themselves first, because it all begins with them, with you, right? Change begins with you. And then they can move on to challenge others, because that's really, really important, specifically when we're talking about male allies. Calling out others is, I think, the most important part for me. And then challenging the organization culture, and finally challenging the organization institution. So I think these were the 4 parts which I see. That's how my book is also being divided into 4 parts. Allies who can challenge themselves, challenge others, challenge organization culture, and then finally challenge the institution. But yes, as David said, they're not to be saviors. We don't want to be saved. We don't want to be rescued. We need people who are, working collaboratively with us, alongside us, who are mentors, sponsors, advocates, but not saviors.
I love that you wrote a book on it, because I do think change can be overwhelming, and by breaking it down to small steps, sometimes that really helps us. Right, the intention might be there, but then we're not sure where to start. And so I think that's amazing. I'm going to give you another question. So achieving gender equality will only be successful when we all realize it's all of our fight. It's not just a women's issue. How can we bring more men together to tap into the power of the collective? So what's one step from your book, basically?
Having these conversations, inviting men to take part in these conversations, and I think also making them comfortable, telling them that it's all right to make mistakes. It's not all right to not acknowledge responsibility. Of course, you will make mistakes. I think you can't really escape that. But if you do make mistakes, know when to acknowledge your responsibility, apologize, and show genuine intention. And then I think that is my whole focus, is to get people and find out what is it that's holding them back, because I usually start my talks by asking men what is holding them back, so finding their viewpoint and then trying to address it. As a woman, I think we both need to come halfway in order to achieve gender equality. So I think that's important, having more and more conversations.
I love it. Anyone else like to add to that?
I would add that I think one big hurdle sometimes for men, us men, it can be zero-sum thinking too, especially if this is new for me, that, hey, if we men lose or include more women, somehow we're losing opportunity that belong to us, or we're losing positions that belong to us, so there can be this kind of erroneous thinking that for women to share more equally in the workplace, men have got to sacrifice and lose. And I think what those men miss is all of the research data showing that actually when you include more women, and especially include more women in genuine leadership positions, your company does better, your organization thrives, and actually there's more opportunity for everybody, right? The bottom line increases, there are more positions, more opportunity. So the growth mindset versus the zero-sum thinking. I think we can lose sight of that, and we can feel defensive in a way that can undermine the ally behavior.
Absolutely. I was actually going to say that. I was going to say more akin to like, dominance is akin to lack as opposed to abundance. And I think for a lot of men in those positions, they think that there's not enough room for everyone. And so like that scarcity mindset,
Yes.
as he so eloquently stated, that has contributed to why we can't expand beyond that. And so when she really, it's really a mindset. It's really teaching them that dominance is not the way. And so like it's really about mindset.
Absolutely. And diversity of thought, honestly, is a strategic advantage, and groupthink is a way to sort of make your business less relevant. So I think that's something that we always have to keep in mind as well.
Yeah, I think one of the other aspects, Purvis, you were touching on this, that we don't always understand, to shift that mindset, understand the benefits, right? That there's actually something in this for everybody. Everybody wins when we do this really well. And so we see, one of the ways to overcome some of the reluctance to engage or to be the kind of allies that we're looking for, active and really in doing the work, is we don't have the kinds of relationships with people who are different from us, right? So that we become better allies through understanding people's experiences. We develop empathy and really have our eyes open to what's going on around us. And often that's part of what gets in touch with that, back to that sense of personal motivation to do the work, right? To be a better ally is understanding, again, people who have been around you that are important to you, how they've experienced things in a way that is not just, it's not fair. And then again, most of us have that sense of fairness or justice to get involved and to do the work. And, but I think there's also as we begin to understand the benefits for not only our organization, but for ourselves as men, that we become better leaders. And it's through the kinds of relationships that we're having and the work that we're doing there that begins to expand this pie. And that's how we get past that zero-sum thinking.
Absolutely. Henry, you wrote an article or a post on LinkedIn on how to be a better ally to women, and it got thousands of reactions. Any advice on how male leaders can find their real voice around allyship and social media and inspire other men to do the same thing?
Yeah, it was a really interesting process to go through. So I just wrote the LinkedIn post and wasn't really expecting it. I own a business, so I write content quite regularly, and it normally just does okay, but it doesn't go sort of viral. And this really did kind of go viral. It seemed to really resonate with people, and I think one of the reasons for that was the sort of scarcity of men talking about this kind of stuff online and social media. So I think kind of in the digital space, there's a kind of blurring between work, politics, personal brand building. It all gets quite messy for people, and they don't really kind of know how to react to that, other than sometimes hiding behind sort of corporate statements around diversity. And if people actually use their authentic voice to talk about these issues, it really resonates and cuts through. So I think thinking about the sort of digital space and finding your authentic voice and what you can say about a particular issue, there is a kind of fear that men have around saying the wrong thing and kind of getting a pile on, and people kind of, cancelling them and feeling really kind of scared about saying what they really feel around this. So I think the way that, I don't see a lot of CEOs making particularly interesting statements around racial issues or disability issues or women's issues. They're very much kind of hiding behind a corporate cloak, and I feel like that's kind of one of the problems that stops an honest conversation about lots of things. So I think thinking about what your authentic voice is that you can add to a conversation is you really kind of need to think about when you learn the most about a particular issue. So you might revert to when something went well, but actually I think the best time to reflect on when you learn the most is when something's failed or when you've fallen down in a particular scenario, and being honest with yourself. So I think for digital spaces, if you've got something to say, you need to say it with that authenticity. So in the US, the gender pay gap is like 80%. So I think women get paid 80% of what men get paid, and it's something pretty similar for the UK. And if that angers you, which it should do, and I think most people, it would anger most people, then you really need to say that. Don't hide behind sort of corporate statements that you wheel out once a year for International Women's Day, which I think a lot of CEOs do. You need to say practically what you're going to do to fight against that 20%. 20% of free work, essentially, that you're expecting all of your female employees to do. And that's really important. And that is how you can kind of find your voice online, is to speak with passion and honesty, and talk about when you failed and how you can get better. So in my sort of working career, when I worked at businesses and organizations, I did quite a lot of hiring, and I didn't get all of those decisions right. And sometimes I made decisions that were based on my bias, and sometimes it was because of conflict avoidance or trying to get out of the situation that was difficult in terms of structural issues. I didn't get everything right. I try harder each day to be better, and that's my authentic position. It's not to kind of go online and say, hey, I'm great, I've done everything great all the time, because that's not realistic. Yeah. But then, social media encourages us to put our best, the best things. You put your best picture on Instagram, you put your best memories on Facebook. That's not a true reflection of who we are.
Yeah, and I think we also need to sort of reward, and what you did was basically authentic. You combined authenticity with strength and vulnerability, right? And putting yourself out there. And I think that was really what resonated and helped. And I think that's something that we normally haven't rewarded men for, is being vulnerable, and that's been shown as a weakness. And I think that's not a weakness; it's actually a strength, and it gets people to go to war for you.
Yeah.
Hira, what is the most important first step men can take to advocate for women that you learned when you wrote Her Allies, a practical toolkit to help men through advocacy? And to add to that, can you tell us the difference between advocacy and allyship?
Gosh, where do I start? There's so many steps, but of course, the first step would be to challenge yourself. And I think the very first thing when you're challenging yourself is to educate yourself, because you can't change what you're not aware of. So I think it's important to not only do your research and read about it, but also go and expand your social circle and meet with people who are not like you. Because I can't believe the number of times I've had to tell men that just because women in your circle haven't vented out to you, haven't shared a grievance, or it hasn't happened to them, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It still exists. It exists with other groups of women, which you probably are not aware of. So I think expand your social circle. And also when you're educating yourself, I think it's important to look at challenges impacting women through an intersectional lens, because sometimes women can experience marginalization because of the multiple identities they own. So not stereotyping, not generalizing or assuming that just because she's a woman of color, so her experience is going to be very similar to another woman of color, which is not true, because as an Asian, brown, Muslim woman, my experience might be very different from a Black woman. So every experience is valid, every experience is unique. There's, you can't cluster, you can't generalize, you can't dilute the challenges of one group and say that, oh, this is what all women are experiencing. So I think it's important to look at it from an intersectional lens, be it gender identity, be it sexuality, sexual orientation, disability, socioeconomic background, ethnicity, race, faith. So that's important. And allyship and advocacy, well, you got me there, because I'm just thinking, what is the difference between allyship and advocacy? But I think allyship is, from what I can see, allyship, you can be like a silent ally. You don't have to, in your own capacity, you can be an ally, and you can whether it's at home, whether it's with your friends, whether it's in your organization, you can be an ally in your own little area. But when you start advocating for it, when you start speaking out, when you start championing it, and you start talking about it, tweeting about it, sharing articles, writing, like Henry's written this post about it. So I think that's when allies become advocates, because they're not only silently being allies to women in their circle, but they're also actively advocating about it. So I think that's how I feel what the difference is. But I think over to the rest of the people.
Yeah, Dr. Johnson, do you have any thoughts around that? I know you talked about this in the past too.
I love the way Hero's talking about this. And, it's funny, I haven't heard so much about advocacy separate. I realize you can do that, though. Hearing Hero say that has been helpful for me. I could be an advocate without doing any other ally stuff. And I think there's some real truth there. I think when Dave and I are having conversations with men, we sort of put this all on a continuum, right? And we want to be so inclusive. We want to invite men in, recognizing that there's somewhere on the continuum. There are men, let's be honest, who are apathetic. And we don't encounter that many of those guys, right? I just don't really even care about gender equity or diversity. It doesn't even register as significant. I find very few men are apathetic about this, but there are men who are, maybe just sticking their big toe in the water. And yeah, I realize there are some inequities. I'm trying to understand this. I have some awareness, but I'm really not sure what to. And then you move a little farther on that continuum, and there are men who are a lot more active, right? These guys may call some things out in meetings when there's bias or sexism. These are men who are more deliberately and publicly mentoring and sponsoring women. So there are men on that kind of active phase of the continuum. And then you move to the far end, opposite of apathetic. And I think you start getting to advocacy, again, under this big umbrella, maybe of allyship. And those are the gentlemen who tend to really be leading on this. They lend their voice. You heard Henry is writing about this, online. So he's being more of an advocate. He's putting himself out there, I think, and also willing to put skin in the game when it comes to joining causes or lending my political capital and privilege to causes that I really value and that are important, that promote this. But I think, to Hero's point, I'm convinced that you could do the advocacy piece without, necessarily being an ally in other ways. Yeah.
Absolutely. Anyone else have thoughts around that?
I think one of the challenges here also, just to kind of call out maybe one of the elephants in the room, is that I think around allyship, we've seen the faux, fake, or performative allyship is one of the challenges that, when we see people being true advocates and co-conspirators, they're really living it, right? They're doing it, 24/7 every day, and we know that. Whereas performative allyship can be done by choice, right? When you want to do it, or when it's advantageous for you to do it, when it makes you look good, and it's really often very, it's just very cursory, and it can sound like a lot of nice talk, and there's really not a lot of action, and you're really probably not putting any skin in the game. And I think that was one of the things that, when Brad and I were doing some of the interviews with men for our book, Good Guys, that a lot of men talked about how they really felt like, when they were really being that advocate, that's when they were really putting some skin in the game. They felt a sense of maybe personal risk or professional risk. They felt vulnerable in those situations, and it's really interesting to see when we can kind of sense that and feel that I'm really uncomfortable. I'm in a place where I'm uncomfortable, and then just getting okay. It's okay to be in this space, right? This is something I've got to learn to become more comfortable with, and doing that work and overcoming some of the things, the signals and the perceptions around us that we're worried about.
No, absolutely. And speaking of that, do you think we need to value and reward men for non-traditional behavior, such as being collaborative, and how this might help advance equality for all? Should we change the word masculinity to maybe leveraging your strengths for progress to get more men aboard?
Yeah, this is an interesting one because, one of the challenges here is that we don't want to reinforce, what we call the pedestal effect of, so when men do something right, and they get put up on a pedestal for doing what they should be doing. And I completely agree with that. The challenge is that, just calling out negative behavior, right, all the time, it doesn't always lead to the kind of results that we're looking for. So sometimes having some positive reinforcement we know works really well. And so finding ways that, because sometimes I think as leaders, we're often doing things that we go, well, that's just who I am as a leader. It's the right thing to do for my people. And we don't necessarily understand the impact of it. We do it because it is the right thing. It's just who I am and who I am as a leader. But sometimes having one of our close colleagues or maybe one of our subordinates tell us that, hey, you know, today when you did that, it really meant a lot to me. And here's why.
Mhm.
And it's like, oh, wow, I had no idea the impact I was having. And so sometimes sharing some of that person, you know, that reinforcing aspect, I think is really helpful. But to your point about should we change, right? Should we change how we talk about masculinity or more traditional masculine behaviors? And I think absolutely. I think a lot of things as leaders, if we just keep it in a leadership perspective, a lot of things as leaders that we did or maybe were trained or socialized to do from a 20th century perspective are just not working in this 21st century, and they're not valued. And we know the research shows us that that's the case, and that we're losing, right? We're losing, you know, as leaders, we're not as effective as we can be. You're not encouraging the right kind of performance. We're not attracting the right kind of talent in our organization. So it's just suboptimal. And I think the sooner we can get to more men understanding that what's really valued and what's really making a difference, then that's what's going to change the workplace.
Absolutely.
And if I can add a woman's perspective to this, when you're talking about appreciating men for being allies, I know there are a lot of controversial opinions on this, but I personally believe that because there's such few men doing it, I think you do need to recognize. I mean, I do. I always make them, I make videos. I put David and Brad in videos. I celebrate them. I celebrate the men in my life, my husband, my father, my brother, like who I think it's important to recognize these efforts. Yes, this should be normalized. But because I think not many people are doing it, I think if we acknowledge it and recognize it and appreciate it, encourage it, we'll have more role models and we'll have more people doing it. So I personally believe that, yes, you should recognize those who are standing up as allies.
Great points. Dr. Johnson, what role do men play in gender equality in that movement? And then what's your response to be a man who argues this is versus sexism? Why do we sometimes see defensiveness around this topic?
Wow. Well, I can probably streamline my answer because my main thought about that, Ashish, is back to zero sum thinking. When I hear the reverse sexism comment, I have to equate that in my own mind with defensiveness. That hey, this is not fair to me. I'm going to lose. It can reflect a fundamental sense of defensiveness. And, beyond the zero sum thinking, just missing all of the information about how we all thrive when we're more inclusive and we have more diversity and creativity on our teams. There's also an issue of privilege here. And I think you got to have Dave and I have taken to calling this the P word because men find privilege so aversive, when you bring that up. But you got to talk about the P word, right? And the irony here is that when I, as a majority cisgender white male, call things out, advocate for fairness and inclusion, on average, I take a bump up, right, in my annual evaluations because I'm a gender champion. Wow, look at that guy. Look how terrific he is. When a woman does exactly the same thing, or any other minoritized group, on aggregate, they're going to take a hit, right? Because they're just pursuing their own best interests, or they're abrasive, or you name it. It's only when I really understand what Dave and I have taken to calling this, invisible backpack of privilege that I've been carrying around my whole life as a white male. I have not been aware, honestly, of the tailwinds I've had my whole life. Once I recognize I have this backpack and all this opportunity, then I get to actually use it. I get to start sharing it. I get to actually start changing the workplace. It can be a really powerful thing to become aware of my privilege. And especially when I'm aware that, hey, I'm not losing when I use this because my backpack constantly refills. As a white man, it never gets depleted.
Yep.
Once I have that kind of, epiphany taken to heart, I think I become really empowered to begin sharing that. And I think that's what can change men's attitudes and their behavior. But that getting to that awareness, I think, is a challenge.
No, absolutely. So do you think maybe our assumptions are wrong? Like we're assuming that power is finite, and so for me to get something, you have to lose it. And then the second thing is, there's probably a factor of guilt if I acknowledge that I had some sort of advantage, then you're taking away from my progress or whatever I've earned.
I think that's a big part of the defensiveness around privilege. Yes, whenever you bring up privilege, and it doesn't matter whether it's around gender or race or any other group, there's this immediate defensiveness that, hey, I worked hard, to get where I am. And I think, message back about that is, of course, you worked hard, but so did everybody else. And you just haven't had these constant headwinds. You haven't been aware of it because you've had the backpack and the tailwinds. It's only when I really grasp that. We are not diminishing you or your hard work. We're just pointing out your experience has been quite different, and you just haven't been aware of that. So I think it's having, that kind of humble authenticity and maybe flash of insight that really begins to change hearts and behavior.
Yeah. And I don't think it takes away from capability. Like reality is, I may have an old boys network and I got somewhere because that gave me a little bit of advantage. But if I wasn't capable, I still couldn't get there, but it did give me an advantage. And so we have to recognize that. Purvis, you wrote an article, as a Black man, I understand Will Smith's reaction, but that wasn't the way. Can you share your thoughts on men's roles as a protector of women and what you think is a better way forward?
Yes. So firstly, I was so grateful that the Griot reached out to me to write that piece. They wanted to get my opinion because I'd worked with them before, and they knew that I was probably going to offer a completely different perspective than the other op-ed pieces that were out there. And in writing it, I was thinking about because Will Smith kept saying that he wanted to protect Black women. And I was thinking around the word protection. And when we think about it, at the core of it, we're talking safety, right? Protecting someone from harm. And in one respect, physical harm, there is a need for protection in that sense. But when you expand it, there's also, safety of one's dignity, of one's pride, of one's humanity. And I think about that in terms of protecting women. Like, it's not necessarily this rescuing, right, which we've already covered, because no one's a savior, but I think it's about making sure that someone's dignity is still intact. And the way that we affirm one's dignity is to make sure that they get the same rights and privileges that we get, right? And so when I think about it, I teach men emotional intelligence, and at the core of it is the foundation of it is self-awareness. And then we get to self-management, then we get to social awareness, then we get to relationship management. Even within, Brad, to your point, even within your privilege, you've experienced some injustice, right? And if you can tap into that injustice and recognize that there are people who experience that injustice you've experienced all the time, right? We can cultivate that empathy, right? And then once we get to the social awareness aspect, that's where we develop compassion. Compassion is action. That's how we manage the relationship, is through compassion. And one of the things I always say is that a person who is committed to their healing journey, so to be emotionally intelligent means that you have to be introspective and reflect over your life and think about your choices and how you've shown up to now, right? And think about your fragilities, your frailties, your traumas, all those things, right? So when you're thinking about your healing journey, any person who is committed to being on a healing journey, it would hurt them to see someone else in pain or in flux, right? So healed people heal people, right? And so we have to teach men. One of the things I try to teach men is to be committed to your healing journey. That's why I wrote the book Heal Forward. Heal with the future in mind, but you can only heal if you're helping others to heal as well. So we have to get men to be committed and intentional on their healing journeys.
I love that perspective.
Yep.
Anyone else add to that?
I think
I think.
Purvis said it all. Oh, go ahead here.
No, sorry, Brad, you go ahead.
No. Yeah.
No, I think, as a person belonging to a racially diverse group and who ticks many boxes, I think what Purvis said, it really hit the nail. You really do need to heal yourself, because a lot of us are carrying past trauma of injustices and, the way we've been treated, and discrimination and interpersonal prejudice, and all these things has affected us. And there's a thing known as acculturative stress, which I've recently been talking about, which a lot of people don't know, but people from racially diverse groups, marginalized groups, even women, because they have been diminished and trivialized and debased in such a long time, they have an acculturative stress where they have to adapt to the values of a dominant group. For example, if I'm the only woman in the room, or the only woman of color. And that is a lot of stress. That's a lot of anxiety. And if you put in actual lived experiences in that, then that can really create havoc in a person's life. So I think what Purvis says is, I completely relate to that. That it's important for you to heal, because if you're not healing, then you will be reacting at everything. But when you are healed, then you'll be able to, and you heal by helping others and reaching out to others. So I think, yes, that definitely resonated.
Yeah, I was also thinking, like, if you guys, do you guys see the Oprah interview with him prior to the event? Right, it's almost like he was trying to fix his trauma of not being able to protect his mom by instilling more trauma, and that doesn't really justify like the response, because then we never get out of this cycle,
Yeah. And that's why it's so important for us to heal and be committed and intentional about it. Men in particular, it's because that's my, what I specialize in. We don't have a lot of times we're not introspective. We don't have the language, and we also don't have the accountability. And to your point earlier, we don't understand, vulnerability is truly a strength, and vulnerability, it's a risk as well, because it's an invitation for feedback, right? That's really what vulnerability is. It's an invitation to feedback. And I think if we're honest, I'll be honest, I've been afraid of feedback.
Oh, absolutely. Because then if you don't like the response, then it makes you feel really bad. Right?
Absolutely. And I think, and then that becomes shameful, and then that becomes, and then we tuck and hide, and then we just put on the, the masculine face, or whatever that is,
Yeah.
Yeah. And one follow on to that, Purvis, Dave and I find it so interesting that the men who tend to get really good feedback, to your feedback point, tend to be those men who respond to it really effectively.
Absolutely.
They welcome it. And even if they've really gotten it wrong, they show gratitude for that and say, thank you. Wow, I had no idea. And they might even be authentic enough to say, that's really painful for me to hear. I had no idea that I was blowing it like that. And this is a little hard for me. Could I come back to you, maybe in a day or so, and continue this conversation? Because I know I need to get better. And let me just also thank you for trusting me enough to share that, because I know that wasn't easy. Men who tend to do that are those guys who really have this cluster of confidants around them who trust them enough to continue giving them the feedback.
Absolutely. And they're also on their healing journeys as well.
So you're kind of saying our strengths are or what we perceive strengths are sort of routed in insecurity on some level? Like me being machismo or whatever, I'm just like, it's a way to sort of mask something else that I'm not really sure about.
Yeah, it can, because I think, this kind of goes full circle, right? To make myself vulnerable and to really be humble and to accept that, be open to this kind of feedback, you're acknowledging that. I think one of the challenges there is that people feel like they're accepting that risk, and the risk of what they're seeing happen around them, especially for more senior people, CEOs, for example, back to the cancel culture, right? That I'm going to get canceled if I'm that vulnerable, I'm that open and that honest and humble about this. But I think what we find is that the reality is that it's something different, right? That when men are putting themselves out there, and this is part of who they are as leaders, as people, that we are on that journey, that healing journey, as Purvis was talking about, that people will meet us there. They'll meet us where we are, and they really, I think, appreciate that authenticity.
Absolutely.
So going back to the cancel culture issue, in this environment, leaders really are afraid to make mistakes and saying things wrong. They don't have permission to be honest, even if the intent is there. And that really does affect allyship. And so how do we give them the space to learn and not be perfect, but actually just push the movement forward?
I think as a woman, I would say that if a man has made a mistake or said something accidentally which was sexist or racist or, you know, transphobic, homophobic, whatever it is, but that person is did it because of lack of awareness and is genuinely apologetic and is acknowledging responsibility, saying sorry and ready to move on and not repeat the mistake. I think that genuineness does come across, and it's going to really help the person. Of course, if you are resorting to half-hearted cover-ups and making excuses and defending yourself and being dismissive, then that might backfire. That might go in a very wrong direction. But if you are genuine, if you're authentic, if you're vulnerable, people most of the time are able to recognize that, and hopefully you will not be cancelled. But yes, I think given the environment that we are in, it's difficult to say what can get you into trouble. But again, I would say authenticity, vulnerability, acknowledging responsibility. These are the keys. If you can do that, then hopefully everything is going to be okay, and you will be accepted for even for your mistakes, and you will be forgiven.
Absolutely. We all have biases. It's part of being human. Our collective biases can show up in systems that contribute to gender inequalities. How can we become more self-aware and start to interrupt our own biases? Like, what's one action step you guys do to sort of shortcut that decision-making or stop the decision-making shortcut process?
I think in terms of biases, it's important that you kind of speak to people outside of your echo chamber is really important. So social media allows you to build really kind of unhealthy echo chambers of people who just agree with you. And I think, Twitter and even LinkedIn allows you to just kind of connect with people who think the same way as you, and that's really unhealthy in some ways, because you're not being you can avoid people whose opinions you don't like. So I think we all hold biases, and sometimes they're overt, and people are not capable of moving beyond them. Speak to people, listen to what they say. So you can speak to people and kind of switch off, but really kind of listen to what they say. Get content from outside of your echo chamber and understand. I think one of the issues with sort of men's fear of cancelling and that kind of thing is men are not used to being uncomfortable. They're not used to white men are not used to walking into a room and it being full of people who are not the same as them. And even talking about allyship and women's issues online, not everyone's going to agree with you and they're going to come back at you. But you have to get comfortable being uncomfortable if you're going to change anything, because
absolutely.
If you don't do that, then nothing will change at all, and you can build these kind of walls around yourself. So getting comfortable with being uncomfortable is incredibly important, and that's one of the things that I put on this LinkedIn post was, get into spaces where you are the only person of a certain type. So last year I mentored through a network called Like-Minded Females, a really brilliant mentoring network. And it was mostly women mentoring women. I can't even remember how I came across this network, but they asked me to mentor, and I was a bit like, am I allowed to? Can I do it? Like, is this okay? Anyway, it was okay. And it was a really kind of great experience. So you have to get outside of your echo chamber and read deeply, read different perspectives. And then when you're faced with stuff you're uncertain about, lean into it and not run away. But I think most of the time men run away from those situations. So if I put a post online around intersectional issues, around women's issues, I know that 90% of the people that interact with that are going to be either women or people of color. There'll be no white men that interact with that post because they'll be like, oh, that's not for me. I'm not really interested in that. So, yeah, that's how I think you can confront your own biases.
I love that. Anyone else want to add to that?
I think that if we're talking about gender, just one add-on, I was nodding my head to everything Henry said, but I one subtle thing that I've had to learn slowly, and I've had to kind of work at this, are some of the more subtle forms of sexism that I think we can miss, and especially as men, because we don't receive it as much. So, how about benevolent sexism, right? All of that stuff that sounds chivalrous, it sounds positive, it sounds protective on the surface. Like, hey, we shouldn't consider Hira for that promotion because, she has kids. Well, that sounds positive, right? But no, it's not. I'm making all kinds of assumptions about her. I don't know what she wants, but I should take the time to check with her. Hey, can I put you forward for this? Are you even interested? But too often we default to the benevolent sexism. And I think when people hear it, they don't pick up on the fact that this is one of those death by 1,000 cuts women experience every day. It undermines them, right? It takes away their autonomy. And so it's not just the egregious sexism and bias I need to look for. I need to educate myself, to Henry's point, about some of the more subtle kinds of things. And I see that as being maybe the next step and the next challenge.
Absolutely.
I think one other thing we can do, and I love to, I think one of the ways I think about this is how do I put it into action every day, and certainly from my background as a sociologist, I think about the language aspect of it, and certainly we find biased language, right, in lots of different ways. As you learn that something is biased, is then the hard part there is, it's like, well, how am I going to change that for myself? Because that sounds like a lot of work, and it is, and it's really, I mean, just try to, for example, if you always go into a meeting and you refer to large groups of people as just generically guys, which has become so culturally common in lots of different settings, and everybody's like, well, yeah, I didn't mean to privilege the men in the room. I wasn't really I was referring to the women, everybody in the room in that way. It's like, well, but it's not really all that inclusive of language. Could you use a different term, a different way to address people so that everybody felt included, and you're in the way that you did that? You'll find yourself, as you begin to work on that, catching yourself, and you probably will make the mistake of continuing to use the word over and over again, but you'll start to catch yourself, and it almost becomes frustrating in some ways, until you get to the point where it's like, now I'm actually thinking far enough in advance where I'm actually changing it. I'm thinking about it. All right, so I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say this instead. And now I change it. And now that's the first practice, right, in terms of changing behavior in a direction that we're looking for. And it takes time, especially I think the older we are, the more time we've spent in one particular culture, around one set of workplace experiences. It's hard to change these behaviors that we've used for a long time.
No, absolutely. I love that. And it's almost kind of where we were going to end this with too. So I think you kind of rolled us right into that. So consciously unbiased, we talk about microprogressions, and they're basically small action steps that you can do to change the culture or an environment within an organization. And so I'd love to hear one small action step that can lead to a big impact over time that men can take to support women at work. And I'll give you an example of a microprogression that I learned early on in when COVID started, was that we were doing these Zoom calls, and I'd always want to get my idea across, so I'd cut people off and talk over them, right? And what does that do? So if you're a minority, it went and sends a subconscious signal that you're not important to me and your ideas aren't, because I was so busy trying to barf my ideas onto you. And so one small action step I do is now I listen, digest what you're asking for, and then respond to the question you're asking for, rather than pushing something that you don't really care about. So that's an example of microprogression.
Thank you.
I like that. That's very good. Active listening, which is what that is, right? Active listening on purpose, and listening to what is said and what is not said. And I think, I try to cultivate that in my CEO clients often is to listen to what's not being said, listen to the body language, listen to the tone of voice, right? Just being intentional about your leadership, being intentional about listening, because people, believe it or not, people can tell how you're listening to them. So that is a great micro progression.
Love that.
I would add to that and say that I'm a huge fan of surveys and polls. I love to do surveys and polls every now and then to capture experiences of people and find out what exactly it is that they want. So I would say go and talk to women, either through surveys, polls, or have actual conversations rather than assuming what women want and what they don't want. Find out from them what is it that want, what is it that they want. And once they do share their grievances or once they do vent out, don't dismiss them and don't treat bias as a dirty word, except that we are all biased, because if we are dismissing that, we're dismissing science. The brain functionality is designed in such a way that we all develop. We all have a biases. As a woman, I have biases against other women too. But what we do need to do, there's no button that you can consciously press and stop the bias. You have to actually question yourself all the time and take a step back, because we've grown up with deeply entrenched biases. So I think if we can consciously take a step back and see what is it that we're doing wrong, and question ourselves, what assumptions am I making on the basis of a person's gender, race, ethnicity, faith, or any other protected characteristic? I think that would really help.
I love the way you put that. I've never heard it said that way before, especially about the bias piece and questioning science. I'm going to use that if that's okay.
Absolutely.
I'll keep mine really short. I'm going to hit the sponsorship piece. My micro progression, if you happen to be a male and you happen to be a male with any seniority, it's not enough to be nice to women and to mentor them that way. You need to talk about talented women when they're not even in the room. Tell other people why they're rock stars, why they should be considered. Tell them about their great performance. This requires more skin in the game and risk on your part, but you need to step up and do that.
Love that.
Right.
And on the note of gender equity starts at home. If you're not sure if you're partnered with a woman, you're not sure if you're doing your fair share and being a great ally at home, go home tonight and do your domestic audit and ask. And when she tells you here's places you could be stepping up your game, time to go take a macro progression and step it up big time, and then do the same thing at work, right? And when it's your turn to take the kids to the doctor or stay home with sick kids or something like that, don't slink out the back door quietly. Leave loudly. Leave so it normalizes it for everybody, junior men, and for the women, so it's not so stigmatizing for them.
Absolutely.
And I will say something different. So buy from female-owned businesses. So women don't want more mentoring. They don't want more kind of unsolicited advice. They want you to buy from their business if they're a business owner. So buy from female-owned businesses.
Love it. But thank you all so much. It's so enlightening, and we're honored to have you today.
Yeah.
In the next module in creating educational technologies, we're going to be exploring artificial intelligence. Now, during this module, we're going to be examining the various aspects of artificial intelligence as it relates to education and exploring it as an educational technology, a tool for use in teaching and learning. This week, we're going to examine the concept of artificial intelligence, the fundamental theories behind that, how artificial intelligence is being applied to education, and some of the opportunities that are arising from that. And then we're going to narrow in and look at a particular application of artificial intelligence, and that is around chatbots. And the particular tool that you're going to be using in your portfolio assessment in creating a chatbot using the tool BotLibra. So first off, there is a document in the course material that explores the concept of artificial intelligence and how it can relate to AI in education. So I'd like you to read through that document. It's not incredibly long, and there's sort of small snippets within there, but it's about 30 or 40 pages. So skim through that, but look at some of the fundamental concepts that are behind artificial intelligence. Now, you don't need to understand them in great depth, but you do need to have a general overview of what we mean by artificial intelligence in education. So look at the text Intelligence Unleashed, and through your examination of this document, it explains how the general model for the use of artificial intelligence in education is that we have not just one model, but three. Over time, we've found that trying to address all of artificial intelligence as it relates to learning and the teaching processes can't really be encompassed in a single model. So the general philosophy currently is that there are three fundamental models that make up educational artificial intelligence applications. The first is a domain model, and this is a model that relates to the content of what is being taught. So often this is, in a rule-based model, a whole lot of key words that relate to particular topics and explanations about what those terms mean. Or it may relate to a body of knowledge that's been trained in various artificial intelligence applications to be able to interpret what the content is about and provide learning context around that content that students can engage with. Now, with that, we then have a pedagogy model, which interacts with the domain model, and it engages in various ways of teaching. So it may be presenting information in small chunks and quizzing students on their understanding of that content. Or it may be interpreting students' questions and interpreting how best to provide answers to that. And more commonly now, it may be adaptive in that it will adjust the responses based upon the perceived understanding of the learner. And this is where we bring in the third model, which is the learner model. So it's an understanding of the learner. What are their strengths, their weaknesses, what pedagogical approaches best work with that learner, how that learner has developed, what level they are at in terms of various hierarchical instructional processes. But it encompasses a portfolio of the learner that the AI systems, the domain model and the pedagogy model, can interact with and customize things to suit the individual needs of the learner. So those three models represent different processes that work interactively to create a interaction with the learner, with the AI system that's helping them with their learning. And together this creates what's called a learner interface, and generally it has interactive content, which is tailored to suit the particular needs of the learner, and a process of evolving that adaptability, which we call, well, it's defined around data capture. But there's a range of AI systems where we collect data on how the student is learning, how they're interacting with the pedagogy, how they're interacting with the content, what sort of words they're using, which words are generating a correct response, which words are creating incorrect responses. And a lot of AI systems rely upon the capture of data about their learning interactions. And then they refine that process. And the best AI systems refine those automatically, and we call that machine learning, where over time, the AI tutorial or tutor gets better and better because it has been trained on more and more students and more interactions with different students, and it learns over time how to be a better teacher. And that's what really differentiates an AI application, and particularly a machine learning supported AI application, from a simple programmed instruction material. So that data analysis ideally is done by the computer, the AI system itself, but sometimes it can be done by humans. and we call those rule-based systems. They're much more manually intensive because the computer's not doing it all itself. And they tend to be much more limited, and we'll talk about some of those limitations as we go. But the fully automated systems that learn from the interactions, that's where the power of AI and machine learning is revolutionizing a whole range of industries, not just education, but it could be optimizing processes for flying a plane in terms of autopilots, or optimizing processes for selling goods via online stores, and which prompts to provide to customers, which color schemes and all the rest best meet the needs of particular customers. And where it's successful, where a sale is achieved, those particular properties are reinforced. And where it's unsuccessful, where a sale is not achieved, the particular properties that were tried out are reduced. So it's less likely to try that approach again. And through thousands and thousands of interactions, it refines itself, it learns, and becomes better at selling. Just one example of many, many different applications of artificial intelligence. It could be around garbage collection. It could be around being able to translate words correctly and become more efficient in voice translation. Lots of different processes use these fundamental mechanics. We're interested in and focused more on the educational application. Same mechanics as being used in an autopilot or a voice translation system, but we're applying it to a tutoring process, a teaching process of improving the learning of a student interacting with the AI system. And collectively, this becomes what's called the open learner model, which is a set of processes that provide instructions and advice to students to support their learning. But it can also help inform teachers. We don't just have to use AI systems on their own. They can be used in conjunction with traditional teaching practices, and they can provide us advice and understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of our students and how we can go about improving their learning interactions. So we shouldn't just think of AI as a replacement for other processes, in our case, teaching. Very often it can be used as a way of augmenting the processes. Now, of course, the concern is often that that augmentation will eventually migrate to replacement. And that is true. Many systems that can be replaced by computers will be. But in the meantime, certainly over the next decade or so, there'll be a transition process whereby we will work with AI systems to improve various processes. And in our case, the processes of teaching. So go through the document and it will explain some of the nuances of these terms and processes in a little bit more detail. But what we're really interested in is how we can now use these AIs for education, how we can apply it. So again, on the website, you'll see a number of other documents in terms of how AI is used in education. And have a look at some of those and make a suggestion on how you feel that artificial intelligence is and will be used in education. And post that response to Teams. And we'll discuss that further in the tutorials. But have a look at the different applications for artificial intelligence. This is a summary. So first off, artificial intelligence can be used for the basic processes we have in education. Say role taking. Using image recognition, we can have a camera set up and that will automatically detect the students that are in our class and determine who's there and who's not. And that will save a lot of time. Make role taking, which normally takes about 10 minutes of a lesson, much more efficient and effective. But other things can also be applied around that. Grading is one that a lot of effort's being put into. We've had systems to automate marking for, say, multiple choice questions for a long time. They haven't really required any AI because they were very simple processes. But automatically marking an essay or a scientific experiment or computer program starts becoming more complex and difficult, but not impossible, particularly when we introduce machine learning processes where the AI can become more experienced and better at doing things over time through practice, just as humans learn. So systems for automatic grading are in place now, and many of them are exceeding what human graders can achieve in terms of the accuracy in the marking of student work. Now that's a little bit confronting because it used to be something that we thought humans would be dominant with, and that's a fundamental experience with artificial intelligence applications. There's always things that we think that we just done by humans, and over time we find ways for computers and AI systems to achieve the same processes and often exceed them. Now, the key aspect at the moment is around what we call outliers, where there are things that we haven't thought about. Now, inexperienced humans also have that same problem. When things come up that we haven't thought about, we make mistakes and fail in achieving things. We do well with things that we're practiced and trained and taught how to do, but strange things we have difficulty with. And so does AI systems. And machine learning allows the AI to make educated guesses. That's where it's different to rule-based AI, where in a rule-based system, we have to have programmed in the responses. And if we haven't programmed in a response, then the AI really doesn't know what to do. But with machine learning processes, and we use words such as neural networks and things like that, which we'll talk a little bit about, the AI can go through a series of probability comparisons and make a reasoned, educated guess at what a good response would be. And over time, as it makes those guesses and it identifies which of those guesses are successful versus which are unsuccessful, its ability to make correct guesses improves, just as a human being would do so. So some other applications. We talked a little bit about having adaptive learning tools, and that's a really big focus area for AI tutorials, because one of the holy grails of education is to have one-to-one tutorials where you can have a close interaction with a student and guide them through in their learning by really understanding in detail all of their strengths and weaknesses and interests, and being able to tailor how they learn and what they learn to their specific needs. But of course, in the real world, when you've got 20 or 30 students, that becomes very, very, very difficult, simply because you just don't have enough time to provide that level of attention to each student. AI systems, though, because of the ability for computerized systems to be easily replicated, so if we have an effective AI model that can be used for teaching an individual student based upon their strengths and weaknesses and so forth, we can very simply copy that model and have 20 of these models working, one for each individual student. So we can get around that difficulty we've always had in education around individualizing instruction. And that's a really powerful potential for artificial intelligence. It can be used to point out where we need to improve. And as I said, the diagnostic capabilities of artificial intelligence are built into the processes of its learning and improvement. So we can use that diagnostic processes then to also help inform our students how they can improve. Whereas good teachers do that as well. But again, it's the capacity of a teacher to work with a large number of students and to provide that feedback in an effective, continuous way. And while it can be done certainly by a human, it's simply time consuming. But an AI system is not so limited, and it can provide detailed feedback to students on where they've gone well, where they've had difficulty, where they need to improve, and provide that more in-depth support. And that leads to the next one around just that ongoing support. But that support is not just limited to their instruction. We might have a support system that helps them with their behavior, with their emotional support, with their career planning, a whole range of systems. Particularly in tertiary, we're developing a lot of these systems to build their students' resilience, to ensure that they don't drop out of courses. And a lot of that doesn't have anything to do with the actual instruction of the course, but it's around them coping with completing assessment tasks, managing their time, managing their finances, a whole range of other complexities that can be added to our AI models and support students in a whole wide variety of different aspects of their educational experiences. As I said, that can also be very useful in providing students with feedback, and that's one of their key strengths. Also in looking at how we find and access information. Now, you all would have found that with Google searches. Google searches are not necessarily AI driven, but they are increasingly having aspects of AI built into them to try to improve the quality of the searches and the responses that are returned. But we now access a lot of information through online search engines. But increasingly now, we're also using very much AI applications that relate to voice recognition. Many homes now have smart devices and smart terminals and smart speakers and so forth, where you can ask questions and receive valid responses because the AI system in the voice recognition processes have been able to interpret what you need or what you meant by the question and provide you with what you need in terms of a response. Now, they're not perfect yet, but they are certainly far better than they were 5 years, 10 years ago, and they will be far better into the future because the systems are learning. And there are millions of people using them, so there are millions of interactions occurring every day that are all used to train the model and improve it. Likewise, there are now systems around image recognition. The most common ones we're seeing at the moment being popularized in self-driving vehicles, where the image recognitions are set up to a level of quality whereby they can make decisions around how to steer and brake and drive automobiles. But they're also being used in facial recognition, particularly for surveillance. But in education, we're now starting to look at the idea of picking up cues on how students are learning based upon their facial features. Now, again, as a teacher, we can see when students are frowning and looking frustrated or looking confused. So AI systems can also do that now. And as they start seeing that body language, they can then adjust the instructional processes that are occurring, the pedagogical model, in terms of how students are presented with information, maybe reducing the complexity of it or increasing the complexity of it, the pacing of the information, based upon how the student's experience is occurring. Now, we're not just limited to visual processes in that respect. I also do some work with brainwave analysis, looking at how students' thought processes are occurring and how their brainwaves are changing during a learning interaction. And that's helping form various AI models as well. But there are lots of other processes. Another one that's being worked on a fair bit is around galvanic response, which is essentially how much we're sweating. But by wearing a simple wristband, we can detect that quite easily, and that can help measure students' stress levels. And so again, we can adjust the content based upon students' physical emotional responses to the learning experiences that they're engaged with. Other processes are looking at their voice in terms of measuring their stress levels and their interest levels and engagement through voice analysis. So lots of different ways of trying to build a better student model so that it can inform the pedagogical model and the content model to better craft the learning experience for the student. And so you can start to see how all of this combined starts getting a much more detailed understanding of the student and how they learn best and the content that they'll engage with and interact with than a teacher could hope to be able to replicate. So a few other things. That then starts changing the role of teachers. If our if all that information is now available to us, maybe we can then utilize that information ourselves as teachers to better understand our students and to then cater various activities and interactions that supplement what the AI system is doing, but allow us to have that personal interaction, that human touch to the educational experience that many people value highly. Not everyone, though. I do a fair bit of work with robotics and AI systems, and how robotics can replace that human interaction aspect for some students. And there's been a great amount of success done with autistic students, where the human interaction is actually one of the limiting factors in their learning. And the variability and confusing nature of human interactions can disrupt their learning. Whereas an AI-enabled robot, which is much more predictable for the student, and they are able to relate to it and interact with it much more effectively, it's proving to be very useful for their instruction. Likewise for young children. Again, it was one of the areas that some educators thought, oh, AI will never be used to teach young children because they need that human interaction and human engagement. But we're actually finding that they actually have no problems at all thinking of a robot as a real teacher and interacting with it as they would with a human being. And indeed, they can have really great human relationship interactions with a robotic device. Of course, most of their toys are robotic devices. And their imagination easily allows them to conceive of the robot as something that they can interact with as though it was real. And for them, it is real. It's providing them with support with their learning. It's looking after their interests and emotions. It's responding to them in a positive, supportive way. And this idea of human interactions is really being upturned with various robotic devices. There's robot seals that we're deploying in nursing homes, where elderly people can interact with this robot seal, and it comforts them and it engages them, talks with them, and they can interact with it. And it's much more patient with them when they have difficulty communicating and engaging with human staff. So the idea of the emotional aspect of AI and of robotics has certainly been challenged in recent years. So a few other things. AI, as I said, is not just limited to providing educational support, but also around the behavioral and emotional support, particularly around trial and error. Of course, AI systems can be infinitely patient, and a student can keep trying and keep working at something and being supported by the AI far beyond the patience level of most human teachers to do similar things. And then again, as we said before, the data that's being collected by AI can be used for lots of other purposes, certainly to teach, but also to support students, and also to help them with their career development and a whole range of other aspects. Of course, that level of data does open up potential misuse of that data, and there needs to be checks and balances brought into place around that, particularly when we have AI systems that can influence students at least as or more so than teachers do. We know that teachers strongly influence students in their behavior and their beliefs and understanding about a whole range of concepts. And if we can make that process much more effective, that does open up potential problems. So there are a range of ethical issues around AI, and we're going to be talking about those in later weeks. And finally, AI systems are much more flexible. They can be very portable, so students can learn and engage wherever they have a device. And many of these systems can be done through a smartphone and things of that nature. So students can be effectively learning, and their learning can be monitored and modified and engaged with by an AI system on a bus or on a beach, or wherever they might happen to be. AI systems can be much more deployable. So we can have AI systems developed from experts all over the place. And as with any computer system or computer tutorial system, they're easily replicated and transferred. And so we can have the best AI instructors from around the world available to individual students wherever they are in the world. So lots of different aspects around AI in education and its future potential. So have a look at those readings and think if you can come up with your own contributions of how AI can support teaching and learning. So again, here's a narrowing down now as we start thinking about a particular AI application, which is the conversation bots or tutorial bots, or essentially AI applications where we have a conversation with them. Now, they can be through text, they can be now through voice, and so there's a range of ways of interacting with these. But the four or five main processes are providing an evaluation to students in terms of feedback, but also to teachers in terms of feedback on how students are going in various activities and tasks. So again, lots of data is being collected by AI systems. AI systems rely upon data, and that data can then be formatted and presented in ways that is useful for teachers and also for students. So not just used by the AI, but also used by others. Students can ask fact-based questions and receive answers, and that's a very common application of chatbots. They can be used as a medium for communication. So you can set questions like you would for a quiz and have the chatbot present the quiz to students and have them go through and provide answers. Or it can be done as a test or as an instructional activity, guiding them through a process whereby they have to work through a series of stages. So there can be a range of communication processes through chatbots. And then there's just the processes of having a natural conversation. Just as there's a benefit for students talking to their teachers and having that social conversational interaction to practice their own language skills, their own grammar, their own questioning ability, so too that they can do that with more advanced AI chatbot systems, where they can pose questions in a range of different ways and see the responses, then evaluate the responses, and refine their questions and carry out an ongoing conversational process. But all up, this is part generally of a tutorial system, which is designed to help students learn various concepts and processes and have a, we call didactic or conversational support to those processes, just as a teacher would provide that conversational support to students in various learning instances, as I am doing now. But you can imagine that I could be replaced quite easily here with a chatbot that could have been either pre-programmed or trained by a machine learning process. And over time, it's improved itself based upon your responses to various assessment tasks and quizzes and things like that. And with our ability to generate avatars now, my talking head could very easily be a computer-generated talking head, and you would have difficulty in discerning the differences between myself as a human instructor and an AI instructor. So these are the areas where education is progressing very rapidly. It's not just education, of course. Every industry is facing disruption, as we call it, through the advent of artificial intelligence and the effectiveness it's proving around machine learning. But we are, of course, focused on what's happening in education. So it also opens up a range of opportunities. Now, yes, things will be different. AIs are going to replace many of the more traditional processes that have occurred in education. But as we find with all industries, except the few that really are destroyed and die out, they transform based upon the impact of new technologies. And education will transform, and the role of teachers and the processes that occur in education will adjust to take advantage of the new technology, in this case AI, and adopt new ways of doing things. So here is a range of problems that are common in education and some of the AI solutions to these problems. So one is the standardized curriculum. Teaching everyone in a class the same thing has always been a problem, so it doesn't cater for their individual needs. And personalized learning is an AI-based solution to that. Likewise, having individualized instruction and one-to-one tutor time, because of the large number of students generally, has been difficult, but having personal virtual tutors is a way of addressing that. Same sort of concept of personalized learning. Grading and assessment is often time consuming, and we tend to rely then upon multiple choice as a time effective way of doing assessment. But with AI systems, we can have much more open-ended, nuanced questions, and the marking and feedback can be provided around those in real time. Often in a classroom environment, students may have questions, but either are too shy or the teacher doesn't have time to address all the questions that students might wish to ask. But with AI virtual classroom assistants, they can ask the questions of the AI and receive responses that support their learning, whereby in a normal classroom environment, the questions would often be disruptive to that process. Personalized communication can now be done at scale, so we can have individual answers made to student queries and questions that they might submit by email or might be submitted by parents or other things. So that's a way of addressing these, again, specific needs of the learner without having to rely upon generic responses that are suitable for everyone, simply because we don't have time to address specific responses to each individual. AI systems can be used for selection processes, whereas at the moment we use a lot of our assessment, particularly in the senior years in secondary education, is around selecting students for restrictive places at tertiary education, giving them a score that allows them to then apply to university to get into particular courses based upon their interests and so forth. AI systems can be used to improve that selection process, because now we can have AI systems that look at a whole lot of data about students. That doesn't need to just be done for tertiary entrance. We might be wanting to select students who is going to be on the debating team or a sporting team, or any process whereby we need to make complex selections. And the advantage of this is that if the AI system doesn't have any bias, and we're going to be talking about bias in later weeks, then it's a much fairer process. It can be made much more transparent in some cases, but everyone is then subject to the same computerized model. So individual human biases can often be reduced. But there are some other biases that can creep in from AI systems, and we'll talk about those in later weeks. We can do also what's called sentiment analysis, which is trying to determine students' their mood, essentially, how they're liking a course or disliking a course, or liking their degree program. Are they likely to drop out? Are they likely to disengage or not attend school? A whole range of different analysis that can be put into place to better understand students and provide responses and feedback and supportive mechanisms to reduce the possible negative consequences of their sentiment. And finally, another area, particularly in tertiary, is using AI to address systemic cheating, particularly with online cheating and plagiarism. That's becoming supported by various educational technologies that are negative to some people's perceptions in education. We can also use AI systems to try to combat that, whereby we can identify patterns and repeated use of particular assessment items or assessment responses, and a whole range of other processes, down to looking at how students type. There's a whole lot of typing analysis that's done for online testing. So over a course, there'll be various instances where students have typed responses in, and they've developed a particular pattern of how long they spend typing certain keystrokes, and a whole lot of, it's like a fingerprint based upon how you type. And so once that model has been developed for a student, we can then have them do an online exam. And if their model of how they type is significantly different to how they've demonstrated that they type elsewhere in the course, that can flag the possibility that there's someone else doing that exam other than the student. So again, there's lots of different techniques being applied to combat cheating. The most common is around plagiarism detection, trying to analyze students' work and to see if it matches other students' work. But it can also be used to see if their assignments match previous work of that same student that they've done in class or through the discussion forums or through previously submitted assignments, and a whole lot of other processes that build up a better model of what the student is, again, that student model, and then apply it to understanding if there are any variances or discrepancies in that model that might indicate that something is askew. Okay, so for your portfolio item for this module, you're going to be developing a chatbot. Now, it is going to be what we call a rules-based chatbot. There are a range of chatbots that are available. Now, the easiest is what we call a closed domain, retrieval-based, rule-based chatbot. So what we mean by closed domain is that there is a set number of responses. We've thought about all the questions that the student might ask, and we've developed a response to each of those questions. Now, it's not then open domain. So if a student asks us a question that we haven't thought about, then the AI chatbot will not have a response to that, or it will have a generic, I don't know how to answer that response. So with a retrieval-based, rule-based chatbot system, we can't respond to every possible question that students ask. There's just too many possibilities. So then we have what are called generative-based systems. This is the machine learning systems. Now, these generate a response based upon the information provided. And it can draw upon things such as Wikipedia or online encyclopedias, and it can draw upon a whole lot of other previous responses that have been done by students. And it develops a response based upon a whole lot of information, but it's not one set response. And it also tends to then have probabilities associated with those. So it might say, we're 70% sure that this is the right response, but there's a 30% chance it might be this other response. And it will randomize that, and 70% of the time it'll give the most likely response, but sometimes it'll give another response. And there might be 100 other responses. So you can never be sure exactly what response you'll get. But over time, through thousands and thousands of interactions, it will narrow down those probabilities to a set of responses that have proven to be effective in the past. And that's really effective for closed domain systems such as language translation, where there's a set number of words and things like that, and we can generate that relatively easily and effectively nowadays. It's hard, it takes a fair bit of work, but we've got systems now that do that really well. Making such a generative system, though, that can answer any question, that's what the real potential of AI is we're currently working on, so that you can have an ongoing conversation and it will respond just as a human would respond, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And we're pretty much there now. Not for everything. There's still ways of tricking it and identifying the AI in most cases, although certainly they're working close towards that. But as these systems will be developed, we'll be able to ask any question or have any conversation, and it will have a natural feel and provide effective responses during our conversation. And that's the general AI model that is being worked on. So for your assignment, of course, we're not asking you to create a general AI. You're going to be creating the rules-based, closed domain retrieval-based responses, where you identify a range of possible questions that the student will ask, and then you'll provide set responses to those questions. So chatbots can be used for a range of things, as we've said before. They can help improve students' learning. They can collect feedback and data effectively. They can be used to educate students, and the response is instantaneous. But there are other benefits. They can be a personalized environment tailored to a specific student's needs and interests. They can generally be a comfortable and confident environment. Students can ask really dumb questions as they perceive them without fear of rapprochement and being embarrassed. Of course, the AI system, unless it's been programmed to, which generally they're not, won't make any judgments and snarky comments and criticisms of the student. Over time, AI systems will learn how the student thinks, how they phrase things, how they word different questions, and it will adapt to that. They can introduce slang and difficult sayings. They can also introduce responses to various languages. As these models develop, AI systems can respond to students in their own home languages, and that can be thousands of languages. And so that provides an advantage over current systems, learning systems, which generally are predominantly in English or in a couple of languages. It's now quite, well, it's not quite simple yet, but we're moving towards where we'll be able to have AI interactions in any language. And of course, they can be available 24/7. So really complex interactions where students are struggling with a question and struggling to understand an idea and need to talk it through can be done whenever students need to do that. Okay, so the AI system you're going to be developing, it will be that closed chat system, and we're going to be using a tool called BotLibra. Now, BotLibra is quite a powerful tool, and it's an open source environment, and it can be used for making much more generalized hard AI systems. But we're going to use it in its simplest formats to make a closed AI rule-based system. So you're going to be creating this, and I've provided you with resources on the course website in terms of instructional guides and videos and so forth to assist you in understanding the BotLibra tool. On the website, you'll find an embedded BotLibra where you can ask questions of it and see how it works. The one I've set up, you can also ask questions with your voice. If you open it up into its, you can't do it through the web, to the HTML. You can't do it through the course website. You have to open the BotLibra website to do the voice interactions. But then you can talk to it and it will respond, and you can also hear its responses. And it also has an avatar, so you can actually get facial feedback cues as well. So also on the course website, there's a range of example BotLibra educational chatbots, and you can try those out and explore them and get some ideas for your own educational application. So again, we'll talk through the processes in the tutorials. Hopefully, if you engage with the tutorials and explore your ideas about the educational application you wish to create. But you do need to have your chatbot teach something. So it's not just having a conversation. It does actually have to be an instructional process whereby the students are learning something through the chatbot conversation. Okay, so some of the advantages, as I said, chatbots and AI systems allow us to look at the data in great detail. So you'll be able to look at the conversation logs. So you can have your friends try out conversing with your chatbot, and you can have conversations with your chatbot, and you can see which interactions, which questions provided a good response and which provided a generic or an incorrect response. And then you can adjust your chatbot based upon the data that you're seeing there. And that's how we train our chatbot. You can also include greetings and different ways it can sort of interact in a sort of conversational way with your students, and also have default responses. So where it can't give a valid response, what can it say in a more generic way that then prompts students to continue with the conversation and explore things in a way that the chatbot can respond effectively. And again, you can look at all the phrases that you've incorporated and the words that trigger responses. So look at BotLibra, look at the tutorials and instructional guides that teach you how to create it. You don't have to create a very complex chatbot, but you do need to think about how it's going to teach students something through that interaction. So think about how you might have taught someone through a conversation or through explaining something to them, and how an AI system, in this case a chatbot, could do a similar process. Okay, so the chatbots that you're going to be creating are rule-based. So there are set rules, there are set keywords that will trigger set responses. And next week, we're going to look at non-rule-based systems that go through deep learning and use what we call neural networks, which is how we have our brain wired up with various neurons between synapses and so forth, and how these systems can develop responses on their own. But that's it for this week. There's some readings to do and the BotLibra application to explore, and to try creating your own small chatbot just to get started, or at least have a look at a range of existing chatbots so that you can start getting an understanding of what might be achievable when you create your own chatbot in response to your own portfolio.
How to elevate your style. Classy summer outfits for 2022. I've collated my top tips to help you achieve chic and classy summer outfits for 2022. And hopefully you'll find these tips really helpful and easy to integrate into your own outfit ideas, no matter what your personal style actually is or your budget. When it comes to creating a cohesive and elevated look, high quality basics are a must, while showpieces and statement garments add pops of drama and interest. Your outfit will just fall flat if your basics aren't up to par. Here you can see that I'm wearing a pretty basic yet really timeless outfit. But because that vest top has been made from a beautiful ribbed cotton, and because those white jeans have just got the best fit, the whole outfit looks really elevated and put together. You should never underestimate the power of having great staple pieces in your own wardrobe. I always spend more time curating my basics than shopping for hero pieces. Key options I focus on would be blazers, blouses, and tailored trousers. And in winter, of course, a beautiful coat. When you own these pieces in neutral colours, in the most premium quality materials that you can afford, you'll find they will last for years and really make up the building blocks of most of your looks. Do you stop and think about fabric composition before you buy? I think a lot of us have become so aware of not only where our clothes are made, but also what they've been made from. I know that I've become slightly obsessive about checking the fabric labels, but I really want to know what is in my garment. Is it going to irritate my skin? Is it going to really last? And is it going to bobble and look awful within about 6 months' time? Choosing sustainable or premium fabrics instantly elevates your style. A cotton blouse will not only feel different from a synthetic blouse, but it will look different too. You can often tell the difference between the two fibers just from the way that they drape, and then this in turn leaves you looking more polished. I think my favorites at the moment would be organic cotton. I really love Ecovero and Econyl for swimwear. But do let me know if you've heard of any new and wonderful fabrics coming out there that are really sustainable. Don't know if you remember, but last year we talked about a new faux leather that was actually made from cactus leaves, which I thought was amazing. So if you've heard of anything new and up and coming in terms of sustainable fabrics, do let me know about that too. Now, not only is this blouse so very pretty for summer, but it's also been made from embroidered organic cotton. I went true to size with the UK 10, and I would say that the fit is perfect. I really try and focus on investing in those pieces that will stand the test of time. And this then leaves me with a really timeless wardrobe that looks elevated all year round, no matter what the current trends might be. Now, while I'm thinking about beautiful yet affordable compositions, I have a couple of lovely new pieces in from Lulu's that I really wanted to share with you all. This portion of the video has very kindly been sponsored, and as always, all selections and opinions are my own. So I knew I really wanted to be considerate about the compositions that I add in to my own wardrobe. So I actually searched Lulu's website via the fabric content that I was after. And thinking of summer, linen was where I headed first, which is where I found this beautiful set. Now, I needed a new skirt for summer, and to have something as a matching set feels really on trend, yet very elevating at the same time. On top of a really lovely blend of fabric, this set only retails at $89, so about £70, which I thought was very, very reasonable. So I've paired my new camel sandals with this look, made from leather with that very simple, elegant design. I think they polish off this outfit perfectly. Then I chose a sprinkle of colour for my wardrobe. Bit of a shock, I know. But I saw this bright blue shade, the feminine cut of this dress, and the fact that it's been made from a blend of linen, and I just had to add it to basket. I must admit, I do feel really nice in this dress. I love how it fits across the chest, and although it is more fitted, it's still got a bit of wiggle room across the hips. It's a lovely dress for my summer holidays. And last but not least, I headed for my favourite embroidery with this very pretty summer top. A unique piece made from 100% cotton that really adds a touch of my personality into my outfit idea. On my feet this time are another new pair of shoes that I chose. They get a tick for the pointed toe, double tick for being mules, and a triple tick for that soft neutral tone. So all round, I've had a wonderful first experience shopping at Lulu's, and I would highly advise that you have a browse of their collection for yourself. I've added a link in the description box below for you to take a look at the end of this video. Now, this might be the most important tip on the list, to me anyway. You could be wearing the most perfectly curated summer outfit, but the look will just miss the mark if it doesn't fit you well. Now, I know it's hard to find clothes tailored to your own body, especially as most of the high street stores seem to be using different measurements for their sizing. But it's so important to wear clothes that really complement and flatter your own shape. So as you can see in this first look, for example, the dress fits like a glove. It really skims over my widest area, which is my hips, but balancing out that shape is the shirt. Simply a classic boyfriend shirt that's just a little bit oversized and feels really relaxed. Now, I've tied it in a knot at my waist just to give me a little bit more definition and that kind of overall hourglass shape. And then that wider shape of the shirt's shoulders gives me more width and balances me out overall. I certainly don't have a perfect body, and like most women, I have my own insecurities as well. But I've learned over the years to not get too stressed about it. These days, I just focus on my best parts. I dress for my shape and what makes me feel really nice, and I subtly divert attention away from the areas I don't really want people to focus on. Though I always champion minimalist basics, there's a time and a place for unique pieces in your wardrobe. Looking elevated works well in neutral palettes and tailored shapes, but that's not to say that a pop of colour can't be sophisticated too. Now granted, my pop of colour here is certainly on the minimal side of things, but there's no denying what a unique and I think really beautiful shirt that this is. This is actually a couple of years old now, but as I'm sure you've found yourself, when you find those truly unique pieces made from really beautiful compositions, you can imagine having them in your wardrobe forever. I think the key to nailing a look with a statement piece is to try and opt for the less is more mentality. I find that having those small but perfectly formed details is a really easy way to elevate your style. This is also something we saw at Bottega Veneta's Spring 2022 show. This look seems subtle from a glance thanks to that all-white colour. However, when you're closer up, you can really see the intricate weave details and those cutouts that take the dress from a standard summer option to something far more sophisticated and elevated. I always believe that quality is more important than quantity when it comes to creating the perfect capsule wardrobe. You've probably already noticed throughout this video, but shopping for quality items will always trump buying an awful lot of lower quality picks, and it will really pay off in your outfit ideas too. If you're switching to a sophisticated summer wardrobe, or perhaps you want to make your outfits look more expensive, fabric and material quality are essential. Let's face it, it's far cheaper to buy a whole new wardrobe from fast fashion retailers. But how long will this collection last you? And will these pieces really elevate your style? Here, for example, I'm simply wearing a cotton poplin shirt, and I've paired it with a lovely ecru midi skirt. Now this is actually a look that I shared recently on Instagram, and it's one of my favorites in summer for when I'm wanting to feel a bit more classy and chic. I really shopped around for the highest quality cotton shirt within my own budget. Something I knew would be made to last, and when styled against silk, it makes both pieces stand out for the right reasons. I spend more time thinking about each piece I want to add into my wardrobe, and then I research all these different brands before I decide which piece I'm going to go for. Being an outfit repeater is cool, and I definitely stand by this. Why would you purchase clothes and only wear them once or twice? It seems like the most ridiculous thing to me. I actually can't believe that anyone really does this, except for your wedding dress. Though I have been known to swish around the house in mine from time to time, I think it would be quite a hard look to pull off going for dinner. Each purchase for me is a love affair. Try not to let trend cycles fool you. Repeating looks is very sophisticated, especially when the outfits have been pieced together by hand. Now, when investing in your basics, make sure you really love them before committing to the purchase. If you don't feel amazing in it, it's definitely not worth your pennies. But when you do find something that ticks all of your boxes and really flatters your shape, why would you not wear that on repeat? How many pairs of shoes do you own? Be honest with that one. There was a time in my 20s when I bought more shoes than anything else. It became a bit of a thing. Thankfully, my shopping habits have stabilized somewhat over the last few years, but then I do still have that inner voice trying to convince me that it's not outrageous in the slightest to spend £500 on a pair of shoes. Thankfully, I don't act on that voice too often, otherwise I would have no money left. I do, however, believe that shoes are essential to creating a really cohesive outfit. It's great when your bag, your clothes, your hair and makeup match as one seamless aesthetic. But if you forget to add in the right shoes with that outfit, all the effort could be ruined. It's like having a reliable selection of basics. You should also have a really reliable collection of shoes to go with those outfit ideas. Here you'll have seen I have a new pair of beauties that I've just added into my collection. They're camel, of course, because I can never resist. Strappy for summer, but I think they would work all year as well, particularly for the evening. And I love the block heel, which feels more on trend for this season, and of course very typically French, which is never a bad idea. So I've styled them here with a new pair of straight leg jeans. I've added a turn up to give it more of a cute kind of girly vibe, but still feeling chic and put together with that pretty blouse on my top half. Shoes don't have to be simple though. One of my favorite shoe brands ever would have to be Aquazzura. Their heels are like a work of art. I absolutely love it. Incredibly out of my budget, I might add, but I do like to have a little window shop at their collection. Just look at those little bobby dazzlers. I am not usually one for bling, but I think I would make an exception for those. Maybe like have a really simple, very elegant and tonal outfit, and then just that pop of colour on your shoes. Beautiful. Do let me know what you think in the comment section below, and I'd be really interested to hear as well, what's your limit of what you would spend on a lovely pair of heels? When in doubt, stick to a tonal colour palette. But what does a tonal colour palette actually include? A one column of colour outfit does exactly what it says on the tin. And it mixes different shades and tones and textures for a soft monochrome look. We've recently seen this at various fashion houses for spring/summer 2022. And I think it's a surefire way to really elevate your style. But you don't always have to think of tonal outfits as something for the evening or something really dressed up and complicated. This theory works even with the most casual of outfits. Take this look, for example. Could I look any more cozy? But because they're both made from a really beautiful, soft and cozy cotton, they look more expensive than they actually were. And because I'm in that one column of color, it gives the illusion of being hugely put together. Another trick I like with super casual looks like this is to just throw a blazer over the top. In this case, when we're thinking of tonal looks, I've opted for navy blue. Suddenly, I've made what is essentially a tracksuit look more elevated. And I must admit, this is definitely one of my go-to school run, in a rush, running out the door looks. It's elevated and put together without trying very hard at all. I really think tonal color palettes add fluidity throughout the look. Instead of those stark contrasts and clashing colors, similar hues create a much softer feel, especially in browns and blues, beiges, off-whites, etc. Creating tonal outfits is easier than ever when you have a range of beautiful basics in those neutral tones. And you can slowly build up that collection of those similar tones over time as budget allows that will eventually help you achieve this really elevated style. Another vital area to invest is denim. Shopping for jeans often gets a bit of a bad rap, as lots of people don't actually like it. But you're good to go once you've found a perfect pair that really complements your figure. And there's definitely enough out there to choose from. Good denim will last for years. And I always spend more time than I would like to admit researching different jeans brands that are new to the market. My collection is often growing and rarely cold, but in my defense, I do wear them on repeat, so I'm gonna forgive myself for that one. Elevated style really starts with elevated choices. I really believe that. Looking elevated isn't just about clothing. I always try and make sure that my beauty and makeup choices mimic the aesthetic that I'm going for with my outfit. Summer is a time to glow, so really try and opt for natural hair and makeup. I know it's become a bit of a trend to have these quite heavy matte bases of foundation, but I must admit I'm not really a fan. I don't have perfect skin in the slightest. I have pigmentation that just won't budge, I've got wrinkles, and of course I get the odd spot. But I do like to see my natural skin peeking through my makeup. A heavy coat of anything on my skin just makes me feel like I'm not me anymore. And when you think about how to elevate your own style, this is one area that I think can make a huge difference. Just embrace the imperfections and go with that natural summer glow. Another critical area to focus on when elevating your style for summer is your handbag. These days, bags come in all shapes, sizes, and textures, so it's easy to be tempted by the latest trend. Now, I do love trend pieces, don't get me wrong, but it is essential to own at least one neutral bag alongside these loud patterns and colors. Now, I personally focus on minimalist designs and neutral palettes when I'm handbag shopping. This ensures that the bag will match a range of different outfits that I already have in my wardrobe, allowing me to just get up and go without worrying about matching my accessories to my look. Beiges, whites, creams, subtle grays are really great colors to explore. Black, of course, is a great option if you want something that's going to match pretty much all of your different outfits. But I personally always prefer those softer tones, particularly for the summer months. Of course, these tips are a general rule of thumb, and some rules are just made to be broken. If there's one tip you should remember, however, it's to always focus on fit and fabrics in summer, but ultimately really try and listen to that inner voice. You know when you feel nice in something, so try and embrace that. All important ingredients for achieving that elusive, elevated style. I really hope you've enjoyed my styling tips on how you can elevate your style. As always, I would love to hear from you all in the comment section below. Or maybe you've come up with your own formula for the perfect classy summer outfit that you'd like to share with the other subscribers. It's always really lovely hearing from you all, so do get in touch. I often see subscribers chatting and sharing tips amongst themselves, and it's really wonderful to see what a lovely community we've created on this channel. If you like this video and you're not already, I would love you to subscribe to my channel, and I'm always grateful for a thumbs up too. I post videos once a week on a Sunday, but I'm always here and up for a chit chat, or perhaps if you need some styling tips, please do ask away. Have a wonderful week, everyone, and I shall see you on Sunday. Take care.